Hello everyone and welcome to Day 7 of Alliance Tournament 12. I'm CCP Gargant and I will be your host for today. Here I'm joined with CCP Fuzzy and Bacchanalian, the commentators, and we also have a special guest, CCP Antiquarian.
Hello.
Say hello to everybody and let's get this show on the road. How are you guys doing today?
Amazing. It's been a great week. We're all just mostly recovered at this point from the shock of last weekend, and looking forward to spectacular set of matches today. I mean, this is just excellent all the way through.
There's not going to be a boring moment today.
No, I don't think so. I think every one of these matches is going to be absolutely riveting. There may be some blowouts one way or another, but I think there'll be surprising ones if they do happen. And either way, every one of these teams has fought really hard to get to where they are now, and they're really serious about it. There's no flukes left in the tournament at this point. Every one of these teams is prepared to be here. So
both you and Elise Randolph will also have a nail-biting moment as both of your teams are playing.
that is true.
And Sir Squeebles' team is in here still as well.
Yeah, that is also true. So.
Yes. And
so far, one of the 4 commentator teams has been knocked out.
It'll be great. And then we have you here for in-show entertainment, should we say?
Yay!
CCP Antiquarian is a member of the Tri-Lambda team, which does the art for EVE Online. And we're going to be asking him some
non-tournament related questions. That's what you're going to be asking me.
Some hard-hitting questions about Fingate.
There you go. Wait. Wait. That wasn't me. That
wasn't what we signed on for.
No.
But yeah, the first match of the day is going to be the Ronin versus MIF. And quickly talk about the bans before going any further. The Ronin have banned the Tango and Bagalum, while MIF banned the Guardian and the Oneros.
I think it's really interesting that MIF taken both armor logistics off the field.
Yep.
We've not really seen much of the Proteus of the Legion taking that role, so that really kind of forces the match into a shield setup. But Ronin have already banned out the Tengu, which takes away probably the most popular Tinker setup that you could see, and the Golem, which is a shield ship we've seen used actually in both armor and shield setups extremely effectively this most recent weekend. So I actually think the Golem is probably, to me, going to be the new ban of the weekend. I think that
I expect we're going to see a lot of it. We saw the 2 really impressive winners bracket matches last Sunday. They used Golems really effectively as drone control ships and consistent damage across the field. You can't jam them, you can't damp them, and they can make sure that the damage lands on the target.
So let's assume that you guys don't know what these bans mean. Let's go into this point info video that we have available to explain what we're talking about. So what this means is that these 4 hulls are now something that these teams can't bring, and each hull in the game has a specific point cost attached to it. That is
not these points.
That is not these points.
It's the break points on the mostly.
Yeah, this is but this is sort of how it's made up. There's a point cost attached to each and every hull, and then you try to make a composition of ships that makes most sense, and you get the most bang for your buck, so to speak. And this is what you field. 100 points maximum for both teams.
This is definitely last year's video. We actually did make a new version.
We did.
We just picked the wrong video, I believe. But so this is.
Let's not highlight the negative, CCP Fuzzy. Let's not highlight the negative.
Just not highlight the numbers. People will learn those numbers. But yeah, I mean, when you ban out a ship, it means the other team can't bring it unless they've assigned that ship as their flagship, which can only be battleships, Tech 1 and faction battleships. And then teams can pick within all of these constraints of up to 100 points, up to 12 pilots to make the best team possible. And we've seen a huge variety of setups, even just through this tournament, of what people decide to bring.
One thing to mention is that you will see this happen. You'll go into a match and one team already has a point on the board. And what happens sometimes is sometimes the optimal setup the team finds, the one that works just they think the best, is only 99 points. So that gives the point to the other team already off the bat as though they've killed that point. But you'll see a lot of teams doing that actually because they think that the 99-point team actually fits what they want to do better.
Yeah. And you also see teams not bringing the full 12 pilots. That can often be a mistake because more pilots means more slots, it means more damage. But there in some cases, especially in these Tinker setups where you're transferring capacitor back and forth and you need kind of larger, sturdier ships, those are a situation where bringing less than the 12 pilots is very viable.
Yeah. There's also a little information we can give you about how the arenas themselves are set up, and we'll get that up on screen now. So each team has to go through this when they come into the tournament system. They each choose a staging beacon that is a square that mirrors the other team's staging beacons perfectly. They then choose a distance of 0 to 50 kilometers to warp into the set battle arena and land on grid in this fashion.
And they can choose to warp in at different ranges depending on the ships they bring. They don't have to all warp in at the same range. We often see teams spread out with the screening ships up front, with their logistics ship in the back, and there's a lot of strategy behind that choice.
So now you know how we set this up and what's going on, and that's very important. CCP Phantom knows that.
It's something,
so
something to watch for with that too. You'll see with those teams warming in from different beacons is sometimes they don't land. A team wants to warp in at 50 and land as far from the other team as possible. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. Because they can actually land at basically, I think it's warping from a 90-degree angle to each other. So when you wind up landing what would normally be both teams landing at 50 from the beacon, so 100 from each other, they actually wind up, don't know the math on that, maybe 75 or something from each other. They're a lot closer than they would be otherwise. So
and there's no way to know what beacon your opponent's going to be warping into. Each side chooses it without knowledge of the other one, so it's pretty random, and it means that you have to be able to deal with a lot of different types of circumstances for the start of the match.
Yeah. Okay. So there's also the UI you'll be seeing during the matches, which we want to show you a little bit before we go into the first match. And the UI is a special made tool so that it's easier for us to show what's going on. But so you have the match timer at the start there. You have every effect that's going on each ship there. The shield, armor, and structure hit points are laid out in this fashion, and then the points are at the end. And the three colored bars at the top there are the defense, attack, and control bars. And these bars will show you what the teams are capable of doing, with the purple being active wraps, while the blue ones being effective hit points. So now that we've sort of informed you of how this all works, I think it's just time to go straight into the battlefield.
Yes, I think that's great.
Get out of this this talking. I've talked too much, and I need something to quench my thirst. I'm going to go first. I think the Ronin are going to take this. I'm sorry, MIF, but the Ronin... the
Ronin are your pick.
Yeah. What do you think, Antiquarian?
I don't know anything about MIF, so I'm leaning that way myself, but that's purely from speaking to you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm a very persuasive individual.
I was swayed entirely. So yeah, I'm sticking with the Ronin.
Right.
I'm going to be the odd man out and go MIF. I think they have maybe the possibility of an upset here. I definitely think Ronin are the favorite team, but I'd rather Rote Capel have to face MIF, and that's who the winner of this match faces anyway, so going with MIF.
All right, yeah, I'm going to go with the Ronin. They've been incredibly impressive, basically for the last 8 years. These guys have been consistently really strong, and this year they've been bringing great setups as well, so I think they're going to take it.
And with that, I'd just like to say, Skál, let's go to the first match of the day.
Align. The clock bomb. Via, ragazzi, tutto. E via il jump bridge.
Do you like spaceships? Do you like explosions? Airlock Media. We make your corporation look good.
And welcome to Day 7, everybody. This is Elise Randolph, joined by Sir Squeebles in the commentator booth. We are going for Ronin MIF. Ronin will be in red, MIF in blue. And Squeebles, why don't you tell us about some of these ships? Right now on your screen, you're seeing this very pretty MIF Vargar.
It is good looking.
He's at the beacon at 0, though.
Yeah, questionable decision making. But the Ronin's team, they fielded 3 Sleipnirs, 3 Gilas, 2 Worms, 2 Merlins, and 2 Bantams. And meanwhile, on the MIF side, they have that very good-looking Vargar accompanied by Eos, 2 Ishtars, Stratios, and 3 Vexers.
And the match is starting right now. MIF came in at range, except for that Vargar, as we were pointing out. The Vargar had some issues connecting, but I don't know if he moved to the beacon at 0 himself or if he was moved there. Either way, we see this triple Sleipnir, triple Gila team rushing straight at this MIF team. And
Right.
the Ronin are really looking aggressive early on.
And they kind of have to be. I mean, we've seen the comp that MIF is flying in some form. I believe it was PL that flew a similar comp where they have drone boats that shotgun out. And if you can't lock those down, it takes a really, really long time to burn between the targets and take them down. Right now they're going for the Eos, though, and that Eos is really hurting.
Man, this Sleipnir team is just tearing this MIF team apart. Look at this. This EOS is going down so hard, and this heal is... These Bantams are keeping this heal alive. And bam, there goes First Blood on day 7. MIF lose their EOS, and that is pretty crucial.
And that Gila of Braggle is actually still able to burn. At no point was he tackled, so he's going almost 3K right now, still catching Bantam reps.
Boom! Wow, that Ishtar just vanished. That Ishtar just vanished from Svarog. MIF is really looking behind the 8-ball on this one, trying to emulate a very popular setup. But the Golem got banned out, so they had to take this Vargar, which is clearly not that great.
Yeah, and we've seen that done before. And when you're talking about something like a Marauder, you're talking about E-War and vulnerability, but you're also talking about damage projection.
And another one bites the dust in that one.
Yeah,
like,
these
MIF
Vexers are going to get out
hemorrhaging
super
ships
fast.
now.
So these Merlins presumably are the tackle. They're burning around. As soon as they catch something, it should go down. I mean, these Sleipnirs can close range pretty quick. They've got decent projection. The other Ishtar now, which is the vast majority of the damage for MIF, going down into structure.
If
boom,
the
goes the
Sleipnirs are
dynamite.
on his face.
Now here is the bet. 5 million ISK. Will the Vargar die?
I think the Vargar will definitely die. Look at this damage.
I think he's going to super die.
So, I mean, let's talk about this setup real quick, because right now they're just chasing some ships around and sort of milking it. Actually, Ronin have tackled almost all of the remaining frigate or cruiser hulls left of MIF.
Yeah, it's strange. You actually can't see it on the tournament overlay, but MIF, the Stratios and the Vexer of 0-1 are both tackled. They're both scrammed, so that's why their speed is low right now.
Yep, exactly. And there goes 0-1, and, man, MIF. These guys.
That was pretty convincing. It is interesting to note, actually, that the Ronin and MIF both relied really, really heavily on Sleipnir teams. So they've both flown this Sleipnir Gila team. For MIF, that means they know how it works, hypothetically, and they should have crafted sort of knowing how it would work. And for the Ronin, it means they were probably a little more comfortable off the bat. I have a feeling MIF saw Pandemic Legion use this setup pseudo-successfully, or successfully, really.
Very successfully.
Okay. Let's not go too far. But and they thought, hey, this looks fun, and it looks like something we could do. Turns out it could have been one of those things, but not both.
There you go. And the cool thing about this Ronin team is, like, we saw this all last week, this Sleipnir Helicore, but what they did differently is they swapped their Logi for 2 logistics frigates so they could shoehorn in another Sleipnir.
Yep.
So the amount of DPS, I mean, just look at that attack bar. That attack bar is huge.
Yep.
And that's with 1 Hela down, so, man,
yeah,
this team is a force to be reckoned with.
It's definitely impressive.
Let's see how fast this Vargar dies. Let's just... I don't know. I think as soon as he gets on there, 35 seconds maybe.
So he's got an ECM effect on him. Guess where that's from?
Where's that from?
No, I'm saying, do you want to guess?
I thought you were just being clever. It could be some Jam Jones. It could be some of these Merlins. Merlins are really good with their mid slots, so they can fit a lot of utility. That's why they're one of the most popular tournament ships. Of course, the Worms are just like the yoked out version of the Merlin with some drones.
Yoked out.
Yep, I said that.
So, is it dying? It is dying.
It is dying.
He's half shields. He's boosting. Well, I mean, he's boosting pretty comfortably.
He's got a pretty massive tank considering the amount of damages here, but as you can see, the attack bar is not fully applied yet.
Yeah.
I have a feeling MIF went with some cheeky plays, and they put their Vargar at the beacon at 0 and said, hey, this guy's out here on his own.
Well,
please shoot him first.
That may be the case, but I sort of disagree. I think... if they were wanting to position that strategically, nobody's going to say shoot the Vargar.
But he came in at 0, like 50
Well,
from his bros.
okay, fair enough. But there's 2 options for him coming in at 0. Either one, he came in the hopes to tackle something to prevent a rush. So he could have grabbed a Gila, he could have grabbed the Sleipnir, and kept them from moving out. Obviously, Gila wouldn't have been
That's some new meta stuff, but yeah, I guess.
Well,
I guess
when you play fast and loose like I do, new metas are always an option. But he could have, assuming that was the case, he still could have screened more effectively by maybe not coming in literally at 0. Like a metaphorical 0, aka like 20 or 30. Probably would have been.
20, the good old metaphorical 0. But as you can see, this Vargar is tanking really hard.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was bait the whole time. But
you don't put your bait at 0, though.
I think you
that's
do.
That's not super bait.
I think that's what bait is. Anyways.
If you're trying to bait a fish, you don't put the minnow in its mouth. You put it on a hook. I'm not an outdoorsman, but what I'm saying is the Vargar should not have been at 0.
Vargar is actually still doing some impressive amount of damage to this worm, so he can hit pretty far out, and this worm is very far from the Vargar.
Merlin did die at some point during this discussion.
Yeah.
It
was
is
way
interesting
early,
to
but
note,
that's
though,
cool, too.
that the Vargar is dropping low. A lot of the Marauders we've seen have been dual shield boosted, so they'll have an ancillary shield booster as well as a regular shield booster. If that ASB runs out, your shields start to get low, you start to feel beads of sweat on your forehead, and then you lose.
Yeah,
That's
his
typically how
palms
that
are
goes.
sweaty right now while he's trying to blap this Merlin. That's just, for some ego
Right.
right there. He's going to go down.
For some ego.
Yeah, you
Or
get-
maybe points.
You get some swag. No, it's just swagger. These guys are going to be eliminated since we are in the elimination bracket. MIF are going home. They will get some swaggy Rattlesnake blueprint copies for participating in the tournament.
Swaggy.
And some Plex because they're in the prize pool.
Yeah, that
Pretty
is
sure.
true. They made it quite far, and they did really well, and it's regrettable that maybe they just tried to imitate a setup that they didn't understand fully.
Yeah.
But to the credit of the Ronin, they piloted super aggressively. They locked down that kiting ability, and there you go. They have taken the match.
Yep, the Vargar did die. Took 3 minutes, but that is us, or that is it for us. We'll send it back to the studio.
What a great way to start day 7 of Alliance Tournament 12. Hi, I'm CCB Gargant, joined here by CCB Fuzzy, back in Alien, and our good friend CCB Antiquarian. That was impressive.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
was an impressive show of trying to copy something, and an impressive show of force.
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with the Ronin setup. They've brought the Sleipnir Hela teams a lot this tournament so far, but they haven't shown this variant of it, which is the double logistics rig, to get an extra Sleipnir out of it, which is pretty awesome. It does a ton of damage, as we saw these ships just evaporating, then it was able to break through a Vargar tank. So I really like the setup.
I feel like MIF watched the Pandemic Legion setup last week and said, that's an awesome setup. We can't figure out how to beat it. We're going to bring it. And didn't think it through completely. I don't think it was executed as well as Pandemic Legions. And I mean, ultimately, I against that setup, you kind of talked about this with me just during the match, that it doesn't seem very effective. Their bans didn't really make sense with it, banning out armor. And you don't want kiting chips flying against you when you're flying a kiting a drone setup, sentry setup. So, at any rate, I just feel like, and especially the other thing you'd mentioned to me is that Ronin hasn't been really bringing E-War heavily at all, and that setup is meant to be immune to the damp war. Well, there was no damp war. We didn't see a single damp effect. I think we saw one ECM effect that was maybe from a stray drone or something. Yeah. So it was really kind of a poorly thought out setup, I think, by MIF, and I don't think they really had a chance to execute well against that Ronin team. That Ronin team just ran them over.
Yeah, we talked a bit about how the Golem is obviously the better choice for that setup. It does the damage more consistently, and it's got the painter bonus. But even with the Golem, I actually think they would have been in a lot of trouble against this Ronin team. Yeah.
Yep, good call on calling the Ronin.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything. I had a little bit of for information on that. Tip off from a guy that I know in a thing. It was good.
Very good to have connections.
Really, actually, to be fair, I was happy to see a Stratios. It's
They're
one
amazing
of
looking.
my favorite
Gorgeous.
hulls, and something that I actually worked on a little bit before they came out. So seeing that blow up was lovely.
You're a part of the team that handles the art assets of EVE Online.
That's what we do.
As a QA person.
I'm a graphics analyst. It is quality assurance.
QA person is the technical term.
A QA person is me. I'm the kind of gate to actually the assets leaving the artist's hands and getting into the game. We do all the publishing. We check to make sure that everything appears as it should when it blows up. at the hands of angry Ronin.
Which is which is what we were watching here.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to see a beautiful ship explode in a
Yes.
beautiful fashion.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
I think the art guys you've been all hitting it out of the park with these last couple of ship releases. I mean, the Sisters of Eve ships and the Mortis ships, both absolutely gorgeous.
Not so much as hitting it out of the park as hammering it as flat as possible.
That was what I was about to say. What do you think about all the nicknames that the Mortis ships have acquired?
I've heard a few. I've heard the Flattle ship, which
I love that one.
which is nice. The spatula, the what is the pizza shovel?
The Orthus is the spatula.
No,
The
Vargas.
Orthus is sort of like, it's like you have a skillet, and that's the Vargas, and then you have the Orthus to sort of, anyway.
Okay.
So see, I like the Orthus. I actually flew it for the first time last night at the commentator room, and I loved it. I'd never noticed the moving parts before. That was awesome.
The warp
Warping around.
animations.
Oh my gosh, that was great.
They're great now. They were when the guy doing the modeling is like, that's good enough, and you're like, come on, come on.
So tell us a little bit, before we start talking about the next match, about what it is, the life in QA. A day in the life.
You get to break stuff, right?
We do. We get to try. Most of what comes across my desk is fairly finished. We don't micromanage the early concepts. We let the artists kind of have free reign, and the art director gives them some guidance and has final checkoff before we progress forward. But by the time it gets to us for publishing and for actually putting into the client, it's a fully formed vision. So really, it's making sure that textures are seamed correctly, making sure that everything is everything works as it's supposed to. The animations play, the turrets show up correctly, and the asset works like it's intended to work.
Yeah.
So I show up, go through my task list, look at beautiful ships all day, have a drink.
Say yes to ship skin requests, such as the one we had for Alliance Tournament prices.
We approve every request that is already in the plan.
Yes, okay.
as required. Okay. No, it's busy. It's a lot of, especially with the scale of Eve, there's a lot of work that goes into making sure that fixing one thing doesn't break another thing. And we've got a great player base that is extremely vocal, and we are happy to have eyes on for everything. We've got, in case anyone's interested in participating in the QA effort on a volunteer basis, if you go to eveonline.com, go to the community tab, and then head down to the ISD page. There's a lot of information there, and we love people helping out with that.
Yeah.
Successful.
Right?
So, Elise Randolph mentioned a little bit about the skins that we're giving out as prizes, and you get how many for each win?
So you get 10 of them for each series that you win, and up until now the series have all been single match series, but we're going to see them go to best ofs later. But basically, it means that every single match people are in, they're going to get prizes if they win that. So it's not just, if I make it to the last weekend I get prizes. It's like from the very beginning, if I win this match, we're going to get prizes.
Yep.
And it's going to be it's a special skin that you can apply to the rattlesnake that gives it a very similar look to our prize ships, the chameleon and the whiptail. And that's one of those requests that game design passed over to Trilambda, and they were able to make some really awesome stuff and put it in the plan for us.
That's excellent. And the teams that have to go through the losers bracket inevitably get a little bit more of them.
Yes.
As they have gone through. Some of them have already gone through 6 matches over the course of this tournament. I don't think either of these teams that are fighting next have gone through that ordeal, but next up we have Pasta Syndicate versus Test Alliance. Please ignore.
I think Test actually, I think Test has flown 5 and Pasta have flown 4, if my list is right. Affirmative Quebec 4th, and then they lost to Exodus. Test was a Shirkan Han, Easily Excited, Feigned Disorder, and lost to TNT.
So Pasta have banned out the Tango and the Ishtar, while Test have banned out the Eos and the Armageddon. So we're seeing pretty similar bans to what we've seen.
So we see Pasta banning out the Tengu, trying to at least weaken that distributed Tinker that we've seen Test bringing out in the last couple of matches. Although actually last match for Test, they got a Tengu ban and then just dodged it by going Loki. And
they did it really well.
And it worked.
Yeah.
And so the Loki, we've talked about before, the Loki is a weaker choice, but it's not actually that much weaker. It actually does work quite well. So people can pull it off. And it'll be interesting to see whether Test keeps up going with this setup that's worked for them really well and that we've all been very impressed with, or whether they shake things up, because Pasta's had a whole week to study it and try to beat it.
Yeah, that is the question. Do they first of all, do they have another setup? You know, they've been writing that setup really effectively through the tournament this far, but you're into the final weekend. If you have new setups, you need to bring them. And I've said it a million times, don't keep bringing the same setup. But you know, it could also be, is Pasta a group that they think is going to present enough of a challenge to bring out their big guns? You know, I think their next match, they would play Hydra if they win this match. So at the same time, it's like, if we've got the ace up your sleeve, do you save it for Hydra? Do you take that risk? That's a huge gamble at this point in the tournament. It's like, you know, if you lose a match, you're out, but you still have a bigger dog to fight next. So we'll see what they bring. I'm really curious, actually.
I'm a strong believer in Test. I am going to stick with Test, as they've impressed me.
I've seen your prediction sheet, because we've all predicted into the future as well, not just these matches that we know like both sides of. And you have Test circled for a long way.
I circled Test for this match. Test, I am going to toast to your victory as you roll over Pasta and then Rote, and then the loser of Tuskers versus Camel. This is going to be a good day. What do you guys think?
I think I've been super impressed with Test, but I would be kind of surprised if they made it that far. But who knows? We've seen people get to surprise us before, and I think it would be amazing to watch Test pull that off, especially because we've been so impressed with what they've brought so far. They've brought a setup with this distributed Tinker where they bring more ships than the average Tinker, where they're okay with losing ships in it, that no one else has even attempted to copy yet. They're the only people that have used this kind of setup, and it's been working really great for them.
Yeah, it's a much higher DPS setup than their traditional Tinker, so it actually does roll over a lot of teams. I'm going to go with Test. I think, you know, it was something I think Elise said last weekend that was kind of telling on this, is that Test Alliance as an alliance, you see their pilots in space, and a lot of them are younger, newer pilots or whatever. They may not be the most organized. You don't necessarily fear the name Test when you find them in space unless they outnumber you. And it's just the way it is, and no disrespect meant the Test. But when it comes to the Alliance Tournament, really all you need are 20 really good pilots who put in a lot of time and then a wallet to back it. And Test have impressed this far. I don't know their pilots. I don't necessarily recognize some of the names, but it could just be they found their 20 ace pilots this time, and they could have a really solid team. So no disrespect meant to Pasta, but I'm going to go with Test. I think they're going to continue.
Would you like Tests or Pasta?
It doesn't make any sense to buck the trend here. I'm going to stick with Test, and as a matter of fact, that's a name that's very dear to our hearts in QA. We love testing, so I'm with you guys.
All right, Test. Don't let us down.
That last malediction is at about half armor, and this match will be over before too long. So he's got a raptor right on his tail.
Right, the malediction down.
Looks like.
You bring us.
I just grabbed 250 million.
This match is going to be.
Roger.
We've got him.
I'm going to disengage as well.
Pointed.
And welcome back to the second match of Day 7 of the Alliance Tournament 12. I am Sir Squeebles here with Elise Randolph to bring you Pasta Syndicate versus Test Alliance Please Ignore. Tell us about the teams.
Man, this is going to be absolutely wonderful as you see some scimitars there. Turns out both teams have scimitars. Both teams almost have identical setups. We've got a mirror match here, and they came in at max range, and because of the beacons they chose, they are actually max range from each other.
Yep. This is unusual.
Yeah, we very rarely see that. This is a setup and archetype that we saw last week is very popular. Test is going with 3 Worms as their support wing, while Pasta is going with 3 Heretics. Heretics have a pretty great win rate here, and the match will start in 15 seconds. So we should see a lot of flashy blue boxes, flashy red boxes, and explosions in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, and this is definitely a case of minor variations on the same setup, and a lot of it's going to come down to piloting. You've got these Heretics that are going to have to get in a little bit closer if they want to apply their damage.
Ooh, and Pasta Syndicate is winning the damp war hard.
Yeah, a lot. Damp spread now across the Scimitar, Aguila, both the Merlins on the test side, so that's going to put them at a disadvantage right off the bat.
Okay, and either our UI broke or Test decided that damps don't really exist in the tournament and they have no control bar. But look at that sweet attack bar. So
yeah, I find that unlikely. But already a Worm of Suicide taking damage, which fitting if he goes down first. But he is catching reps, so it doesn't look like it's going to happen now.
Yep.
Meanwhile, everybody is just brawling right into each other. I dare say Test is actually more aggressively burning in.
Exactly. Pasta Syndicate are sort of holding, they're kind of approaching this MJD beacon here, while Test is just burning straight at them, trying to get locks because they're all damped down. Interestingly enough, the healers are damped down for Test Alliance, and the healers don't need a lock, so maybe Pasta is playing some weird mind games here, but it looks like Pasta are going to go for, the Scimitar of Samatra is going to be their primary target, and he is taking...
Meanwhile, on the other side, Pasta's Scimitar of Cap Q is taking damage. He's already at half shields.
Oh, wow. Those healer drones are tearing him apart.
That is not going to be a good trade. Cap Q, you need to burn. You need to burn quickly. He's dropping into low shields. I haven't seen any shield boosts off of him yet.
Oh, he's outrunning his own shield maintenance bots. This could be real bad,
this
boys.
This is not good. He's slowed down, but he's already out of shields. It's going to take 2 Gila volleys, and he's out.
What a great trade for Test Alliance if they can pull this off. Armor gone, and he just gone.
Yeah, that's the power of Gilas, though. I mean, time and time again, we've seen Gilas used really aggressively sent... Oh, man, the Sleipnir of Sumatra. Moment of silence.
He's tanking a little bit. He's tanking much better than Scimitar was. But
he is actually boosting. Yeah, I mean, but even so, even if they had gone down at the same time, it's still a good trade. But what Test has to do now is they have to keep their damage rolling. They have got to take out either a Gila or a Sleipnir very, very quickly.
And they are taking out both, it appears.
Yeah, they are doing really well on this. Adriana is going down. He's already in low shields in the Sleipnir. He's picking up a little bit of speed, but not enough to outrun Gila
Without
drones.
a Scimitar, man, Pasta are just losing ships all over the place here. Now, Pasta made the right decision. They are going for Test Scimitar. They've got him tackled, and he's going down just as fast.
Yeah, and meanwhile, was that a boundary violation of Killer? A Heretic just got erased off the Pasta side. I'm not sure if that was a boundary violation or not.
That was not a boundary violation.
The Scimitar
that I could see.
on the Test side is taking a lot of damage, but these Heretics are still fighting the Worms. So, as opposed to going in for the kill on the Scimitar, the support fight is still sort of separate.
Wow, Dante in the Test Scimitar is just doing some stellar moves. He's managed to stabilize.
Yeah.
He's doing okay. Sadly, Test are having a very hard time applying their damage. And I want to point out one really neat thing that Pasta did is they swapped all of their dams onto the Test Scimitar when they were shooting the Sleipnir, forcing the Scimitar to come in and getting a pretty neat little gimmick going on there.
Yeah, and the Worm of Digital Karen almost went down, but he did catch reps, so nice work by that Simi. And now he's redamped, and the Simi is again taking huge damage. I don't think he's
tackled now, though, so there's no way he's going to survive.
Well, he's webbed. He's webbed. He's still moving a little bit, but definitely not enough to outrun
he's
the
gone.
damage
So
down.
after about 4 minutes of fighting, we're almost even. Test, I think, have a little bit of an advantage here. They've got Angel Wolf pretty well tackled, and he's going to go down. And just can Test apply the rest of their damage. Look at that huge attack bar. They've got nothing for control, but man.
Yeah, and where was all of their damage while their Scimitar was dying? I mean, those Gilas in the meantime should have taken down either at least one Pasta Gila or even the Sleipnir of Lork Van Ray.
Test managed to catch out, warp out Pasta Syndicate Gila, but he actually broke the tackle. Good job. Good piloting.
Yeah, there's a Merlin of Laco going down. It's so weird to me that this support fight is still happening like it is, especially since the primaries aren't dying. These Worms have a much easier time of projecting their damage.
Well, right now, the Worms, their goal is just kind of live and apply their damage. As you say, they can apply their damage from a long way. Warp Out is now taking... Oh, he is gone.
Yep.
Test are back into the driver's seat here. Faith, the Test Sleipnir, is tanking fairly well. He's going to run out of ASB cycles soon, and all of the Pasta team seems to be on him.
Yeah, he's neuted. He must be really neuted because
wow,
he's going
look how
60
fast
MS.
that healer just went down. He melted.
Yeah. Well, he should. I mean, 3 healers should kill 1 healer fairly quickly.
Yep, Tess now taking a commanding lead here. There are just the 2 heretics left and some worms for Test Alliance. Yeah, they're cruising. No control bar, no problem.
So
bucking the trend here.
Where is the healer damage for Test?
It's currently chasing frigates.
Great. Good investment.
Yeah.
So they killed the scimitar on the Pasta side really early, which I think was great.
That was a great tactical decision. I think that it was, since these matches were so similar, or these things were so similar, the setups, it was all decision making, all flying, and Tess clearly had a better in both, I'd say.
Yeah. No, and I, to the point of the heretics versus the worms, the worms are more often used against the primary, whereas heretics are more used to kill frigates. So the fact that these worms weren't dying on the Test side says that those heretics didn't really work how they wanted them to.
Well, the worms are super tanky, and these heretics were clearly packing some ECM in there, clearly damps.
Target painters is,
probably just damps.
They had target painters.
Okay, they might have had target painters.
They definitely did have target painters.
I'm sure they all had target painters, and they didn't have
I'm not
dams.
saying all of them. I'm saying maybe some of them had target painters.
I mean, maybe.
All
Crazier
right.
things have happened.
Little contention in the commentator booth as the Sleipnir of Lork von Ray is going a little bit low. But again, I mean, just the number 1 rule, always apply damage. It seems like Tess did that early, and they sort of left a gap between the scimitar going down and killing that first healer. It seemed like that was a really long window. So maybe they were going for the heretics, but I don't know. That was strange.
Yep, it looks like the Sleipnir of Lork for Pasta is trying to make his way either out of the arena or he's just kiting really,
Zoom
really
in
well.
on this target painter. See where this target painter is coming from.
Do I have to?
Yeah, we've got time. Let's do it.
All right, he's going to try and make it for the boundary.
Okay, but look, what is that coming off of?
That is a heretic. Okay.
I'm sorry.
But, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you want the rest of it.
Yeah, no, you're Gucci.
I think I've done my commentator work for the day.
So Gucci. Okay, let's see. Still in cleanup mode. I mean, it looks pretty close here, but it's really not close at all.
No, and again,
Lord Von Ray he's kind of making it out there. Maybe he's just want to brawl these.
I don't understand what the Gilas are doing.
Maybe they're looting. Test love looting. Oh, Faith just boundary violated.
As you do.
That is an odd decision to make when your tournament life is hanging in the balance.
I feel like it's more of a stylistic choice than a mistake.
It was. I don't know. This is Test Alliance we're talking about.
No,
it could be either
that's what
one.
I mean. It's the signature on a victory. This Sleipnir should just be melting.
Oh, so apparently, Lork Von Ray, he was baiting at the edge of glory, and he just juked, and Faith in the test Sleipnir just went zoom, zoom, zoom right out of the arena.
Do you think
so he got hashtag baited super, super hard.
Hashtag
He's still dying, though. I mean...
Could we...
that is still mad swagger points for him, though.
Can you ask in local...
Lork Von Ray,
what?
You're a player.
Can you ask in local if we can get his autograph after the thing, then?
I don't think they let us type in local. But if they did, I would want that guy's autograph.
Okay, but he is
dying.
That
was a cool
he
move.
is dying like he should have died 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, Tess taking their sweet, sweet time.
Well, I mean, they got to make sure they don't get baited out of the arena again.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen given that the healers are moving at 200 MS, most of them. So.
Well, one's going really fast, but he's super damped. But, just cleanup time for now. That was quite a funny moment. Thank you, Test Alliance. You always do this. This is why we love you.
No.
You don't love tests?
No, I didn't say that. Maybe that's not why.
Wow, because that was pretty rude. I mean, I don't know if you want to offend.
Come on. Bacchanalian was calling him out on the desk.
They're a pretty big alliance.
Maybe
man.
I like them. Maybe I love them for a different reason.
Their CEO is Durher. He's a good man.
Yeah, I know. I think Rise had a conversation with
him. He
them.
did during the commentator stream yesterday.
There's a bit of a USA chant.
Message CCP Rise with the phrase USA, USA, USA until Rise just closed the comment.
At which point he said number 1.
Yeah.
So, two
So
Merlins.
Tests are currently just looting the field now.
Yeah. Are they fancy drones?
Nope. They are actually, there's some Tech 1 drones on the field.
Okay, so was all of the drone bandwidth not from the healers? Was that used up with rep bots?
Many of the Merlins and stuff had rep bots.
Oh, how do I get into Pandemic Legion?
I don't know. We're like an elite tier alliance.
Oh,
elite
yeah.
tier alliance. But they were Tech 1 rep drops. Look at all those Tech 1 rep bots. Tests are going to have their field day with Tech 1 rep drop.
I'm having my field day. That was a great match.
That was fantastic. Thank you,
Lord
Test Alliance.
Almighty.
You win, you advance. Pasta Syndicate, you're eliminated, and we are now going to send it back to you in the studio.
Merlin drove OP.
I was right.
Little bees, little bees, little bees, little bees. Wait for instructions, little bees.
Come on, guys. Own with me, friends. Own with me. No fear, Luke. No fear, no fear, no fear. I don't believe in reloads. No reloading. Logistics, you are. Bonga! Scrams, dude. Scrams. All the things. Scram them. Some of you dudes being horrifically outpaced by this time. I'm just saying. That was epic.
The Ronin.
I mean, the Ronin have crazy tournament pedigree.
Fun. There you go. Nice.
Good work. Good work, Tess. You did it.
That was an amazing match in so many ways.
Finally, I get to say my pun that I've used, even though I shouldn't have. Pasta is now al dente.
Oh, that's
there you
horrible.
go.
Yeah,
That's really
It
terrible.
was a
Pasta
very-
has been sauced? Come on. Or something.
Don't you come to my show and one-up me.
Antiquarian. Gargan's been working on this for like 3 weeks.
Right.
All right,
And you
then.
show up and you beat him in puns. Right.
All right, let's see. This was a very interesting match in many ways.
Yes. So the pasta Sleipnirs were artillery Sleipnirs, which, I mean, that's something that we've seen Hydra and Camel use very effectively, but it obviously meant that their overall DPS was a lot lower. So the test team just kind of brought max DPS and were able to eventually get those kills faster, especially the kill on the Scimitar. My favorite part of the whole match, though, was I think I've never seen something as big as a Sleipnir getting killed by an Edge of Glory bait. That was amazing. We actually saw the past the Sleipnir, he got himself out to like 124 and then just sat there. And then he knew that the test Sleipnir was going to charge at him, and he just moved out of the way, and the test guy just went out. It was so great.
Yeah, I don't think there's another alliance in this tournament that manages to win, but still look a little sloppy doing it.
I mean, there's PL.
There is PL.
Yeah.
So this is now a competition between PL and Test as who can
boundary violate the most significant
who
thing.
can win less.
So I learned a few things during that match. I learned that 3 Helas beats 1 Hela.
That's a very important point.
Merlin drones are totally OP, and that Sir Squeebles and Elise Randolph living together for a week and a half have turned into an old married couple.
They're there for color commentary, that's for sure.
So I got a question. The control bar there that's happening. So Test comes in with nothing. Is that common? Are we going to see more of that?
Seeing it at 0 is pretty uncommon. In this case, actually, it appears that there's an issue with the control bar that's not showing scramblers, which it should. Though they're not worth a ton of points in that control thing. So it should have been actually just a pretty small control bar rather than 0. Usually, we'll see teams bringing dampeners or ECM or tracking disruptors or newts or target painters, and those all feed into that bar. So having none of those, like just having scrams, definitely made Test setup pretty unique in that way. They went with the full kind of hammer rather than any finesse.
I mean, you can see that reflected a little bit in the other 2 bars, right? The attack bar was much larger for Test, as was the defense bar, which means the mid slots that may have been used for E-War on the Pasta team were being used, for tank on the Test side. So they went traditional kind of tank and spank, and the Pasta tried a little bit more finesse in the artillery setup and wound up, just not having the same, success.
We can conclude from all this that it's not the size of the bar, it's how you use it. And with that, we say goodbye to Pasta Syndicate and Test Alliance. Move on to face Hydra at 440.
And I'm sure they're really looking forward to that match, and
I
not
am.
nervous at all.
They are going to prove me right because I have them circled there too, but more on that a little later. So next match is going to be Shadow Cartel versus the Afterlife. Shadow Cartel have banned the Proteus and the Loki, while the Afterlife team have banned the Tengu and the Molus.
Proteus and Loki.
That's
the first time we've seen that ban.
Interesting.
Well, because the Tengu was banned by the other side. Tengu was banned by
the
Afterlife. So that means they probably banned the Loki after the Tengu ban was already there. So they've got everything except for Legion, which is, I think, the only one we haven't seen people use in a Tinker setup so far. But it can work in the armor setups. Those are all off the table other than the Legion. So we're much less likely to see a Tinker. Afterlife has shown some pretty strong Tinker teams, including the one that they almost beat PL with. And the Mollusk ban is kind of almost a no-brainer at this point in a lot of ways. If you're not going to bring them yourself, you really should ban them out.
Yeah, that was something odd actually about the first two matches. They weren't banned and they weren't brought. And I was, we did see Damps in the second one, but it was interesting to me. If I'm not mistaken, both these teams, the only losses have come to Pandemic Legion, is that right? And they were both very close matches. So
incredibly close, yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting match, really good match. I think neither of these teams, drew particularly lucky straws when they got dumped into the elimination bracket. They probably could have gone pretty far in the winners bracket if not for meeting PL. So I'm really excited. I'm actually thinking Shadow Cartel have the upper hand, though. I think their performance has been just a little bit sharper than Afterlife through this. So
yeah, I also have Shadow Cartel circled, but it could go either way. Both of these teams came within like a hair's breadth of knocking off the defending champions, knocking them down to the losers bracket, and they're both really, really strong this year.
I am going with Shadow Cartel for this match too. What do you think?
I am bucking this trend. I'm going to say Afterlife. That's the other match that I saw yesterday. That's not yesterday. Last week.
It's also curious that we all circled Test Alliance for the last match, and they still won. So I believe that my predictions of this just being incompetence rather than some supernatural curse is true.
Yeah, or Test just broke the curse. They're the only people with magic stronger than TNT's voodoo.
Right. All right. I want to ask Antiquarian another question about the Trilanta life. So the frequent releases that we turned to recently, how do they sort of affect your workflow now?
They've been really beneficial, actually, from our end. Usually we're holding quite a long queue of tasks that we want to complete, things that we want to introduce into the game, and things that we want the players to have access to. And in the previous cadence, we were sort of like just building up a whole big mass of new material that was finished, completely done, but couldn't show people. So if someone made a request, hey, can we have this? You kind of had to play that closer to your vest. Now we can crank out things on a slightly more accelerated pace. As soon as an artist is done with something, or as soon as a concept has been completed, we can get it immediately into the pipeline and announce it to the players. And also for defect fixes, occasionally you get into sort of a gray area, sort of in between releases, where you could force through the fix and then everyone has to update, or you could hold on to it for the release and then throw it in with whatever else you're fixing there. And sometimes it's nice to have a faster release cadence so that you can just fix everything, or constantly have things in a state where they're about to be fixed, where that is about to show up in client.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, we're talking about that we changed the way we release stuff for EVE Online, where it goes on a 6-week sort of cycle. So every 6 weeks there'll be a big release.
Yep.
Going down from the 2 per year
to 10 now. Yeah. So approximately every 6 weeks. It's been working out really well in a lot of ways. We've had, I guess, the first releases that completely used the new cycle were Creus and Hyperion. The Chronos was kind of the first of them, but it was in a lot of ways more like the old ones. I've been from our end too in like as a game designer on Team 5.0. It's been a really effective, helpful thing for us too.
Well, I think it's been good actually for interaction between our teams, because we're obviously generating all of the visuals for your guys' concepts, and you being able to drop out or to pull into a release just on the fly, month to month, making decisions on how development is going. It makes it a little bit better for us to respond. At least that's how I interpret it. Not speaking for everyone.
So what do we have to do to get you to put the flashing red and blue lights on the police pursuit comet only when you activate a scram on someone? You're pulling them over.
I will talk to my people as soon as I can.
Then we got to get the sound department to add sirens to it. It's perfect.
I will talk to their people, and I will mention that you were in on that, because that's gonna make a difference.
That would make it amazing. We already do, police pursuit comet fleets. So every time you get a scram on somebody, a little whoop whoop, and it pulls them over.
Yeah, I want to introduce the white comet. So the white comet can go ahead first, and then when we've got a fleet of police pursuit comets chasing it across space, I think that is what's really going to sell the concept.
This should be the Bronco comet skin. Oh, is that an OJ joke? Maybe, I don't know.
There we go.
Moving on. Thank you, Bacchanalian. Somebody had to do that. If we go right back to the match that's coming up, Shadow Cartel versus the Afterlife dot. I forgot about the dot. Forget the dot.
Very important.
Very important.
Is it dot? Is it period? Is it full stop?
Yep. So it's dot.
We should say full stop every time.
The Afterlife full stop.
Afterlife full stop.
The Afterlife full stop.
You have to do it with Revolution as well. R full stop. E full stop.
Sorry guys, but I'm rather glad you're no longer in the tournament. Revolution, proving that dots do not provide power. But
Pac-Man disagrees.
Yes.
So far the only team with dots in their name today has lost, MIF. So maybe that'll start a trend too. We can watch for that.
Then the match after this one, we've got teams that both have dots on the end.
Oof. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, they're going to equal each other out.
This is high quality science that we go through to try and predict the winner in these matches. We saw Shadow Cartel almost take out Pandemic Legion.
Yes.
A lot of people would say that there was no almost, there was no danger. It was just toying with your meal, so to speak.
It was Shadow Cartel? No, that was pretty obvious, I think, that they couldn't beat. It was, and I know the mistake, too. It was a Heretic pilot that hit the approach button on a micro jump unit. And it just meant that he wanted to get close to it. He was coming from the direction he wanted to jump in. And he hit approach. And then once he got within range, he activated it. But the speed at which he right-clicked on it to activate meant that he had already swung past it. And his ship started to turn back towards it. And so he was facing the wrong way when he jumped out. And you could see it in the replay, kind of exactly what happened with him. And it's just the approach button, that's what killed him. And if that hadn't happened, then Shadow Cartel would have won.
Manual piloting saves lives.
Imagine that. That is something to swing a match if I've ever heard of something.
Yeah.
The Afterlife, on the other hand.
Yeah, so that was the Tinker that had some bumps going with it. So it was Afterlife brought a very effective shield Tinker. PL came and tried to start bumping him away. That put the logistics ship for Afterlife under a bit of cap pressure, but probably not desperate yet. But then he made the mistake of letting his ASB reload. So instead of continuing it running, he had it set to auto reload. So once he stopped it, so that he could save some cap, that started the reload cycle, and he fell apart.
And these teams are both teams that fell to Pandemic Legion.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we should find a name for that sort of match, but I guess these are PL's victims, so to speak.
Yeah, they are definitely, I think, teams that were not happy to come up against in the losers bracket. They've been very strong coming in through this. They've been showing very strong performances. Both of them, talking to Elise, we've basically found out that they're both teams that as well PL came in expecting really, really tough fights from. PL was very worried about both of them and just kind of scraped by.
Rightfully so, because they've both made it into the final weekend, and that's nothing to be ashamed of.
And I mean, Shadow Cartel hasn't had an easy path through. Looking at it, have RVB, Waffles, Fearless, and Noir, all the 4 matches they've won. And for that matter, Afterlife had to get past CVA, Coven, Scumdot, and Godfathers. A couple of those are also respectable teams. So, you're talking about neither of these guys have had an easy run of it, and they're definitely getting the full run through the losers bracket here because of it.
Well, like we said, they have made it to the final weekend. We talked a little bit before about the prizes that we're giving out in the form of rattlesnake skins for every win. We also have Plex prizes. So everyone that made it to the top 32, so that made it into the kind of last half of the tournament, they got at least 5 Plex. So 32 to 17. Everyone in the top 16 gets 15 Plex. And everyone who's active today counts among that. So that includes the MIF and past the guys who were knocked out, but they are going to be getting a prize of 15 Plex, as well as the rattlesnake skins, as well as the medals for every member of their alliance. So they're going home not empty-handed at all. And every single one of these teams today that you'll be seeing all have won at least 15 Plex. And some of them are getting very, very close to getting the tournament prize ships.
Yeah, that is the low-hanging fruit, so to say, except low hanging.
It's not exactly low hanging.
It looks easy. It looks easy on paper, but
ships,
no, you can't say that.
Yeah, Antiquarian, have you been involved at all with the making the skins for the tournament prize ships that we put together a couple of releases ago?
I had a go at them earlier this week, but it wasn't involved in QAing. If there are any problems, it's nothing to do with me.
Oh, they look awesome. One of the things I love about them is they've got one of the most Guristas thing ever. These are Guristas prize ships. The Guristas are known for loving to throw their superiority in other people's faces. And it's a big Guristas bunny with the XII, the 12 logo, embedded right into it.
I think the artists working on them had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Certainly seemed happier to do that than to respond to any of my emails.
It's common practice not to respond to emails.
Yeah.
That's
one of the first things I did when I saw that was I called up CCP Falcon, who's another Guristas enthusiast, and brought him up and to see it because I knew he would really enjoy it. And yeah, it's one of my favorite kind of decals we've ever put on any ship. I really like it. Yeah.
So we are experiencing slight delays with the next match, unfortunately, but we'll get back on track as soon as possible.
Well, in the meantime, maybe this means more time with Antiquarian here.
Yeah.
What would you say is the...
Lovely!
Yeah.
Welcome to the chopping block.
What would you say is the favorite ship you've, visually, that you've worked on since you started here? Or any that stand out, that you really appreciate being part of?
I am again, like I mentioned before, a big fan of the sisters ships. That they were unique to me. But some of the earlier stuff that I did was working when we were introducing linear lighting. So we actually went through all of the ships, which as a player I had never done. My character is fairly limited in what he's capable of flying. But so being able to work on everything or having a chance to look at all of the ships that were available in game was amazing. And it's hard for me, especially when I work with the artists, to pick any of them and say like, oh, this is my baby, or this is the one that I like the most. It's hard. Not impossible. I spent a lot of time looking at the Oracle, a lot of time. I still spend a lot of time looking at the Oracle.
I can't wait till we start releasing skins for the Oracle, because some of them look so good.
I am sure that the correct people will respond to that at an appropriate time.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how that's going to work.
This is what we call putting somebody on the spot.
Yay! In the coming release, we've got the Space Object Factory going out, which is a new way that we're loading the ships into the game graphically, and that's making a lot of steps towards people here and people who are interested having the option of using, much like the blueprints that we released last time, more customizable ship appearance.
Yes.
It's not quite at the level that we've been requested just yet.
Yep. Baby steps.
The Hello Kitty ship
Right.
is not coming in.
Not going to happen.
Sorry.
My daughters will be sad to hear that.
But we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there bit by bit.
So if I, for instance, we were talking earlier, I really love the Damnation, and the Curse is actually my favorite ship as well. So if I wanted that kind of color scheme on, say, an Abaddon, is that something down the road at some point maybe coming? If I wanted to make a black Abaddon or a black Armageddon or whatever,
I couldn't say that it's necessarily coming. I would say that we've seen we've seen ships done that way in our system, where we've just taken the Con Ed color scheme and we've applied it down to ships where you wouldn't normally see it. I've seen a Serum Oracle, which again. Hard to pick a favorite, not impossible.
Actually, we can give a bit of a shout out to the website Calorie Prime Pony Club, which is a completely third-party website. It's run by a guy who used to be on the CSM, as a long-time member of the EVE community, who does his own kind of versions using some of the information that we make public, and then his own code. He applies skins to different ships, and you can view it in a 3D viewer on that website.
It's really actually quite tremendous.
Yeah, it is amazing. And so that gives you kind of a hint of what some of these ships could look like, and it's a great website to browse through. He does a really amazing job with it, and he loves to make really pretty pictures and put them on Twitter with it.
Oh, that's most important of all.
Yes, it is the most important. Yeah.
But yeah, so this is all. The skins are all sort of the first stepping stones in a direction.
Yes, I'll say yes. Let's try yes.
So yeah, no, this is all that I wanted to say. So this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
We have time. We have time.
We have another 10 years to work on. Hopefully, Eve is infinitely complex with infinite directions, and we're always at the very beginning.
Yep. Very wise.
Very deep way to put it.
Very deep. Wow. So the reason we're having this delay is that we have had difficulties getting the last pilot out of the system, out of the last match for some reason, and our wizards are on it. No worries.
Can just make him log off.
It was a little bit.
Don't log back into Eve.
I'm told it was a little bit more complex than that, but we'll just keep going.
Did he try to pull a Gobbins? Is this what happened?
Try to warp off to a gate?
There aren't any gates, actually. Oh,
yes,
there
are. There are gates, but if you try to jump through them, we do what we did to Gobbins, and we ban you from the tournament. So for a year, he got to come back.
Who was it who did that in SCL? Somebody did that. We did SCL in PE1.
Yeah, but
somebody
that was on
away.
Sissy, though,
It was
too.
on Sissy, but somebody started running.
It was one of the commentators, I think.
Yeah, it was somebody who started running.
I moved him back into the spot, and then I took away all of his speed, so he couldn't move.
But if we go real quick, now that we have some time with you guys, if we go real quick over the schedule that's coming today, we'll be going through the losers bracket for the first 8 matches of the day. The only sort of decided ones still are the next 4 we have. So because we have Shadow Cartel versus the Afterlife next, and then we have Outbreak versus Triumvirate.
Oh, that's going to be a great match.
Ronin took out MIF, so they go up against Road Capel, which is going to be a match you'll really be excited about.
It's either going to be amazing or tragic. I don't know which. I've seen some of the stuff that Road's been kicking around this weekend or this week, and some of it is. Let's just say if they bring it, it's going to be amazing to watch. I don't know. I don't know how serious they were with it. They don't keep me at that level of secrecy or whatever. But either way, it's going to be a really good match. I think Road have a lot of good setups prepared. Ronin are obviously a very strong team, and Road are really eager to kind of take the next step up into the tiers of teams. They feel like we're always kind of maybe not in the top 8 or so. We want to be there. We feel like we should be there. So to break out of that top 16 into that kind of top 8 would really be a coup for Road Capel, and I think they really want to do it this year. So
the matches coming up after that are no small matches either. We have the previous winner of the previous match, I should say, Test Alliance versus Hydra Reloaded. That's going to be an interesting...
Yeah. It'll be great to see how Hydra has reacted to getting bumped down into the losers bracket. This is obviously means that today is much higher pressure for them than they'd hoped it would be. And we'll see what they bring out in response to that. Are they going to bring out something completely new and awesome that no one has seen yet? Because at this point they're up against the wall, and that is going to be where we're going to see Hydra at its best.
Well, and they have a couple matches to get through. If they win the test match, they would go on the winner of Road Capel and Ronin. And after that, it would be whoever comes out of the other side of the bracket in the elimination bracket, which could be Exodus, TNT, or some matches we haven't seen. Shadow Cartel, Afterlife, exactly. There's a lot of really good teams. So they're going to have to get through, 4 more matches to get to the final.
Yeah, so for them, they would face the winner of Road Capel Ronin if they beat Test. And then after that, they'd face the loser of the Tusker's Camel.
There you go. Okay.
So, and then after that, they'd face the other side of the bracket.
And interesting, Camel, I think, was one of their practice partners.
Yep.
So it's always interesting to see that happen. But it'll be interesting. We were talking earlier about wondering how many setups Hydra has, and were they ready to show them? I think last tournament they kind of brought mostly the same setup until pretty late in the tournament, just to hide their their secrets. And this time around they tried to do it again, and it bit them. And now they're faced with a choice. Do they have enough setups to show some new ones now, or are they going to try to ride that same setup all the way through?
So the important part to remember is that the teams that are fighting now before the break, they all have potentially 3 matches today. So if Test go through Hydra, which I'm betting on, because I am going a phrase that is not worthy of repeating, it's not PG-13. They've gone through Pasta. They'll come up against Hydra Reloaded, and then the winner of that match, like you guys said, will go up against the loser of the Tuskers versus Camel.
Yes.
So that's 3 matches just today.
Yeah. So the people in the first half can face up to 3 matches. So the people in the first kind of quarter, they can also face as few as 1 match in the entire rest of their tournament, because they are up against the wall here. These teams all cannot lose another match at all. When you see right after the break, when we do Tusker's Camel and PL Nully, those guys who lose their series are actually still in the tournament. They just get knocked down to the elimination bracket.
But those guys could even fly up to 3 matches because those are best of 3 series. So that's hard fought. And I guess neither of those. Yeah, no. And so the loser of those could then go on to another match. So they can actually fight 4 matches.
They can fight 4 matches today. Yeah,
that's insane. And all in the second half of the day. So you want to talk about, you don't want to be on the losing end of a best of 3 in the winners bracket because you're going to wind up playing a 4th match. You're going to be just destroyed by the end of that. Yeah.
So it's this. There's the hanging fruit that they get, rattlesnake skins. I mean, that's something. But while we wait for the delay to clear up, we're going to go to an interview we did with Monkeys with Guns, where we I talked to the team captain to sort of get his feel for how the Alliance tournament has been going for him. They're out, of course, unfortunately, but still, let's see what he had to say. Here I have the Monkeys with Guns alleged ghost. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about the experience you've had with the Alliance Tournament 12 so far.
Well, I mean, it was exciting to say the least. It's our first time, my first time, so particularly being in the Alliance Tournament, and most of my pilots' first times as well as being there. Being team captain was certainly an experience, for want of better words. I don't think I'll be doing that next year if we decide to go in, but I'll certainly be on the roster.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed it. It was fun. Certainly something different to EVE, other than the normal grind from Faction War. But
yeah, you guys come from Galente Factional Warfare, right?
Yes, we do. It's the Galente Blaster Brawl we did for our first run.
It made a lot of people very happy.
I'm glad. I particularly note Sir Squeebles.
Yeah. Yeah.
He enjoyed it.
So what would you say were the high points of your run?
Probably the first. I mean, although we won the second match, that was definitely my team's high point, I think. But the first match was definitely mine. It was despite there being some technical delays on both sides, on both teams. It was just that kind of weight in the Alliance Tournament solar system, where we were just all shouting local and having good fun, and it was like it was our first fight. We didn't have a clue what was going on. We were in local, and it was like my whole team was on TeamSpeak, absolutely bricking themselves. No idea what was coming. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, we're going to be sitting here for, I think it was like delayed by like an hour.
Yeah.
So by the end of it was just like, just get it over, just shoot us, man, come on. But yeah, it was definitely one of the high points. The other high point was definitely winning.
Yeah.
That was certainly, I was very happy about that, obviously.
The fact that you guys are new, do you have any sort of tips to share with other new alliances that might want to come into the Alliance Tournament, or any tournament for that matter?
Just go for it, man. Honestly, that's what we did. We just went kind of guns blazing. Our first match was it was pre-planned what our composition was going to be, so we knew exactly what we were doing from day one. For day 2 onwards, we pretty much tried to copy everyone else's composition who would won. Even though that particular fit we used was a copy of the one against PL, and PL beat it. But we had a strong feeling our opponents wouldn't be as strong as PL's bumping technique.
Yeah.
So
what did you think of the metas that sort of arose during the weekend?
I was honestly disappointed with the amount of drone metas. I mean, I was expecting it to all be like everything would have Ishtars or Eagles, or not Eagles, Helas and stuff. But I was more so interested in the kind of like long range setups. My original team kind of setup would have been a field of 3 Cerberus and 3 Rail Nagas, and then 2 Sniper Corps. I can't remember the rest of it. But it was just very long range, kind of mediocre alpha and relatively low DPS, but just to kind of chew away at people. But then I realized everyone's going to be going like rattlesnakes and stuff, and they're just going to have a massive kinetic thermic tank, and there's no point in doing anything like that.
Yeah.
It was a lot of drone setups. Although drones can be classed as snipers as well, I suppose, with the Ishtars and stuff. But I would have preferred more kind of gunships rather than the drone ships.
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus, that watching drones isn't that fun. But yeah. I think it'll grow on people.
Yeah. I really like the 3 Maelstrom setup. I really wanted to field that myself at one point. Yeah. Like if we got later into the tournament, which we didn't.
Next time.
Next time, yep, definitely going to be our first fight.
But do you have any final thoughts? Like anything you want to share with the people?
Yeah, just, well, first off, try and join my alliance. That's going to get cut out. No, if you're in an alliance, definitely try and get into AT. I mean, it only got, like, we were in the original 63 or 62 who applied.
Yeah.
So there was 2 open slots or something, but I can't remember the exact number. So all we had to pay was the 5 plex to get in, and man, we had a hell of a lot of fun doing it. I would certainly recommend people just throwing their name in. You know, if you don't get in, you don't get in. If you do, you're going to have some fun. You know, get your name out there, say hello to people, do interviews with CCP.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. It's always very fascinating to see the people behind the characters and to realize the logistics that go into running a tournament. Bacchanalian, you have been in a few of these before.
Quite a few, and I've captained a couple and kind of co-captained a couple, and it's really, it was just before the tournament schedule got like it is now, where you can flying 3-4 matches a day. You know, at that point it was 1 a day. And even with that, the time, it's actually a story I like to tell is we always manage to draw the short straw with the really early matches, which for some people in Europe or you know, on the Russian side, that's a good thing. But for those of us in the U.S., especially the western side of the U.S., some of those matches are atrociously early, especially when we require our pilots there 2 hours early. And we actually had a guy fall asleep in the middle of a match once and lose his ship as a result. Cost us enough points that we didn't advance. This was back when there was a group stage you had to advance out of, and we didn't advance by like less points than we would have gotten if he didn't die.
I imagine that's a nice inside joke in your.
He has the title Baggio. For anyone who watched it was the '94 World Cup where Reto Baggio could win with a penalty kick, and he kicked it like 10 feet over the goal, and so that's what he called himself that, and we just put it as corp title. And to this day, we give him crap about it.
That's good.
Yeah.
Fozzie, you were also quite heavily involved in Alliance Tournament logistics before you joined CCP, right?
Yep, yeah. I was involved with the PL team for a couple of years, and I didn't do as much of the logistics side of things. There was people that did a really great job of collecting everything together and having everything in the stations. I was more involved with the theory crafting side, so like coming up with the setups and testing them and all that. And intelligence gathering and that side of things.
Yeah, a side dabble in spying. That's
a little
I
bit,
like it.
Yeah.
It's sort of a side career.
It eventually resulted in now we have secure tournament systems to practice in, which is good.
Yep.
Drove us nuts that year. You were the one, I think, following us around when I was 88 or 9, where you were just following our team everywhere. We wound up canceling so many practices because we couldn't figure out how to get away from you.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Those are the best ones when people would like yell at you in local and then log off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Smug nod.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get the filtering system on smug.
I learned so many insults in so many different languages that year. It was great. And feeding stuff into Google Translate, it's mistranslating, but it mistranslates it in the best ways.
I can
Always
remember that.
learning something new.
In Syndicate for a while, we had some Russians that lived like 2 doors over, and there's time zones they would just be getting up in the morning when we were going to bed, so we'd always wind up kind of fighting with them. And there was some interesting back and forths with Google Translate and local for sure, and just, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. So to fill you guys in on the delay that we're experiencing, one of the people from Test Alliance is having trouble being transferred out of the tournament system for some reason. Maybe he really likes it there. We have our foremost code wizards working on it to get it fixed as soon as possible, and in the meantime we'll just try to make it not too awkward. It shouldn't be too hard.
It was going to be fine until you said that, and now
now you just. It's okay.
No, it's I mean, from the sounds of it, he's probably possessed by some form of demon.
Probably.
And so we just need, if anyone knows a old priest and a young priest, we'll get it handled just fine.
Well, we talked, a little bit earlier during the interview about we tested. This is the worst bug we could have possibly run into.
Yeah.
Elise, Apothny, Sir Squeebles, and I, the first it's Friday, the first full day we were here, came in to just kind of test the tournament tool for these guys and get a feel for it. And countdown went. Countdown 3, 2, 1, 0, and all of us spontaneously exploded. Mm-hmm. I guess the boundary had somehow relocated itself, so even though we were all at 0 on the beacon, we were all out of bounds and instantly just vanished.
We were very happy that day that we actually did some QA.
Right. You call me, this guy wouldn't be stuck in system. Should have got me down here. That's how it works.
On that note, we want to show you sort of what the Alliance Tournament is all about with a music video.
Uh-oh.
It's been a long time, my friend, a long time. Yet it seems to have gone by in just a flash. A lot of you shooting me, a lot of me shooting you, and Concord kicking everybody's ass. We have ignited violence on a massive scale. Scramble those who try to walk away. Nothing says I love you like a kill mail. So don't be surprised if I send you one today. Killing is just a means of communication. Killing is just a means of communication. Some say it's more the trip than the destination. Killing is just a friendship grows from seed into a flower, blossoms in the starlit wonderland. We're doomed to fight for resources and power. So if I shoot you in the face, I'm sure you'll understand. For 10 years now we've sat and watched explosions, dancing to the rhythm of our hearts. Killing and dying still stirs up emotions. New Eden is a world where dying is enough. Killing is just a means of communication. Killing is just a means of communication. Some say it's more the trip than the destination. Killing is just a means. Some say it's more the trip than the destination. Hey girl, come fly with us, that's an invitation. Don't be afraid of a little death and exploitation.
Killing, it's just a means of communication.
So,
Hey, we're back.
and we're back.
Here we are.
I guess that the communication they're trying to get across here is, I want to win. That would be my guess.
That's a good way to communicate that is by killing.
Yes. Yeah. Especially if you're in a tournament, where it's involves blowing up your opponent. But that song always inspires great things in me. I just want to whelp a gate camp somewhere. in the only named system in Syndicate, for instance.
Yeah, we did some of that last night with the commentator room. We definitely went through Poitot and had some fun.
We had some excellent times on that. I managed to lose a Orthrus, thankfully a very cheaply fit Orthrus.
Unlike the rest of it. That's the nice thing about flying with CCPers. You can fit really expensively, because I think all the rest of us were super expensive Orthrus. Like, I think mine's like 4 billion or something stupid, and just no one shot at me once because I got too close. But
we are still experiencing a delay with a pilot being stuck in system still, and some other problems that we're trying to fix. And in the meantime, we'll just try to talk a little bit about what's coming up in the day. So we haven't still touched on the winners bracket semi-final, which is happening after the break. What that means is after the break we take for feeding and other stuff, like putting more powder on our faces and refilling my mug, we go to the a best out of 3 match between the Tuskers Co. versus the Camel Empire and Pandemic Legion versus Nulli Secunda. These best out of 3 matches are interweaved in such a way that while one team is while the pairing in one match is trying to get their heads around what happened and planning for the next match, we have the other going on as we do that. Both these matches can potentially go up to 3, as happens in best out of 3s. Who would have thought? But it also potentially might mean that we'll see a landslide victory. And
with these ones, though, I think it's very possible. I actually, in my predictions, I've circled them all both series going to 3 in this.
I've actually done that too, because I think there might be. I'm going to assume that there's going to be a little bit of underestimation going on for the first match, and then when teams realize things are kind of real, they need to bring their real stuff.
I mean, the Tuskers have lost some ships, so I'm not sure whether Camel's going to appreciate whether they might be a good team or not. And so we'll have to keep an eye on that, whether they really underestimate them or they come in with one of their best things. Camel's been running kind of in the same way that Hydra was, a very similar set of setups. They've been relying very heavily on damps for pretty much all of their matches. And so if Tuskers can come up with either a good counter to that or can manage to beat whatever Camel switches it up to, then we could see some very, very good fights.
You know, something I mentioned earlier, they'd done some practicing with Hydra. It's almost a dangerous thing to do if you're not practicing with other teams too, is because you get caught up in a meta. You know, you see what one team is thinking and what one team is bringing, and you can kind of work around countering that. And as good as the team Hydra or Camel both are, do they truly explore the full meta? Because we've seen so many different interesting things coming out of, for instance, the CVA Damnation Sacrilege setup, or the kind of quasi-tinker that Test has brought. You know, you maybe miss out on the different things that could shake up the meta, and as a result, you get kind of tunnel visioned into some things. So I think you're right. That's going to be a shake up in that series. I think that maybe Camel being a very good team, Tuskers proving themselves to be a very good team. It really is going to be interesting to see if Camel can adapt.
And Tuskers is a team that we've talked a bit about this tournament. In fact, a lot of the times we talk about them, we're saying, wow, we're surprised that they are doing so well. Because, I mean, I think a lot of us expected them to be good pilots. They've got a lot of low-sec piloting experience. This is a very experienced and kind of fairly well-respected pirate corps. But we haven't seen them do a lot of the tournament before. And so going into, say, the match versus Exodus last weekend, I think we all basically selected Exodus at the table. And they shocked everyone. And that doesn't mean that we didn't think that they were a good team, but they've definitely exceeded even our kind of solid expectations for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning that on TQ, when you're fighting in day-to-day, it's very different from the tournament in general. I mean, one of the easiest things to point out the boundaries. You don't have, you're not fighting in a bubble that kills you if you go too far away, on TQ. But on top of that, you have a very set comp that you have to come up with and the way you have to design. I mean, I think as much of winning a tournament match, winning a tournament is about the setups you bring and the piloting. It's both, so you can have really good pilots bring really bad setups and not do well, or you can have really good setups flown by bad pilots and not do well. And Tuskers have proven that they can do both. They brought some good setups and they've flown them really well. So I think that comes in where lack of experience perhaps could be an issue. They've shown that it hasn't affected them. So. Yeah.
That's interesting. I thought for a moment you were saying that Tuskers have both brought and flown well, and brought bad and flown bad. So.
Oh, no.
But we're at the stage in the tournament where not a lot of bad teams are left.
No, I agree.
Once we pass through these best out of two series that are best out of 3, the winners semifinals, we go back to the elimination bracket, where the teams that were already participating in these best out of threes have to fight again. So the loser of them, the loser of these matches fight at least an hour later, maybe more if it's a decisive victory. So, like you guys were saying before we went into the music video, some of these teams they might be fighting 4 matches today.
Yeah, there's actually so all of the teams that are in this first 4 matches, they all have the possibility of doing 4 matches today if they go all the way through. And yeah, if the series go to 3, then we could see the winners bracket guys, the losers of those winners bracket series, also having to play 4 matches in one day, and it is brutal. It is really tough. But we go into this expecting that the teams that are left are the best of the best, and they're going to be able to handle whatever we throw at them. And that's actually, I think, part of the Alliance Tournament. It's not just about who pilots the best and who brings the best setups. It's also about which team is supported by a whole group of players in their alliance that help them do logistics and help them practice and spy and all of these kind of things that you can do. And being able to run multiple matches is one of the ways we can basically test that, like how good is your support team.
So while we wait for the delay to be cleared up and the problem to be cleared up, I should rather say, that's something that isn't helping the teams that have to fight that much today, that delay. We're very sorry for it, but we have an interview we did with the castabouts, members of the castabout team that we filmed in the week. Wow, I'm already getting brain farts. Isn't that wonderful? So now we go to an interview I did with the castabouts team, and let's see what their experience of the tournament was. From Castabouts, we have 2 representatives talking to us. Go ahead and introduce yourself, guys.
I'm Nopala. I flew as Plejaden as the team captain of Castabouts, and I'm joined by our Logi pilot.
Hi, I'm Boiglio. I flew on my alt Tammin Lee as the main logistics pilot for Castabouts in AT-12.
Welcome, guys. Nice to have you. Tell us a little bit, what was your experience with the tournament so far?
Well, that was our 4th tournament. Yeah, 4th tournament we participated in, and so far it was our best one. I mean, we won 2 matches. That's the best result we had. And yeah, I mean, we improved a lot over the last 2 years. The last Alliance tournament, we got kicked out with 0 victories, and now we managed to win 2s, and it was a pretty good performance, we think.
Yeah, I would agree with everything No Polar said. Our first appearance in any tournament was the very first Neo, and we've been in every tournament since, either as 8cast in the Neo or with our alt alliance castabouts in the 2 alliance tournaments. We're really happy with how well we did this year. We know we have a lot of things we can improve on, and we'll be definitely looking forward to competing more in the future and going further. I'm still a little disappointed that we're not actually flying this weekend. That's going to be really tough watching matches, knowing that we could have been in there.
Would you guys say that the flying in the Alliance tournament and tournaments in general is as nerve-wracking as they say?
Yes, it definitely is, at least for me. We fly an awful lot of small gang PvP. We live in Syndicate, and that's actually our main activity. Small gang PvP on Tranquility is fun. I get a lot out of it, but I don't get the shakes. Flying in the tournament, I definitely get the shakes, and I was a nervous wreck getting ready before our matches, and a couple times actually in our matches. It is a lot harder than it looks when watching the streams and things.
What do you think? Do you think anything is going to shift in the meta for the final weekend?
Oh, I'm convinced that the top teams have something very surprising in their hands, which they haven't shown yet. But I'm not really sure what to expect, because it seems when rattlesnakes and Gilas are not banned, you just want to bring them. I know some TP teams haven't done that and still won, but yeah, I think that's the way the tournament will end.
Yeah, it looks like a very strong competitor, at least.
Well, I think another thing, though, is with the way that the ban system is set up, now that you have Dommies, Ishtars, Rattlesnakes, Gilas, all those ships basically to the point where if you're not bringing them, you have to definitely figure there is a strong possibility they will be brought against you. The bans, you can't ban out all the ships you don't want to face, and that is going to leave open some really interesting comps for this weekend. I'm looking forward to watching the matches too. I'm sure that people have thought of some things that we haven't even dreamt of yet. But I know our plan was that if Rattlesnakes, Gilas were not banned, we were planning on bringing them every time.
Do you guys have any advice for new alliances that might want to go for tournaments?
I think they just should start. In the first Neo, we practiced pretty much a few weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks in advance, and threw some setups together and tried to fly them, and we actually won one match. I mean, it's not that difficult to come up with something that works. You just have to watch the previous tournaments, look what the successful teams flew, and you have something that can work and you can win. But you cannot come onto the top of the you cannot make it to the top of the teams, but you can definitely just fly and be placed anywhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing, in cast chat, we're always telling people that the way to get better at PvP is to actually PvP. That there's no minimum amount of skill points or a set of skills or something that you need to have before you can start PvPing. I think the same thing goes with the tournament. If you have people that are interested, go for it. The only way that you're going to get better at learning how the Alliance tournament functions, how the arena works, and that sort of thing, is by actually doing it. There is with the changes to lower the cost of like implants and that kind of thing, the amount of ISK required is not excessive, and just get out there, give it a try.
So, any final thoughts for you guys? What do you want to share?
Are we allowed a quick shout out?
Yes.
Because Cast Chat in particular has been awesome for us. They have supported us all the way and have accepted the fact that you can take in Starter Corp in EVE and actually form a community. And we'd like to let them know that the team really, really appreciates that, and we're ridiculously proud to represent them in the Alliance tournament.
Yeah. Castabouts, of course, being the alliance that sprung from the Center of Advanced Studies, sort of those who've graduated from that rookie corps, should we say?
We're still very much an active members of the cast community. We have special interest groups that will let you start out pursuing almost anything in EVE right from day one.
Amazing. Keep up the good work, guys, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
The Castabout team have pretty interesting things to say, and I'm glad they took the time to do this interview with us.
Yeah.
Before we go, because I still think we're still waiting for the teams to get on grid, but we're on our way.
We did actually fix the problem, though, so that's super impressive. We've managed to get the magical ship or character out. So
yes,
good. So we have the same stance in QA. It's working as it's intended. That's really, really impressive.
It's amazing.
I want to give Bacchanalian a little time to talk about his event coming up, and then we're going to go. Then I assume the match will be ready.
Okay, so I'm doing something for a charity called Extra Life, which I think some people may have heard of. I know there were some EVE players doing it, but it's basically a charity. You do a 24-hour gaming marathon, much as you might run a marathon for a charity, and you raise money, for a cause doing that. And so the cause for Extra Life is the Children's Miracle Network, which is the Children's Hospital Network in the United States. I think they actually do have a few hospitals that they're working with in Canada, and they're looking to expand internationally. But for now, it's just U.S. The one I'm working with is the Colorado Children's Hospital, since it's the local one for me. And what I'm planning on doing as part of a promotional event for this to raise awareness about it and hopefully raise some money for my campaign for it is I have a Nix that I'm not using. I don't really want anymore. It's pretty bling fit. and I'm going to, with the assistance of CCP, do something similar to what happened last night with the Revenant. Have it dropped somewhere for everyone to come and just kill it. So I'm going to be putting up a link a little later on the Evo forums for my campaign, describing a little more about it. And there's links already, I think, on Fail Heap Challenge. I think Eve News 24 ran something on it recently. And there's a possibility that some other people may join me with other super capitals. I'm not sure. There's some other people who want to get on that. So we will see how that goes. But I've set a pretty lofty goal of $10,000. I'm currently at 1,260 something, I think, last I looked. So gotten quite a few donations, and honestly, anything, even if just a couple dollars. You figure we had, what, 4,900 people in local last night for the Revenant? If we get some similar numbers to that for the Nix event and everyone donates $2, that's huge. It raises a ton of money, and that goes directly to the children's hospitals, which help children with cancer, children who are fighting diseases that I don't even there's so many just crazy diseases out there that treatment's available for, but it's very expensive. And what this network of hospitals does is they don't actually charge the families. If they can't afford the treatment, then they provide the treatment. So it's actually a really, really good cause. And actually, as part of that event on September 25th, I'm going to be going down to the Children's Hospital, and we'll go there and play games with these kids. So we'll play, perhaps console games or something with them, and just kind of meet the people that we're helping, which is a really, really cool event. So it's going to be on October 25th. I'm planning on it being 2000 hours Eve time, so 8 p.m. Eve time. Hopefully that'll kind of straddle the EU and US time zone enough that everyone kind of participates, and it is a Friday night. I will stream the event. I'm planning on putting names up of people who donate as a thank you, and who knows how long it'll take. During that event, I'll be streaming for a full 24 hours. So, just it may not be Eve the entire 24 hours, but definitely will stream that event for as long as it goes. So
maybe you can convince the other commentators to join you on another Kitchen Sink Roman like you did last night.
Yeah, and I think one of the other commentators is contemplating getting a super capital to drop with me as well. So maybe Sir Squeebles is talking about doing that after the Exodus flagship went down last weekend. His finances may be taking a hit and may not be able to do that, but we'll see. But either way, it should be a really fun event. If you want to get on a Nix kill mail, maybe have a chance at scooping some X-type loot and things, officer things and so forth, and it'd be a great thing. And we may or may not figure out a way to, I guess, restrict it to smaller ships.
We might be able to put it inside of an FW Plex or something like that. We're still working on figuring out some of those details.
So it could be fun. Flight of 1,000 assault frigates or something. Yeah, it'd be a good time. So either way, it should be fun.
I'm sure somebody will just bring a tinker to make your life bad.
Right.
But I'm getting reports that the match is almost ready. So you guys are both going with Shadow Cartel on this one.
Yes. Yeah. I just think they've been just a little bit sharper than Afterlife. I think they're both really good teams, but I feel like Shadow Cartel's execution, outside of the poor heretic pilot who we just beaten into the ground, guy probably just rage quit Eve over that. I think Shadow Cartel have performed a little bit better.
Yeah, I think they've just been the slightly stronger team, and I completely agree that it's going to be very close. But I think Shadow Cartel will take it.
You were going with the Afterlife?
Afterlife. Full stop's going to take it.
Full stop. I think a Shadow Cartel would take it. They've shown better things, in my opinion. And almost winning PL is...
It's impressive.
Almost beating PL is impressive. Yeah. Even though a team managed to do it last year, but still this year they're still undefeated. Well, let's not talk more about them. This is the Shadow Cartel versus Afterlife. And I'm assuming that the match is almost ready, and we apologize for the delay that we had. This was an unfortunate node issue.
Yes, so one of the test characters got locked in space. We needed to call in CSP Veritas to actually move him and then remap the node and all this. I think this is more effort than it's ever taken to remove test from any area of space.
Well, wow, shots fired.
And I was going to hold back on this is why you're so good at the Alliance Tournament now. You've got time to practice because you don't have any saw. I held back on that joke, but here you go.
We know the test guys. They will join us with the making fun of themselves.
Hopefully. Hopefully rather than rage quitting or crying. But yes, I believe that CSP Veritas even broke out his cowboy hat for this.
It's serious at that point.
Yeah, I will not go deeper into detail on that.
Was that all he was wearing?
No deeper details.
Should we go over the bands again? Do we have those available? Yeah.
Yes.
Let's just refresh that.
For clarity's sake, Shadow Cartel banned the Proteus and the Loki.
That's right.
While the Afterlife banned the Tengu and the Maulus.
So, that means we're banning out almost all Tinkers. The only Tinker option available at that point is the Legion.
Which is kind of suboptimal compared to the other three. So.
Yes, so in a little bit. I mean, you definitely can't do the... It actually can handle the Armor Tinker Logi okay, though you can't do the crazy, out-of-the-box, shield tank Proteus that we saw
right,
which is one of those things that, going through that match, Hydra, obviously, they had a good setup and they flew it well, but who comes in expecting a shield tank Proteus? And
now, let's just go into space and stop talking.
Okay, we'll just chillax for a sec, everybody. And then we'll just let Grath explode, and it's gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be worth, 500 bill, but it's gonna be okay.
I want them all out. I want every dead motherfucker out of the Alliance.
No.
Every one.
Bro. No, Mad.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 12, Day 7. We're Match 3, Shadow Cartel versus the Afterlife. And this is going to be a doozy. I think that's a technical term.
It is.
So let's see. Look, you can see a golem on the screen now. There are actually two golems. Almost a mirror match. They're both taking the setup that PL flew last week. Shadow Cartel are kind of throwing their own little flair on it. As they do, they're taking two Logi frigates in these Navitas. And Squeebles, why don't you tell us about these setups?
Yeah, as you said, mostly a mirror. You'll see differences in the drone capacity between the two teams. You've got 3 Vexors for Afterlife. You've got 3 Ishtars for Shadow Cartel. So they balance their points among those DPS holes a little bit differently. These Navitas, on the bright side, should have a pretty easy time surviving if sentries are dropped. They can beat the tracking on those, but this is going to be interesting.
Yep, here we go. And you can see Shadow Cartel are going after the Afterlife Eos. He is painted by that golem. Now let's watch the damage apply.
Yeah, and this is one of those matches where you can't avoid the damage.
Mm-hmm.
You can pull some fancy stuff with MJDs and risk going out of the arena, but so remember that thing about Navitas is not dying the sentries.
Yeah, they heard you and they just blapped it.
That was wrong.
Yeah.
I did forget, actually. I didn't consider the golem target painter bonuses are absolutely massive.
Yep, and those Navitas.
And that was a crucial amount of target
signature
painting.
ships is those twin Logi frigates. They're completely out.
Mm-hmm.
And what you see is great piloting by the Afterlife team. They dropped their drones and ran away from them, forcing the Shadow Cartel team to run into those drones, which is what they ended up doing. But now, bam! Schmel in the Afterlife EOS finally got hits. And he's going to go down in short order here.
And it looks like the Afterlife is responding by going after the EOS on the Shadow Cartel side. He is painted, but he's thus far taken no damage. I wonder if he's right in on top of those sentries, maybe.
All right, and this is a great trade for the Shadow Cartel team. As it was going back and forth, they traded their Navitas for an EOS. Great trade.
Absolutely.
Afterlife team now has no wings. So all those speeds, little extra speed they have, all that extra armor they had, all gone.
And now damage has stopped completely. I don't know positionally what's been done there, but at the very least, Shadow Cartel should be applying, and they are applying in spades, the Afterlife team, onto the EOS of Lady Naween, and he's not long for this world. Rip.
Yep, Lady Naween, he tried to speed tank these bouncers by just going onto them at 0. Those bouncers dropped by the Afterlife. They're spread out fairly well, not amazingly, and then another ship is just raced.
So this is interesting, though, because that entire time Shadow Cartel wasn't applying any appreciable damage, and now they've just nuked an Ishtar.
Yep, it's all about positioning here and picking the right targets. Both these teams are flying masterfully. Let's see. Whoa. This is like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Everything is just going down.
Although the sound isn't as good.
The sound is not as good.
But now the the Vexor of King Ruddle is being target painted, so presumably he's going to be gone in just a minute. Enjoy your time in the light. We have paints on the Ishtar of Darth Iden on the other side. But there's definitely appreciable lag between the targets. Look at that Vexor.
They take so much damage from when the volley is hit.
Yeah. And it just seems like, for whatever reason, Afterlife is applying more consistently. And there comes the volley now, but...
it's just a one-for-one blows from this point on. So this is going to be who can like survive the golem missiles and just all the bouncers hitting at the same time.
Honestly, it's almost perfectly tied, except Shadow Cartel has a lot more damage still left on the field.
Yeah, Shadow Cartel has triple Ishtars, which they get a much better bonus than these Vexers and Navy Vexers.
But on the other hand, Paquito is about to go down, and if it comes 2 Ishtars now, that swung the match
craziness.
for them.
This is absolutely crazy. Shadow Cartel, they're just struggling to apply damage here.
Yeah, it seems like that Vexer Navy issue has been painted for a while, and nothing has happened to it. Those Ishtars have huge drone tracking bonuses. I mean, they are made to absolutely eliminate you with sentries, and right now they're not doing any damage. I don't know. My brain is about to explode if they don't kill something.
Oddly enough, the Afterlife team have a slight advantage here because they actually have drones that aren't sentries.
Really?
So there's just these small swarms of drones going after them, or going after the Shadow Cartel team that are doing a lot of the damage. Shadow Cartel lost another Ishtar.
Yeah.
We had triple Vexer versus triple Ishtar, and the triple Ishtars are losing.
I don't understand where the damage from these Ishtars is going. I mean, maybe it is possible that Afterlife tried to kill off some of their sentries, or that Shadow Cartel just dropped sentries way out of range. But
it looks like Shadow Cartel made a bit of a misplay very early on in the match, and they had to drop 2 sets of sentries, leaving it so they don't have extra sets to drop. And Afterlife just kited back and outpiloted them, plain and simple.
That is really amazing. Looking at those 2 comps, early on, I think killing the Navitas, it sort of made sense, but it was a little unnecessary given the volley power. And
you can see how powerful those bouncers are.
Yeah. Oh, they just volleyed him.
Voldemir is in structure, but it's too late now.
Yeah.
He's just going to go... It's just... Golem... Oh, wow. You know what could happen? If this match goes to time...
Golem to Golem.
We could have Golem to Golem
I don't think that's going to happen. We've got 5 minutes left in the match, and yes, these are just Vexers, and they don't have links. But that Golem, though, he's not...
This is going to be based on fits alone. It's going to be Golem to Golem, I hope. Man, please just let this happen. I think that would be the most hilarious thing.
Yes.
I'm not sure if the Vexers are going to let it happen. The Vexers are piloting incredibly well.
They are.
But the Golem can still hit.
How is it?
Wow. These Vexers must be fit for like pure speed
damage or something, because he just got... Okay, it's
He's just getting straight beat down by this Golem.
It is possible they're structure tanked.
I don't think they're structure tanked anymore.
Well, he's not anymore, but he could have been structure tanked.
I mean, he could have been. So we're going to do it. This is
actually going to happen.
It's going to be Golem versus Golem. Please just make it happen. I want it so badly.
Okay, so while he takes Nismo down in the Vexer...
Okay, this might not be Golem to Golem anymore.
Why do you say that?
The Shadow Cartel Golem is kind of taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if he can sustain this.
Yeah, but as soon as he eliminates one more of these Vexers, he should be fine. I mean, he's under no... What? How is that possible?
There's most of one Vexer
How do you volley the shields and armor of a Vexer in the Golem, and yet the Ishtars did nothing then?
So both of these cruisers were just flat out just getting under the tracking of all these bouncers. All of this damage was done by these Golems. And, baby.
This is safely, like, the most entertaining but most ridiculous thing I've seen thus far.
This is amazing. This is like 2 shotgun setups going up against each other.
So it's gonna...
This is great. It came down to piloting. Afterlife had better piloting, I think.
Absolutely.
Early on. But that's not going to matter. Both of them left the Golem in through the bans. They both really, really wanted to ban out the Tinkers, but they had the same exact idea.
Oh, now, hold up, though. The Vexer is just out of missile range of the Golem. The Golem is firing volleys at that Vexer.
Oh, he's
they're not
at 123.
Now, but what he can do is he can still come out of Bastion and try and move toward him, but based on the fact that Vexer is piloted really competently,
he is right on the edge of the arena. He's doing exactly what you suggested he do and try and get out of the range of these Golem missiles, but this Golem can still hit all over the arena, and he's dead center, so he's not going to miss.
I feel like during that extended break, we both took a bunch of crazy pills because this doesn't make sense.
Man, this is great. We're going to have Golem to Golem action. Oh.
I don't understand this. I like it, but I don't get it, and it makes me afraid. Can you just explain to me why Shadow Cartel couldn't kill anything up until the point where the Golem did all the heavy lifting.
Magic? I don't know. That's probably magic.
Probably.
But no, the actual reason is the way they drop their bouncers. And both pilots, they must have practiced this setup during the week, and they definitely practiced against the mirror, and they knew exactly how to get out of the range of the sentries and get out of sentry tracking.
Yeah, that was really impressive. I mean, Afterlife Burning...
both pilots flew really well, but Afterlife flew a little bit better.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, though. Now it's Golem the Golem. Now it's whose Golem was fit the best.
I don't think that's actually what it is. I think it's more of a who is not going to make a massive mistake.
Well, there's nothing else to shoot. You can only just shoot yourself. You're like the other
Right.
Golem.
Right. I feel like... So wait, then this will go into reverse tie-dye.
Yeah.
So in the event of a tie where a match hasn't been decided by time, by a point advantage, or just by a clean sweep, the system will go into reverse tie-dye, where everything accelerates. Your mods cycle faster. If you overheat once you get into that stage, it can end very, very badly.
Yeah. If you overheat, that is a huge disaster.
Oh, but by the same token, like... I mean, he's still tanking. Shadow Cartel's Golem is still tanking, but if he was dual boost fit, like we said, there's a possibility he could mess something up, run out of ASB charges. But yeah, this is really uncomfortable.
In local, the pilots are gracious enough to just give us some of their lost mails, and it seems like the bouncers are just completely missing. So it's just both Golems doing most of the work here.
Can you pull that back up, the Ishar? I wonder, their mid slots. I mean, surely they had application. So they had triple omnidirectional tracking links, but they had all tracking speed loaded.
Yeah.
So Afterlife Burn Back mitigated. Oh, sorry, that's the Afterlife side. Shadow Cartel. We need a Shadow Cartel, Ishtar.
Maybe they'll be gracious enough
This is
to
going
throw
to
it in
be.
there. But there's 30 seconds left in the match. This is absolutely going to reverse tie-dye, so
Right.
we're going to have 5 extra minutes here to watch 2 Golems just wail on each other.
And I mean, it might really get down to a point where it's a battle of capacitor boosters.
It could be.
And if
this
that
might
is,
be one of the first matches that gets decided by like some other tiebreaker rules.
Yeah, that is possible. Yeah.
And the craziest part is both these teams are almost identical to start off with.
Yeah.
So how's it gonna go?
I don't know, but this match really confuses me.
All right, we are now in 1.5 times tie-dye, and you'll see some of these missiles going comically fast.
As they are now.
Yep. I guess
So-
maybe the Shadow Cartel Golem is at a slight disadvantage because he was being shot earlier.
Well, he was, sure. I mean, he's definitely spent more cap boosters. The rebalance Marauders, or even before the rebalance, I mean, you're looking at over 1,000 M3 of cargo capacity, but he's going to have a variety of missiles in there to apply to different types of tanks, and those are substantial amounts of space. And he's been tanking now for several minutes. That's going to have eaten up boosters, so... Once you accelerate this and your shield booster runs faster and faster and you eat more and more cap boosters, he's at a huge disadvantage. The question is just how long do we have to talk about it before he runs out of capacitor, because I think that's what's going to happen.
I don't think they're going to run out of capacitor. They may run out of missiles.
That
it's
is,
like,
yes.
how well were you prepped? They're probably right now, it looks like the Shadow Cartel Golem is trying just swapping missiles a little bit, seeing which one has the biggest hole.
Right.
And just going for that. We're now at 2.5 or 2.25 times extra speed.
Which is not at all appreciable given that we have 2 stationary ships.
But these drones are going real crazy if you can see them on the street.
They are going pretty quickly. The missile... this is tense. This is super tense.
I don't know if I would describe this as tense.
Oh,
but
I think this is pretty tense.
It is very crazy.
I feel tension. The Shadow Cartel Golem sitting fairly comfortably at half shields, occasionally dipping. It is worth mentioning that if at this speed, what are we at? 2.25 times. 2.25. At 2.25 times normal speed, you're going to be really cycling your shield booster, all your mods quickly, which is why I said overheating is a very, very dangerous prospect at this point. But it also could be over-tanking, over-cycling your modules.
The Shadow Cartel Golem is definitely not over-cycling. But the Afterlife Golem is also hasn't been really taking any damage.
Yep.
Do you think maybe there's some burned out mods here?
Ooh. Now, well, I mean, and just as you said that, I did see a little bit of damage go down. I think, if anything, maybe the Afterlife Golem is over-tanking slightly. which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world unless he mitigates his own cap booster advantage. So I think this really is just a matter of time. This Shadow Cartel Golem pilot.
All right, we're at now 3.5 times normal speed. This is the exact opposite of what happened last night
with
for the Revenant.
Well,
here we go. Afterlife hit the Golem of Jonathan Kane. Still at full shields. Is this going to bite him in the butt later, you think?
No, I mean, but we're not even seeing missiles coming off of the Shadow Cartel Golem. Which
that's what I was positing earlier. Like, do you think Shadow Cartel maybe just overloaded missiles a little bit too much?
It's possible. I mean, at 3 times, I burn out my guns all the time. And
yeah,
that's
I noticed.
normal
I was
speed.
flying with you yesterday. It was pretty.
That's
a
low
amazing.
blow, and I think we worked well as a team.
I think one of those things is true.
But nothing is happening. You can only assume. But then
5 times normal speed. We made it. We made it.
Can you zoom in on the golem there?
I can't zoom in any further.
It seems like missiles are coming out and instantly disappearing. I don't know into what. He's definitely firing.
Maybe he only has FOFs left and he's shooting drones. I don't know. It's so hard to see with these like ridiculous
it's so
speeds.
Fast. It's not even visible. Oh, they're zoomed in. Good. We can see it now on the stream. As you can see, that's yeah. It's not a particularly informative view.
Look at those lights blinking in 5 times speed.
That is just beautiful. Very well done by the art team.
Oh, jeez. Overtime. System's now 7.5 times normal speed.
This is
madness.
Oh, whoa. Why did his shields suddenly drop that low? Do you think maybe they're trying to surprise each other now that the tie-dye is so high that they'll cut damage and then reapply it?
I don't know. Maybe. Look at that. Okay, he's got his swagger back. He's shooting again. They're both shooting again.
He's got his swagger back.
Yeah, he lost it, but he found it. So Jonathan Kane is taking more noticeable damage.
Yes, there's damage.
Well, like we can see it now.
I also feel like he's bound to be overboosted. I feel like there's no way. There is no way. And
but he clearly, like,
to the
credit, Golem doesn't have that much, like, DPS, so, and it has a huge tank.
Right. But to the credit of the Shadow Cartel pilot, he has not once been at 100% shield, so no matter how it turns out for him, if that lack of cap booster is going to affect him, he at the very least did it really well. This is like the most exciting, unexciting thing that's happened to me while I've been in the commentator booth.
This is pretty interesting. Maybe I should not have rooted so hard for a Golem versus Golem matchup, but I'm really happy.
I don't know what makes you say you regret that.
Okay,
because this is awesome.
Wow, so the Afterlife wins via a tiebreaker.
Right.
Oh my goodness, look at these numbers.
So the attack bar, or was it damage?
It was off by like 3%, not even. So Afterlife wins on a minor technicality that we've never seen in an Alliance Tournament match.
Oh my goodness.
And this is crazy. Hopefully the commentator booth or the studio will have more information on like all of this stuff. So we're sending it back there. That was madness. Thanks for watching Blinking Lights.
Rape is your fucking primary! Rape is the fucking primary! Everyone fucking raping now!
Go for Tower Wars, free for all. Tower Wars.
So the 7th day of Alliance Tournament 12, and they're seeing things we've never seen before.
Yes, that is the first time in a live match we've gone to the final tiebreaker, which we put in place because we wanted to encourage teams to bring high DPS setups and not to rely too much on things like tinkers. And it says that if the match eventually goes to the end of the overtime period, the high-speed tie overtime period, that whichever team had more DPS at the beginning of the match, not who has more at the end, but whoever has started the match with more DPS wins. And that's an encouragement to basically bring more DPS so we have more exciting fights.
So saying Navy Domi teams do have a use?
Yes, if you can somehow manage to then keep them alive, tied on points until the very end of the match.
So
I knew it.
Do it.
A 3% victory for the Afterlife, and Shadow Cartel are knocked out again by something really
close.
So close.
So it's the same DPS. The attack bar uses the same calculations that you get when you have the fitting window. So you show a ship fit. If you have drones in your drone bay, it takes the highest DPS combination of any drones you could possibly launch and launches that out. So actually, it's very possible that it could have just been skills that were the difference. It could have been that a couple of the Afterlife ships had some more heavy, had a full flight of heavy drones in reserve instead of just having a couple with the sentries, which means more potential DPS. But yeah, it's razor's edge. And that's one of the reasons that some of the really good teams that are trying to get every last bit out will actually pre-overload their high slots at the beginning of a match, so that when we record that number, they get the highest possible theoretical DPS number.
We said at the beginning of the match that it was going to be really close, both teams very, very good. I don't think any of us expected it to be quite that close.
Yes. Marauder versus Marauder, this was always going to be a possibility, and that's part of the reason we had this rule. That's me and Bacchanalian were talking. As soon as we saw the setups, it was a question of, are the teams going to try to burn through the Marauders, which is super risky because if the other guy goes after your DPS, then you just lose. Or are they going to try to shoot each other's DPS, which almost definitely means the Marauders survive until the very end, and we counted on points, or on the attack bar values. So that was, in a lot of ways, kind of a foregone conclusion, because these Marauders can just hit the entire arena, and they can definitely can hit easily enough to kill off non-supported by Logi cruisers.
So we can bring up the match results screen to take a look at that for interesting effect. And it shows here that everything was broken.
Yes, I think when the match went this long, it probably overran some of it. We've seen before, actually, some matches that just are too long, too much activity, that it doesn't save it properly in this. It means that we need to do some fixing before we get it put into the, for things like nullsec viewer. That's probably going to be broken right now, but we're going to work on getting that fixed for later for people. Yeah.
So it looks like by these teams, we have the two Navitas frigs taking up non-DPS points for the Shadow Cartel team, meaning the Afterlife could then bring a VNI instead of a Vexor, which has the slightly bigger drone base, it's got slightly more drones, 125 bandwidth instead of 75, and that's the little edge that they got on the DPS number.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, actually. I completely forgot about that, but that is almost definitely what put the Afterlife ahead on DPS. And that's something that we want to encourage teams to bring high DPS setups, because it makes for good TV. And this is the first time this particular rule has been has come to pass in a live match.
Good to have it.
Yeah. But as you can see, we are joined now by CCP Guard and Pothney. Welcome to the set, guys.
What's up, Twitch chat?
They do love that. So tell us, Gard, what do you think so far of the Alliance Tournament?
It's been super exciting. A lot of really good matches, and I've been sitting at home watching all of it when I'm not here, and it's been just great. And it's fun to hang out, talk about this and everything on Twitch.
Talk about the upsets that we've seen so far.
Yeah,
it's going to be a glorious day of battles. Do you have a favorite team that you're rooting for?
Well, I'm always a bit of a sucker for underdogs for some reason. So I'm sort of like I'm not rooting for anyone because I'm staying neutral. But I would say I'm excited to see how Test Alliance are gonna kick Hydra's ass later.
Yes, so this is a bad opinion that's shared by both of us. That's good. It's very good. So tell us a little bit, Gard. You have some plans in the coming month.
Yes, we have some plans, stuff we're working on. Actually, so as people have seen, we're building a new set. We've talked about this a little bit. New TV set. We're setting up what we call a TV studio here at CCP headquarters, and we wanted to do this for a while. Set up a permanent studio where we can have everything in place, all the equipment in place, all the sets we need, and so we can run more regular programming. So this is what we are getting now, and one of the things we are going to be doing in the coming weeks is to premiere a new show. that's going to be about EVE Online, both the things that we are doing for EVE Online and what the people at home are doing in EVE Online. So it's going to have this dual focus. And the first show will be premiered on September 25th. And so, yeah, we just we look forward to getting people's eyes on that and getting feedback on what people want, and we'll roll with it and just keep manufacturing good stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the things we want to do on the show is to to put the focus on what players are doing. We're going to be talking to a bunch of players. We're going to interview players and show what players are doing. We're also interested in getting more player submitted content, as we've seen here on this tournament. Player submitted content is great. So for those reasons and for general reasons, if you want to share something with us for social media, you can always use the share@eveonline.com email address and just send us something interesting. If you made a great picture of your favorite ship, or if you made a great video, or anything you want to share with us and other EVE players.
Yeah, it's a sort of a showcase both for EVE developers and player created content, and just players in general.
Yeah. So that's what we're looking forward to do. Yeah.
In September.
Yeah. September 25th, Thursday at 8 o'clock. We'll pilot this series and see how it goes.
Here.
Yeah.
In this Twitch channel, that is.
Yeah.
Great. So let's move on to talk a little bit about the match that's coming up. We have Outbreak versus Triumvirate. Full stop on both.
Yes, yeah, the dots are going to counteract each other. The dot won the last match, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was...
Looks like it. So, Outbreak have banned the Tengu and the Gila, while Triumvirate have banned the Eos and the Ishtar. So we're continuing to see the same trend of the Gila ban. Well, this is actually the first ban today.
Yeah. So these are none of these are uncommon bans through the rest of the tournament. But it's kind of interesting that we're not seeing a Golem ban. We're not seeing a Mollusk. We are seeing a Tengu, but we're not seeing Mollusk ban. So there's no DAP bans. Obviously, Outbreak didn't bother trying to ban the Rattlesnake, and the Tri guys didn't bother trying to ban the Battlegorn because we could very easily see both these teams get around that with their flagships. But yeah, the tank, like all of these, I think are pretty standard. But in a lot of ways, they felt more standard for previous weeks. The EOS especially is something we haven't seen people relying on as much. I mean, it's being used in the drone shotgun, but there's other things you can use as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see kind of what that means from them. They don't give a ton away, I don't think. Nothing very obvious kind of screams out at me from seeing those bans.
I mean, the Tri team, it's worth noting, they kind of had the short straw in the very first week. They had to face Hydra, who are one of the scariest teams to possibly face in the Alliance Tournament, and they had them first round. They kind of unsurprisingly, despite putting up a decent fight, got chucked into the losers bracket. They've been fighting every single match through the losers bracket. If Tri get to the finals, even loser finals, they'll have played so many games, so many matches. They've had to show so many of their setups. They've had to use so much energy, but at the same time, they're now one of the most experienced teams. Like, they've seen everything, they've done everything. They've been on it, and just massive commendation to those players for sticking out so well.
Yeah, and stacking up those mad rattlesnakes.
Yes.
It's actually interesting that we have, I did an interview with the Triumvirate people, and Starfleet Commander was good enough to take some moment out of his prepping time to talk to me about the match. And we have that ready for you to view before the first match of theirs of the day. From Triumvirate, we have Starfleet Commander talking to us. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited.
Same here. I'm, nervous, excited.
Yeah. This is not your first tournament, is it?
No, this is, we've competed in both the Neos. We didn't do very well, admittedly. We've done the last couple of tournaments, one Alliance Tournament 10, but then we had some members, like for example, some of the guys from Aquila don't really play anymore and are sort of inactive, and they went their separate ways. And then we picked up some new guys when Tri was reformed, and we've obviously got some old tournament guys in our team from the old Triumvirates years and years ago, and some PL guys. So yeah, we've been around for a while now, I'd say.
Yeah, you've sure shown that you have experience as you've gone through you've fought 5 matches so far with only you initially came up against Hydra, which is unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, that match was an interesting one because we didn't look at the guns, and it was like we did everything else but like the simplest thing that we'd been doing it in the training like all the time, like looking at the ships and things, and like we didn't do it against Hydra, so it's kind of stupid, but mistakes were made, I suppose.
Mistakes were indeed made.
Yeah.
But then you've in the losers bracket you've gone through Revolution, Surely You're Joking, Agony Empire and Gorgon Empire.
Yeah, it's been an interesting road.
Yes.
Some very good teams, Agony and Gorgon. Revolution and Surely You're Joking, they brought some interesting setups, I must admit, with Ravens. But as for Agony and Gorgon, yeah, 2 top-notch teams, definitely. I'd definitely say. As the commentators have said, Gorgon has got Darkside, Waffy team, so.
Would you say that you still get the shakes from playing in the tournament?
Absolutely. It really is. In my opinion, especially in the Hydra match, first match, I was pretty nervous as a Logi pilot, and it's one of the few. In fact, it is because I've been playing for this game for a while now, and you sort of lose the shakes when you go in the PvP a lot, but the tournament does bring it back. I agree. It's so much resting on a match, and it really does bring it back. Yeah. Not Wargod though. Wargod's chill as hell in the games. I'll tell you that. He's playing another game usually at the start, and he's fine. Yeah, Wargod's chill.
That's good. And you still have fun.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just you. Even if you win or lose, it's still like the play of the tournament is the next level. Yeah. That's what it is. It's so. You've got so much more to think about than just playing in a normal game in TQ. It's just it's better in so many ways. I find that it's, in my opinion, one of the best forms of PvP in a game, by far.
Good to hear.
It is, yeah.
What are your thoughts on the meta we've seen for the first 3 weekends of this tournament?
The meta is, I feel it's not as concentrated as last year. I feel there's a lot of different setups that can work. I've seen Tinkers work, because obviously drones are obviously still very viable in terms of Gilias and things, but Tinkers are back. They're good. Have seen some good like rapid light setups. Fights and teams, they seem to be volleying things. So it's not just drones, which is good. There's more things to worry about, and it's not just drones this year, which is nice. Yeah.
Do you have any advice for alliances that might be new to tournaments and might want to sort of get into them somehow?
The advice that I'd give, if you want to play in the tournament and compete at a good standard, obviously the price to get in this year was quite cheap. It's only 3 plex, so that's very good from you guys. It makes it very cheap and makes it viable for teams to come in. But I'd tell the new teams to look at, because one of the things that a lot of the teams do, and I'm sure everyone does, is look at all the other teams' setups, Look at their fits, look at what they're using, and from that you can usually, get together good setups, and I'd recommend practicing. That does help.
That does help.
Yeah, we for the last 2 years we didn't really do any practices, and it just doesn't really work out. So I definitely, if you can't do it on your own, find somebody, like a team to scrim with, because you might not think it doesn't do anything, but it really does. It really does get your pilots into the feel of the the arena size, and you can't just kite away forever. They're going to get you eventually, so you got to find a way to deal with that. It's just practicing is number one, and look at other teams, watch other teams, look at their fits, setups, you know, look from last year's meta, you know, sometimes it's viable this year. Some of the meta last year is still here this year, yeah, so.
Well, Starfield Commander, thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and
no problem.
Have fun during the weekend. It's always interesting to interview people that are about to fight, and
yes,
maybe I should have tried to pry his setups out of him.
I have a feeling he probably would have said no, but he might have appreciated the effort.
Maybe, maybe. But yeah, we should continue talking about the bans for this match. So we are again running a little bit behind because there were some hamsters that needed to be shoveled and kicked and whatever, and I will not be surprised if we saw one of our people take a giant wrench to one of the servers just to try to beat it to obedience. Normally I would, but obviously I'm stuck here talking because I like the sound of my own voice. So guys, what do you think these bans entail?
So the Tengu Gila ban, that kind of bans out kind of the strongest shield Tinker. I think Fozzie was saying last week that the Loki Tinker is significantly less strong. And the Gila ban kind of, you know, takes apart the Minmatar Gila team that we've seen. It does leave room open for a Rattlesnake comp. I'm not sure, looking at the sheet here, if either team has a Rattlesnake flagship that could be strong.
Yeah, the Try guys have brought out the Rattlesnake flagship a couple times now. They were bringing out this Flagglesnake, and it seemed to be very effective in their previous matches. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of it today.
I mean, the Eos Ishtar ban, that kind of hard bans the kind of the Sentry comp that PL brought last week that we've seen people try to bring again. So that gets rid of that. Looks like I think we'll probably see at least one armor-based tank. I mean, that's what I feel like I can really say from these set of bans.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. And I mean,
it would be very possible for both teams actually to bring stuff that revolves around their flagships. Outbreak's got a Balgorn, and you could do a Balgorn armor team that doesn't involve Eoses pretty easily still with this. And then there's a lot of options available for Try if they want to bring the Flagglesnake again.
So that's the only reason we brought CCP Guard on set, so that he could take a selfie.
Yes, and tweet them.
And tweet them, yes. That's fabulous.
Yeah.
What do you think about all this?
I'm sad to see the Gila get banned.
The Gila is
no Lorenzos.
Poor Larry. Poor Larry.
Let's bring all those names back from last weekend. No, let's not. So, Gard, I want to talk a little bit about what the community has planned.
Yes.
That we're not, that we haven't yet talked about. Wow, the brain farts continue.
Yeah, we haven't announced yet, basically.
Yeah.
Things that are happening in the world around us.
As you can see, one of the most fun things to do is to meet other people that play EVE.
Yeah.
We're having a lot of fun here.
Yeah.
So that's something we should...
talk about. Player gatherings, parties, both ones that players are planning and ones that we are planning. So, I mean, everybody who has played EVE for a while and has then gone on to go to a player gathering knows that it just changes the way you look at the game and how you appreciate your fellow players and how much fun it is to meet people you've fought with and alongside. So so we're doing we're going to a bunch of things. September 13th, there's a gathering in Nottingham. You should check this out. If you go to the out of player event, out of game events and gatherings forum. That's what I was going to say. If you go to that, you can see the ones upcoming. There's Nottingham on September the 13th. Then on September 27th, there's going to be one around Eurogamer in London. So Lilo and Falcon are going to be there. We're going to have Valkyrie at Eurogamer. So if you make it to Eurogamer, maybe you can check out Valkyrie, which is it's a pretty cool game. Then we are doing a bunch of things. On October 2nd, we're having a localization launch party. So we're launching EVE in French. So we're doing a launch event for that on October the 2nd. So for that event, I'm going to be there. Lilo and Falcon are going to be there again. And we're also going to have our art manager, Basement Ben, and game designer, CCP Itterbeam. So you're going to have, if you get to that one, you're going to be able to talk to a lot of people. Then we have EVE Sudan, of course.
Yes.
EVE Sudan. You went to that last year.
I went there last
year. On October 4th, just 2 days later. And again, myself, Lilo, and Falcon are going to be there. Maybe some other people, we'll see. and that's going to be pretty great. Yes. It's one of those events that's growing really fast. And then, of course, on October 17th through to the 19th, we have eVegas.
Yes.
So this is quite a schedule for the upcoming month and a half.
There's a lot of partying to do. Yes. A lot of talking about spaceships.
I'm super impressed about the lineup in that French localization event.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty spectacular. And so where is that one going to be?
We are announcing the location of it just in the coming days. It's in Paris, well located in Paris, and in this beautiful gallery setting.
Oh, that's amazing.
We're going to be talking about Eve, showing Eve, and then we're gonna have some press events there, and then we're gonna open the door to everybody. Hopefully, get a lot of people from all over Europe to come in and talk to us.
And you'll get a chance to meet CCP Eterbium, who is a lot of you guys are fans of his dev blogs and forum posts. He's one of our best posters here. Always writes amazing things. One of our game designers working on Eve, and he doesn't go on to very many of these events, so it's a very kind of unique opportunity.
Exactly, he's a complete hero, that man. And so this is a bunch of great things. And I mean, we're seeing. I have a feeling we're seeing like an increase in player gatherings. There's more people thinking about this. People are seeing like what's happening all around the world with these growing things, and then they start thinking about like, hey, why isn't there something in my area? And the solution to that is always just get people together. It doesn't have to be complicated. Call a pub, ask them if you can show up with 10, 15 of your friends, and advertise it, see who's interested. Do something. Then you can always contact us, the community team, and ask us for some help, some advice, maybe some support.
Sometimes we send something small. Sometimes we send something big.
Like you.
Or
like
pack them up.
So last year I went to Amsterdam. I feel like I have to advertise Amsterdam a little bit better because. Last time I went to Amsterdam, and we were around 120 people that took over a bar for the entire day, and it was great. It's a centralized European event, and we have aspirations to, the organizer for the event, Deirdre has aspirations to grow it even further. And who's to say that it wouldn't become the next big thing, so to speak?
Exactly. I mean, we've seen things happening like eVegas, for example, which started as a moderately sized player event, just organized by players from the ground up, and then CCP increasingly stepped in until now. It's for the first time an official CCP event with everything that comes with that, and there's a big group of us going there. We're going to have PvP. We're going to have a PvP room where people can play and compete for prizes. We're going to have Valkyrie there, so you can try that out, see some stuff. And if you've tried it out before, you'll see some new things in it. We're going to have a bunch of speakers from CCP talking about what's happening in EVE, and also players talking about cool stuff that they're doing. So it's a mix of like player speakers and CCP speakers, and of course there's Las Vegas, which is a pretty good act in itself.
Yeah, it's pretty entertaining even if we aren't there. But we will be, so it'll be even more.
And Eve Down Under, of course. Don't want to forget to mention Eve Down Under, which is an absolute phenomenon. They're getting bigger every year. Fossey went there last year.
I had a blast. It was amazing.
Rice is going this year. Logi Pro is going this year, and it's going to be great. It's a huge event. If you're in Australia or Asia, or if you want to fly really far from somewhere else, you should definitely make your way down there for a multi-day.
Last year, Crippa flew down, just on his own dime, and he
Crippa
wanted to go hang out with these guys. And,
Sweden to Australia, no problem. Just hang out.
There's a lot happening in the community with gatherings in the latter half of this year. That's for sure.
And this is it's been a passion of mine to kind of help this grow, and I'm really happy to see what's happening. So if you have some ideas or aspirations for your area, just holler, and I'll help you out.
Yeah, just say CCP Guard's name. Just say Mr. G.
Mr. G.
And you will appear.
5 times in the mirror. I will appear with a bunch of swag.
Yeah, either you or me. How handy. Or both at the same time. But don't do that now, we're busy.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
So that's very good, and we will continue to bring spotlight to these events. For instance, in your show, your TV show that will be streaming, your streaming show. Yeah, we even have some ideas to bring video cameras to these events and film some stuff and show people how this all goes down. The things that we can't show, of course, because if it gets too crazy. if it gets too crazy.
You never know, man.
You never know.
Yeah, we can usually show quite a bit. I think we showed a picture of me like grinding with Chimera at FanFest on the big screen this year. So we can actually show quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good. We are still we're still working on fixing everything that went wrong. And it'll just be a couple more minutes. I am told that CCP Veritas himself has done more than just put on his cowboy hat. So this has to have been something that needed.
His cowboy hat is now wearing another smaller cowboy hat.
Yes.
Is he like, does he have like a cowboy vest maybe? Or
That's for emergencies and the boots.
And then chaps if it goes really bad.
Oof. We don't want the chaps country.
No.
Never want to go there.
Bit cold in Iceland.
Bit. So I have back to the match that we're going up to, which is Outbreak versus Triumvirate. Outbreak full stop versus Triumvirate full stop.
Yes.
I have circled Triumvirate, mostly because Starfleet Commander has made me laugh on occasion, and I'm a fan.
Starfleet Commander's a good guy. He's come and killed the party goo on at least one occasion. My Tengu fit with nothing but festival launchers that I sometimes fly through New Eden in. And I think Tri is a very, very strong team. They've got a lot of pilots. They were involved in the Verge of Collapse team that won 2 years ago. They've got a lot of pilots who were involved in some very successful and strong Neo 2 teams. And they've just been real good performers here. I mean, the only time that they've really looked less than dominant was against Hydra. And that you cannot fault someone for looking less than dominant against Hydra.
No. Coming up against Hydra is usually bad news.
Yeah. And so, although I definitely think Outbreak is also a pretty strong team, Outbreak, of course, has won or come second place in an AT, but they haven't been quite as strong in the last couple of years, and they haven't been, I think, quite as impressive this tournament, although they still made it here, so that's really super impressive. I have Tri circled as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going for Tri. I mean, they've just been rolling through the losers bracket from the first weekend. I just don't think their story ends here.
No. I sort of agree with that. What do you think, Gart?
My guess is Tri, because I never go against experts, unless there's underdogs involved that just...
Yeah, you have to remember the mindset that I'm creating here on the set is that there are no such things as commentator curses. It's just incompetence. So if we're guessing wrong, it's because we're wrong.
There is definitely such thing as incompetence.
There is. Curses, I don't know. Incompetence, I do.
If you want to see incompetence, look at the Casterome yesterday. We did not do amazingly.
I am not going to accept that, though. I wasn't there flying with you guys, but I was on set, and I thought you guys did good. I think Elise Randolph went through. He came in like a wrecking ball, so to speak, and I don't think a lot of things stood in his way.
Yeah, we got a lot of kills. We had a good time, and that's really what matters. We had a good time with good friends and drank rum.
Well,
Quaif Ultra.
That was an amazing room. That was another tradition that we've kind of kept going for the past couple of years, where we take the commentators out with the CCP, a couple of the CCP devs involved in the tournament. We broadcasted it onto Squeebles' channel, which is one of great. Many great streaming channels that people make in EVE, and then we kind of rebroadcast that on CCP's channel, featured it there as well, and I think people had a good time watching us. I hope they did.
Yeah.
I had a good time watching you guys, that's for sure. And hearing the FC calls, it was proper fleet etiquette, where Sir Squeeples kept asking everybody for permission for everything. It was delightful to watch, so to speak. But Gareth, tell us a little bit more about what you've been working on.
Well, there's been lots of stuff happening. I've been super busy preparing for this TV show that we have, and then with these player gatherings, supporting ones the players are doing, and planning some of our own. So that's been. But EVE Vegas has taken up a bunch of time because we're running that officially ourselves now, and we're adding a lot of components to it.
Yeah.
So that's fun. We've been dealing with all kinds of party companies in Las Vegas and stuff like that, making sure that people will have a really good time.
Yeah.
And Yes, and the TV show, that's been kind of the primary focus now for the last 2 or 3 weeks. So
for the last week, we've also had where we come on Skype for people that are on player gatherings that we unfortunately could not attend. For instance, in New England.
In New England, that was a pretty good one, and actually a great one, and one that's getting bigger. And it's gonna be even bigger next year, I'm sure. So it was held at this farm. People were camping in the field, sleeping in tents, just barbecuing all day long from morning to midnight, drinking beers and whatever not. And then they had this barn that's like a party barn, all made up with like Christmas lights and nice things. And we Skyped into that. And it was a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun. Just we sat there like talking for an hour or so, and just came into the office on a Saturday night to hang out with people there. That's something we do for player gatherings where we can't attend. If there's a decent attendance and it's if people want to talk to us, then we definitely.
They kept asking us to sing though.
Yeah, they wanted us to sing. I don't know why. I just made the convenient excuse that my agent didn't want me to sing for free.
I have an excuse also, but I'm not going to reveal it on the chance that somebody in Twitch chat might actually find it. So let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
My forays into singing are not.
You have a budding career online as a singer?
Let's just say that I realize it shouldn't go any further.
Yeah, so definitely don't search for that.
Yeah, definitely do not.
Don't scour the internet for hours upon hours and eventually find CSP Gargant's deepest, darkest singing video.
What we're looking at now is a slight delay due to issues that we've been having with the node that houses the tournament system. We are working on fixing it, and we're expecting the match to get ready in about 5 minutes as the players are being moved into the system now, as I've just been told.
Excellent.
So we will resume the laser reaction or missile action. Maybe we'll see blasters. You guys want to see blaster teams, don't you?
Blaster teams are pretty awesome.
I'd love to see blasters.
I mean, there's the most common blasters ships we've seen are probably the Astartes. We've seen a couple of teams use those pretty effectively. EOS is banned, so maybe if Outbreak wants to bring like a Balgorn DPS like command ship team, Astartes could be an option.
One of the interesting choices we see on Vexers is that Vexers are a drone boat, but they also have a bonus to the hybrids. So, we even see on TQ on a day-to-day basis, you bring Vexers, do you put newts on them? Do you put smart bombs on them? Do you put blasters on them? They can reach an insane amount of DPS if you put blasters on a Vexer. And that might be enough to, break the Tinker, break the reps of the Guardian just long enough, just so you can get there. So those few extra bits you can get from the Vexer can be incredible.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the kind of really famous examples so far this tournament of blaster teams. We saw Monkeys with Guns bringing a crazy Navy Executor, let's go all in team. One of the reasons I loved their team. And that one wasn't successful that match, but still won our hearts. And then we saw Agony turn that around on them and bring a Proteus blaster team. It was incredibly effective and I think still has the record for fastest match.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think it's not proof that something is bad that it just doesn't work the first time.
No,
you have to try things often.
Sometimes it's just too awesome for this world yet.
Yeah,
like it's ahead of its time in the awesomeness curve.
Like my predictions of smart bombs. Do we want to talk a little bit about the last match we had last weekend?
Yeah, so I mean, this is probably the most talked about match so far this tournament, and Mr. Pothy, you were involved in what is going to be probably one of the most shared photograph in the history
There
of
may have been images and videos made of me making a somewhat silly face. When,
would you like to show us that face again?
I think in the same way that Kevin McCulkey of Home Alone fame never kind of repeats it too much. I'm going to keep it saved for special occasions.
I can respect that. But we saw Hydra Reloaded come up against Nelly Secunda, and just about everyone was expecting Hydra to win it. All of us were expecting Hydra to win it.
What were the Eve Bet odds
They were something ridiculous. Like it was over 5 to 1. Wow. And it was again, everyone just expecting Hydra to win it. And that wasn't to say that people thought Nully was a bad team. Nully is tournament experience themselves in previous years, and they also brought in a lot of the core members of the old Hun Reloaded teams, which are some of the best tournament pilots in the game. And so we expected them to be good, but no one expected them to be as good as Hydra in this match. And they brought a very effective counter, dodging the bans that Hydra had made, to what Hydra had been bringing so far. They saw what Hydra had been bringing. They predicted correctly that Hydra wasn't going to change up too significantly, that they were going to still rely on damps, and they brought a perfect counter, an Armor Tinker to get around the bans, that was then matched with the Golem, that used its painters and its unjammable, undampable Bastion mode to direct the drones, basically. And they were able to keep themselves alive and kill the Logi, and then Hydra decided they didn't want to give up their fits, and they didn't want to just extend the match unnecessarily because they knew they'd lost, so they flew themselves out of the arena.
There was a short report on Fellheap, one of the EVE forums, that kind of what happened, and basically Hydra said, well, you know, we went into the match, we knew it was kind of unfortunate setup-wise, but one of the main things was, and this is what made Gargant very happy, is that a lot of their drones got smart bombed off. Yeah. So, you know, they lost their Oneros, they lost a ton of their DPS, and they still hadn't broken anything. And if you know, the Tinker setup, whether it be an armor or shield form, if you can't break it, you're not going to kill anything. You need something to go down.
And they still had a chance when they could keep their ships alive, so then they decided to put their rep drones on the Aneros, see if they could just hold out long enough to go to the end of the match, but that wasn't quite enough. The Aneros did go down, and that's when they realized that they needed to kind of end the match. And yeah, seeing the smart bombs used there, that was definitely the most effective use of smart bombs so far this tournament. We've been talking about them a lot. These mobile drones, these heavy drones and medium drones have been hugely popular in this tournament, and a lot of them are on these healers, which give them HP bonuses, but you can still kill them with smart bombs. And the fact that we had the flagship from Nully with the Golem smart bombing was able to clear off all the drones and basically eliminate a huge chunk of the DPS from the Hydra team. It was textbook, really. It was how you run, like, going up against this kind of damp drone team. This was the kind of perfect example of how to defeat it.
This had been what I was talking about from the beginning, that you should just bring some smart bombs to clear those drones.
Now, if they'd been on Maulers, then you just would have been overjoyed.
I would have not been sitting when we came back. That would have been, those are probably going to be my favorite moments, if somebody brings a smart bombing Maulers. I don't know.
Are fun.
Yeah, smart bombs are fun. I don't know what more people don't realize.
Yeah.
So, what were my principles? Going fast, Maulers, smart bombs. I think so. I think that was about it.
Yeah.
I hadn't gotten any further in my theory crafting. Small steps, baby steps.
Yeah.
So I'm told that the pilots are in system now, and we are just about ready to get to the field to watch them blow each other up. We've had delays because of something that went wrong in the tournament system, and we apologize for that. We are quite behind schedule now, but we will catch up.
Yes.
We will do all of these matches today, and tomorrow we will have the finals day, where everyone will be equally stressed.
Yes, I mean, people have to face up to or fight up to 4 matches today, but I think it would be possible to have like 7 or 8 tomorrow. It's incredibly high pressure tomorrow.
Yes. So last year we saw PL go through exactly that, where they had to go through 7. It was 7 matches on the last day, and it was probably a grueling experience.
Yes. It wears at you mentally. It wears at you, even though it's not kind of physical exertion. It wears at you physically as well. I've been in these situations where you're seeing like a team that you would put so much time and effort into on the field, and it just makes it like hard to function. Where you like I've been in a place where I needed to like be like taking or drinking ginger ale to like settle my stomach because I felt like I was going to just like vomit from the stress. And I know there's been plenty of other people in the tournament who have that kind of reaction. It's just incredibly high stress. These people who are at the very top of their game they feel all that pressure.
I was on comms with them at the time just before the PL went into the final match, and you could just hear in their voices how tired they were. Those had been staying up all night theory crafting, trying to figure out what the team they're about to face, what the previous day, thinking about it, because it's not only in the matches that you're exerting yourself. Between every match, you need to watch, you need to theory craft, you need to think, if they countered this, what can we counter, what modules do we need to change? It's absolutely insane that you have to do so much for so many matches in such a short period of time.
Each victory counts, though. For this tournament, at least.
Yeah,
and now you get the rattlesnake skins.
And it's for something like the feeling when you come through on the winning side of after all this effort, and it all comes into like getting a gold medal is one of the greatest feelings in gaming, and it's something that these teams are all very, very hungry for. They know what they're aiming for here, and they're going to try to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's really a lot of serious teams in the tournament this year. So you can really tell.
Yeah, all of the teams that are left now, I would say, are super serious. Super serious, as Elise Randolph would say. Which brings me to that. The match is ready. We're ready to go on. You guys, we have all cast our vote to triumvirate.
We have indeed.
Let's see what happens.
And welcome back to the arena once again. I am Sir Squeebles here with Elise Randolph to bring you the 4th match of Day 7 of the Alliance Tournament 12, and we're about to see a rattlesnake face-off, and that sounds cool.
Yep, Apophany on the studio desk totally nailed it. There are rattlesnakes everywhere. Tri has a double rattlesnake team with Heretic and Mollusk core. Meanwhile, Outbreak went with a triple rattlesnake core, and with a little bit less E-War. They've got, instead of the Scimitar, they took 2 bursts for Outbreak. But Tri brought their flag rattlesnake, and it's going to be brutal. The match starts in 5 seconds. Outbreak came to the arena at 0. Tri came in at 50. So we should be seeing some posturing and lots of exploding.
And you can immediately see that Tri is pulling back away from the warp.
Wow, look at that damp war one. Yeah. My goodness. Tri is just going with the 360 no scopes on this one. And they are kiting back and letting Outbreak charge into them.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like they are charging in. The rattlesnakes for Outbreak are still sitting near the beacon. They're not really going anywhere, but they do have drones out that are chasing down that Tri team right now.
Yep, Outbreak is going after the Tri Scimitar, which has a web on it. Let's see how well the Tri can deal with it, and they dealt with it perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. And you can see a lot of DPS going onto the support wing of Outbreak. So the Saber of YME is taking a good bit of damage. He's neuted, he's webbed. He's not out of the woods by any means, but at the same time, the Worm of Xanax is getting really low. Uh-oh, Heretic's down.
Heretics just exploded, and Worm just exploded as well.
Mm-hmm.
Those Heretics died too. Boundary violations.
Ah, excellent.
So, even with no wards and no vision, you can still go out of the arena.
Yeah, the Mollusk of Jarek is about to go down. He's low shields. Yeah, and he's down. So now down to 2 Mollusks. The Damp War is still safely won as YME and the Saber goes down.
They're all fighting at the edge of glory over here. It's really dangerous.
They are way out there, yeah.
Yep, but let's see. Outbreak doing the right move tactically, trying to get these Mollusks down. You can see they're still losing the Damp War pretty hard, but not as bad as it was at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're losing support pretty quickly. I mean, they've had 1 Saber go down, 1 Worm to go down, and now the first burst dead, which means that second burst doesn't have a whole lot of hope.
Yep, Tri is just surgically killing these bursts, and the second one's going to go down in short order. This flag rattlesnake is putting work in. Meanwhile, the Tri Simi, he's webbed, but he's fine. NDD, Starfleet Commander says.
Yeah, he's not too worried about it right now, and that's sort of, from the Outbreak side, no damage is coming across. I mean, they did kill 2 Heretics and a Mollusk, but that's not winning the fight. I mean, they needed those Mollusks dead. They did a good job there, but they've got to get damage on something that that their drones can reliably apply to, and it looks like they're really struggling with that.
Yep, this is some real great piloting by Tri with an incredible setup. They are just surviving. They've got rep drones on their own Scimitar, and they're just saying, you know what, I'll leave these 3 rattlesnakes for later. Don't worry about it. Killing Sabers, killing bursts, killing worms, everything's dying.
Yeah, and I mean, those rattlesnakes, poor rattlesnakes on the Outbreak side, they've been damped this entire time. Really good damp work by the mollusks to keep their missile DPS completely out of the fight.
Usually rattlesnakes don't care too much as a mollusk goes out of the arena and another mollusk goes out of the arena. That's a lot of boundary violations there.
And now, those rattlesnakes, if they are indeed launcher fit, they are open to start really applying some pain to the rattlesnakes on the Tri side.
Yep, the 3 rattlesnakes are nothing to sneeze at, but Tri are very quickly going after Nasty Spanker in the Vulture. And Outbreak keep losing support.
Yeah, it's looking really grim for Outbreak. They have so much damage in their fitting window, but they're not able to apply hardly any of it.
Yep.
They've put some damage across, really well done by the Scimitar of Starfleet commander for the Triumvirate side to keep a lot of people up throughout the fight, but yeah, this is just not good for Outbreak. They've kind of played their full hand, lost their support wing, and now their damage application is going to be as bad as it was before.
Yep. This is just testament to how grueling these matches are. Tri lost in the first weekend, and they're just going to make it through. They're just going to be like the banes of the losers bracket.
Yeah.
We should call it the elimination bracket, because no one's really a loser in that bracket.
I mean, some people have lost.
Yeah.
I don't know if by definition that makes them
Yeah,
losers.
but they're not losers. They just got eliminated.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
meanwhile,
okay.
Starfleet Commander is now taking a lot of damage. These rattlesnakes are applying full damage onto it.
Yep.
It looks like Tri is going to win, and I keep saying Tri is going to win, but anything could happen at this point if Starfleet Commander goes down.
Yeah, I mean, you're still talking about 3 rattlesnakes on the Outbreak side, which is no joke. On the other hand, though, they do have target painters on that Scimitar, but their damage is still not hitting. Assuming they have Gecko flights out, they're going to be quick, but if they allow that Scimitar to burn around like that, they are going to be missing some volleys off of those Geckos.
Yep. Let's see.
I don't even
Light
see
shield
the
maintenance
domes.
bots aren't going on to Starfleet Commander anymore, so they must have been killed. Oh no, they're running their back.
Do we have sentries out for Outbreak? Is that what they... Because I didn't see any Outbreak
Nope,
drones
that's
chasing.
some geckos.
Interesting. So it looks like they've recalled drones off that Scimitar, because it doesn't look like anything is chasing them. And now
they're going
Set
back
of
on out.
Warriors is going back out.
He was going too fast for the geckos.
Oh, and you can see some cap transferring going on between these rattlesnakes.
Yep, that's what I was saying, or that's what I was mentioning earlier. These guys can probably tank. They might be semi-tinker fit, which means they're sending cap to one another so they can run their local reps for much longer. As you can see on the bars, the defense bar, that purple bar is pretty significant, and that is local tank.
Yeah, on the other hand, though, they're really struggling right now, and they have to mitigate some damage. So they're already tanking pretty impressively,
Starfleet
actually.
Commander is single-handedly winning the match for Tri right now.
He's distracting all of the DPS from Outbreak. And
Yep.
it's a good target call on the Outbreak side, but they're really
No, they
struggling
absolutely
to apply.
have to make this thing, but he is just living to win over here. Don't know how much longer he can do it. There are no rep drones now. He's going to die,
down, finally.
and now he's down.
Wow, that was close. So now Outbreak is looking really comfortable all of a sudden.
Yep. All of a sudden, it just swapped.
Yeah.
In that instant.
I
He's
think-
tanking. Look at this.
I think this is the first time in my memory for this tournament that we've seen this pseudo-tinker work between battleships.
Yep, it is working now. Tri do have an advantage on points right now, but there's no way that this Heretic and this Crow for Tri are going to stay alive.
And the question is, with only 3 minutes on the clock, do they need to start grinding away on a bigger, slower target, or are they smart to go for this Heretic to pick him off?
No, I think they definitely need the Heretic for the points win. If they kill the Heretic, they are then tied on points. Then all they have to do is kill this Crow and they're Gucci.
And what drones do they have out there on that Heretic?
They've thrown out Augmented Warriors, so that
He's definitely
Heretic
gonna
is
die,
not
right?
going to make it. Yeah.
Okay, so...
He's trying to make it to this MJD beacon, but he's going to die before he gets there, I think.
And what is it that's in neuting these rattlesnakes? Somebody from the
That would
Triumvirate
be
team.
the Flag Rattlesnake.
Okay,
So they have
so-
to hope that the Flag Rattlesnake from War God can put out enough cap pressure on these Outbreak Rattlesnake cores to break through the reps. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
I don't think they can. I mean, they've already thrown their full DPS at it. He didn't break the first time, although, I mean, he's still taking serious damage.
Yep, the thing about Newts is, like, the longer the match goes,
right,
the more effective they are.
And now
these
both
newts have been on him
rattlesnakes
for a while.
are in Newtingham, it looks like. Or no, sorry, that's a missile stream. So he's only got 1 rattlesnake's worth of newts, but that's a lot of cap pressure, especially as you said, the longer
and
the
it's
fight
looking
goes.
like it's too much cap pressure as Pisces is beginning to break. This is the moment for Try. If they can kill Pisces, they will continue on through the next match.
It looks like they're going to do it. He's dipping very, very low.
Oh man,
tanking
it's 2 minutes.
admirably.
If he can live for 2 minutes, Outbreak will win with a 1-point advantage because of that heretic kill.
So right now, Outbreak is applying their damage to this crow on the outside. So they're really banking on winning by points. They're banking on this rattlesnake not dying.
Yeah.
And it's going to be so close.
Oh, it's so close. He's
pulling back shields.
He is pulling it back.
I wonder maybe if he's got a dual shield boost setup and an ASB came off reload, because there are visibly 2 shield boosts there very close to each other.
I don't think so. With the cap he's getting from the other 2 rattlesnakes, he's probably just going to run his ASB without cap charges.
Sure.
So let's see, Pisces. Oh, he's leaking the armor. He's going to do it. There's only a minute and a quarter left. Oh, okay. So that's a huge chunk of armor missing.
Oh, see, there are 2 shield boosts on this, though.
If
I wonder.
Try can keep going, he's breaking in armor. He is bleeding through. Pisces
Slowly
might
but
die
surely.
in a minute and a half here.
And those newts have got to be overheated at this point for Triumvirate. They have got to bleed this rattlesnake. They're going to do it. He's about to hit structure, and I don't think he's going to make it.
But if Outbreak are just shooting drones right now, maybe they can say, hey, you know what? We'll
into
win.
structure. Oh, don't die. It'd be so
this is
exciting.
coming down to the wire. There is 70 seconds left. He has no armor, 62% structure, but his shield keeps going up.
No. Come on,
Pisces,
pull back.
you can do it.
I know.
Can you do it? I don't think
Come
you
on,
can do
overheat, maybe?
The flag rattlesnake is too strong, I think.
Oh
Look
my
at those
gosh.
newts. If Try didn't bring their flag snake, there is no way they would have won
Okay,
this
so
one.
now Outbreak is kind of throwing the Hail Mary, banking on this rattlesnake dying, and they're going for the vulture of Ugly Eric as that rattlesnake finally does sink.
Yeah, they just gotta hope for
I would love to know
nothing.
how much he tanked. That was really well done, but now their back is up against the wall. They've got to kill this vulture, and they've got to do it without losing another rattlesnake, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Ugly Eric is doing a smart move. He's going to the MJD beacon, but now that this one of the 3 rattlesnakes is gone, each tank is increasingly
Diminished,
worse.
right.
So Spartan Dax, he might even die in the next 30 seconds, but Ugly Eric's going to win. Or he's going to live, it looks like.
He's going to win.
Yeah,
He will single-handedly win.
He will single-handedly, though, if we have to give it to one person, MVP Starfleet Commander. That was amazing showing.
Yeah,
by
he
him.
did great. He did great.
He wasted the Outbreak DPS for a good 45 seconds, longer than a general great pilot would do.
Right. That was really impressive. So,
and with that, 5 seconds.
That was so close.
Try continues to make it their way through the elimination bracket. This is crazy. Do you think... this is what dreams are made of, I think. If dreams are made of anything, it's going through the losers bracket from week 1.
Yep.
And with that, the match is over. Try advance, Outbreak eliminated, and we are going to take a break or send it to the studio. One of the 2. It'll be great.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
Welcome back to the studio. With that, we say goodbye to Outbreak in a very, very heartbreaking slugfesty match where we saw, like, we're just watching mirror matches where they're doing nothing but beating over each other in a very, very spectacular fashion, though.
Yeah.
Joining me here now is our Bacchanalian and Sir Squeebles, and we're still joined by CCP Guard. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that was super interesting. Like you said, we've had a lot of mirror matchups, but 2 rattlesnakes versus 3 rattlesnakes. I so wanted 3 rattlesnakes to win, but it just didn't pan out that way.
So you're your method of 3 Gilas winning 1 Gila does not function with 2 against 3.
I didn't want to take it to too high of a level. But
well, to be fair, I think that was at the Triumvirate flagship there then.
Yes.
Okay, and I think they brought that the last 2 matches as well and used it very, very effectively, and that really, I think, made the difference. The fitting on that and the ability to fit the faction or officer modules, as it were, it really made a difference there.
But after the first half of the day that we've had, this turns into a commentator blessing rather than a curse, since we've agreed on everything and everybody's won, except for Shadow Cartel.
I was even right.
Yeah. Even Guard was right.
Yeah.
Even
It happens. It happens.
It happens. So, we should go straight into the next set of matches, which we'll see back, as I try to get the bands up here, we'll see back the Ronin from the first match of the day, where they beat out MIF, and they're going up against Road Capel.
I'm just a little nervous. The Ronin are a very good team, and I'm really curious to see what Road Capel are going to bring, because they have some very interesting things still up their sleeve, and yeah, I'm just a little bit nervous. I'm kind of glad to be here and not in there, because I'd be shouting even more than usual for this one. So this is good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see what Ronin's going to bring. They've been very confident on some setups so far. So I've had to circle Road Capel in solidarity with my brosips. That's who I'm going to pick.
But, yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. The Ronin, do you think they'll bring something similar to what they brought against MIF? It would be the easiest, I think.
It would be the easiest, but I think that what they brought against MIF may have been more pointed. MIF weren't running a lot of super different setups, and I think they might have brought something kind of tailored to that. Road Capel have been known in the past for the energy neutralizing type of things. They've had a very defined kind of character so far throughout the tournament, and we may see Ronin try to bring something to deal with that more.
Yeah. So the results for the last match are ready, and let's bring them up on the screen here so that we can see, as we all look into the corner of the screen there. So yeah, now we have damage numbers. That's a great improvement. And this is just what we saw. This is almost the mirror. This is as mirrory as it can get, I guess, without it going full.
Yeah, it's pretty close, but I mean, the same thing was true of the teams we saw in the match before that, where one team will bring 3 Ishtars and the other team will bring 2 Ishtars, just to split it out. So it's sort of thematic. It is interesting though that rattlesnake tanked 168,000. So that was really impressive, but I think it showed a difference in mentality for the setups. Not just the number of holes, but how the rattlesnakes equip their high slots. So on the Triumvirate side, they brought the flagship, they brought newts, they brought an aggression module. It's made to get in there to break tinkers, to shut down cap-dependent ships like logistics. And on the Outbreak side, they went a little more defensive and did what we're calling the pseudo-tinker, right or wrong, and they said, hey, let's be more tanky, not be more aggressive. So it showed a difference in mentality, and that damp war really amplified the advantage of Triumvirate, I think, really early. Outbreak did a good job trying to bring it back, but it wasn't enough by the end, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, they did not manage to bring it back. It is still lost.
Yes.
To them, at least.
But they're not losers.
No, they're not. This is the elimination bracket. Nobody here is losers. You're all winners in our hearts, making it to the final weekend. And with that, we say goodbye to Outbreak after a fantastic showing. And Triumvirate goes on to fight later in the day. In fact, they fight as early as 4 matches from now on.
So, wow, TNT have a 4. Okay.
Yeah. They're in the same. They're in the same sort of issue as everybody else that has won one of the 4 matches that preceded. That they are all fighting in the next 4 again.
So Triumvirate full stop.
Yeah.
That's what we would determine the number.
Triumvirate full stop. We're still going through the losers bracket. No, sorry, the elimination bracket. Let's keep our terminology synchronized. And we should go into the bans for the next match. That's Tengu Hila for the Ronin and the Orthrus and the Sleipnir for Road. Road Capel. Sorry.
That's interesting to ban against Road Capel, I think. The Tengu and the Gila. They're not unusual bans. I mean, we've seen that exact same ban set out of at least one team, but maybe 2 today. The Tengu is really, really powerful to enable those tinkers. That's really the only reason it gets banned. And then the Gila is sort of an all-purpose ban by the same token, a really good DPS hull. I almost would have expected them to get baited into banning the Armageddon. That's kind of what I was hoping for.
But maybe it means that they have something that they can counter, and they're trying to bait out the Armageddon instead.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Road Capel is they've built such a reputation for a type of setup, not one setup, not a good one singular setup, but a type. That I think a lot of people are afraid to ban it, really, because they just think, oh, well, you know, we could ban that, but surely they have something else prepared. So.
Right. Well, and it's interesting. The Tengu ban is almost puzzling. I don't think I've ever seen Road Capel in any tournament ever bring a Tengu, and certainly not a Tinker. So that's what that would be a pointed ban for. I take it back. We may have brought Tengus in a match as kind of a kiting HML fit back when a couple of tournaments ago that was a meta, but. You know, it's kind of an interesting ban. Maybe, again, they're thinking, well, they've got something else there. Let's really try to force them back into that energy-neutralizing comp that we think they're going to bring.
Will you quit if they bring a Tinker?
No, I'll be getting over on an EVE client as soon as this is over and dropping a lot of rolls, though. So I am a director of Road Capel, so yeah. Think about that, guys. No. But then Road Capel countered with the Orthrus and Sleipnir ban. Sleipnir is another good general ban. We talked about the Gila ban is just kind of this is a good comp. Let's not face it. The Orthrus ban is really interesting. It is a very scary ship against support, but then again, so is the Heretic, and we've seen the Heretics a lot more. Used effectively by most teams, even when they fly two of them out of the arena very early in a match, as we just saw. The triple Heretic comp against frigate support is extremely effective, but either way, I think the Orthrus ban speaks to not wanting to see something that would take support off the field quickly. So maybe we're going to see some molysis from the Road Capel side.
And it is worth noting that the Orthrus, I think, has most successfully been used with Gila teams. So you'll often see like triple Gila with an Orthrus to help clear out that tackle. But the Gila is also banned. I don't know the order of the ban picks, but yeah, it is unusual. And again, to the point of them with targeted bans, maybe they didn't have targeted bans. Maybe they didn't care who they were going to go against. They just said, hey, we've practiced Comp A. The only thing we can beat it is Tengu and Gila, and that's what they went with.
Well, and sometimes you'll see a team that's confident and wants to maybe throw their opponent off and make them, again, maybe bait bans or betting Orthrus, maybe making them think they're bringing a lot of mollusk, and they're not at all. So,
but I think CCP Guard will agree that the best ship to bring is friendship.
Yes.
Which is exactly what we're bringing to
and you can't ban friendship. You just can't keep it down. So that's a bonus.
I've been told that the match is ready, so we're about to go into it. I wanted to say thank you for joining us, CCP Guard.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to see you. Predictions, gentlemen.
Well, Road Capel. Obviously, they're going to go all the way to the final.
Obviously.
I'll go with Road Capel. I really hope they pull it out.
Sitting too close to him to not say Road Capel. So.
I have Road circled as well.
Oh.
Let's see what happens.
Hello. Four reasons to attend Eve Vegas. Intense Eve geekery, free stuff, it's Vegas, baby, and a briefcase of friendship.
Alright guys, welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. I'm CCP Rise here with Apotny, and we're about to see the Ronin fight Road Capel. What do you think?
So we have the Ronin bringing their Flag Gore, supported by 2 Eos, a Guardian, 2 Celestis for a lot of damp power, 3 Heretics, 2 Ishkar attack assault frigates, and a Malediction.
Yep, and then just a very solid drone setup with actually a lot of support for them as well on the Road Capel side. 2 Eos, 2 Ishtar, Oniros, and then a Kitsune. Huge wing of destroyers, 2 Heretics, 3 towers, and that 1 Mollis. So again, flagship Balgorn, you can see right positioned in the very center of the field there for the Ronin team. everyone else on the field warped to max range of 50. So,
I mean, I'm very interested to see, just the huge amount of anti-support here we have from Rogue Capel. 2 Heretics and 3 Tower Wars. They've opted for jams on the Kitsune as well, so probably mixing jams and ECM can typically be a lot more powerful than just one over the other, and the match is beginning. It looks like jams are spread beautifully across the Ronin team.
It's actually an amazing job by the Rote Maulus pilot to get damps on all those Celestises and Heretics right off the bat, winning that support fight, even though Ronin obviously committing to a really huge support setup here with those 2 Celestises.
The Ronin
really nice
doing
job
an amazing job webbing both Ishtars at the very beginning, making it very easy to apply your DPS to them. The Ishtar of Snake is in fact TP'd at this moment in time. Reps are on him. Reps do seem to be holding for now, though.
And despite that Balgorn having damps and jams targeted onto him on the Ronin side, he is still lasers active. So you see just that Newt on the 1 Ishtar, but otherwise no cap war going on, and maybe there he finally got a jam against him. Damage holding pretty stable on both sides.
Yeah, the webs did drop, so the Ishtars are now burning away as fast as possible. We've got a ton of rep drones on the Guardian for the Ronin team. We're going to have to see where they choose to apply their DPS next.
And this Balgorn's burning around, trying to get back in range for something once he gets a lock. Keep pushing those Ishtars closer to the edge of the arena, making them turn and slow down so that more of that drone DPS gets to do its work. And in the meantime, Rote trying to still work on the Guardian on the Ronin side. You can see some damage getting applied, but nothing that's sticking for now as these teams kind of spread out across the field.
I mean, let's have a look. Let's see what drone choice we have got. For the red side here, for the Ronin, they have dropped a bunch of, we see the blue team have a bunch of geckos. Rote Capel electing for that Omni damage, and tons and tons of armor bots for the Ronin team, just trying to hold reps rather than pushing too aggressively with damage drones.
Yep, Ronin running 100% armor bots basically at the moment. They're all on that Guardian, trying to keep him alive. It looks like now Rote Capel's given up on the Guardian for a bit at least, switching a lot of their damage over to the Balgorn, testing the tank there. No resist bonuses there, of course, so he might be a bit softer, even though he has a lot of HP.
With all this E-War flying across now, Rote Capel feeling more E-War than the Ronin. I mean, it's amazing that no ships have died yet. It's a testament to both Logi pilots and both teams that not a single ship has died with so much. Having said that, Heretic from Dinar now drops, so finally first blood goes to the Ronin. Looks like Ronin's Ishkar may be following, but that flagship Balgorn is getting seriously low into his armor.
Going really, really low. They're going to have to move some of those armor bots over to him. He also is hurting at first because there's, like you said, a lot of E-War pressure going on to on both sides, but the Guardian was damped and he didn't have reps active for a while, but they did actually get active now, so starting to pull back, but another Destroyer dead on the Rote Capel side.
Yeah, if the Ronin just slowly burn through the Rote Capel Desis, that gets them a lead on points, with a little bit of DPS, possibly even a little bit of E-War, and it forces Rote Capel to make the next strong move.
Yeah, and it's getting tougher and tougher for them. These support ships are really important. It takes away the pressure on a lot of the Ronin support. Also takes away a lot of damage. I mean, if they're trying to just burn the Balgorn down, actually having those Heretics and Towers contribute matters a lot, and they're losing them now. You can see Ronin just going for the whole support wing.
Tower going down as well. Worth this fight, we have the DPS fight. Reps against DPS, but we also have the control fight. We can see the true green bars of control between the Ronin and Rote Capel flipping from side to side as they jam off each other's E-War as they try and spread that across the other team. Now we have another tower, the final tower of Jalon dropping for Rote Capel. Looks like he's starting to get into the bottom of his structure. I mean, we do have a Heretic lost to the Ronin. They are starting to take damage. We've got webs on. Oh, that Aeneas is now TP'd and webbed by the Balgorn.
That is definitely bad news. Balgorn didn't have a lock for a while there, but you can definitely see now that the Cap War is active, and that's gonna hurt really bad. Without Cap, the Aeneas is gonna slow down. He's gonna not be able to use his tank. He's webbed as well. He's in really, really big trouble.
Yeah, you can fit that ASB onto the Aeneas for a bit of extra tank, but it needs its armor reps to be able to survive, and it's just not going to have them with the infinite Newts and Nosses you have on the bonus Balgorn. Having said that, the Ronin are now dropping a Heretic. They might lose another one. Yep, there it goes. Paloka does die, and that Aeneas is in a lot of trouble.
It's really interesting. Rote, realizing they're losing their support wing, turned their attention onto the Ronin support. They had too much trouble taking down the big targets, the Balgorn or the Guardian, and so the whole fight kind of turned into this support fight where they really wanted to just take all the destroyers off the field, which is actually working out for Rote, even though they took the first losses on that side.
Has this lost them too much time? They've lost a bunch of support. They're about to lose their Aeneas. They've wasted all this damage on the Ronin team, on the Logi, on the Balgorn, and now they're really, really far behind. They're going to have to pull a miracle to be able to catch up. And look at those effects on the Rote Capel Aeneas. I'm amazed he survived even this long.
I agree, but he's not surviving any longer. Down he goes. Nice kill for the Ronin. That really, really swings things in their favor, even though it looked like they were doing pretty well already. And like you said, I think this really comes down to Rote Capel just spending too much time in places where it didn't end up being effective. You know, as Squeebles always says, the first rule, you know, you got to make sure your damage is doing work. And even though they came very close to bringing that flagship Balgorn down, they ended up just wasting time. And in the meantime, they gave up a lot.
Yeah. Rote now, again, trying to keep going through the support, trying to not have their support ships be tackled, but they are, you know, they're losing a Heretic, looks like a Maulus is going to far. Ronin has a clear advantage now in this, you know, they're entering cleanup mode, but the problem is for them that, you know, Rote still have a lot of DPS on the field, like they can still pick off ships. You know, I really don't think they're going to come back from here, but Rote can still, you know, try and get as many kills as possible, can try and, you know, make Ronin pay for their victory.
Yeah, and they're trying, but yeah, like you said, it's getting late now. It's almost cleanup stage. They haven't taken down one of those big damage ships yet on the Rokapel side, but they've basically finished off the support, just leaving that Kitsune alive. And it won't be too long now until they bring down an Ishtar, I think. It'd be really interesting to watch this match in 3D viewer. I think the Ronin Balgorn and the Ronin Guardian both deserve a ton of credit for their positioning. I think this is a really hard match to fly. They need to stay out of harm's way for the Guardian, but also not get out of range of your team. You need to manage all those armor rep drones. I think they did a really, really good job. They are still losing ships. We just saw Malediction go down for Ronin, but in the meantime, this Rokapel Ishtar is entering structure.
Really beautifully flown. I mean, even by both teams. I mean, Rote are no slowpokes when it comes to the AT. They, you know, they're an old school team, very history. They've got a lot of intelligence theory captains, a lot of great pilots. Yeah, they've made it. They've made it this far in the tournament. So it's they've put up a fantastic fight against the Ronin, and that just shows you even then how good Ronin has to be to beat a team such as Rokapel.
Yeah, I totally agree. This looked like it could easily have gone either way. If they get a little bit luckier with the Balgorn jams or keep the damps on the Guardian just a little bit longer, he positions a little incorrectly, the Balgorn probably drops when they were on him, and in that, you know, if that happens, the Oneros doesn't get tackled, things swing completely differently. But as it turns out, both Ishtars now down for Rokapel, leaving just these two Eoses. The Kitsune is tackled by some of that support. He'll be dropping quickly, and really strong match here for the Ronin, actually bringing a more Rokapel-ish setup, a very support-focused, E-War-focused control setup, which we haven't seen tons of. Even though damps are really, really strong in this tournament, most teams have brought an enormous amount of damage, kind of as the first thing. And this Ronin setup is really, really focused on that control.
One of the things I haven't been able to get over in this entire match, I've just loved seeing the Balgorn webs to apply to, say, the Ishtar or something. You know, they go from like 1700, 1800, all the way down to 100. I mean, those webs are so powerful. If you can apply them, you are in so much trouble. And the Bal did fantastic work in this match.
Yep, and now just chipping away at these Eoses, the last two ships, they will, I'm sure, be able to finish them off in this 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If you guys have been away from the game for a bit or don't pay attention to all the latest faction balance changes, something really relevant for this match and possible future matches is that the entire Blood Raider lineup now gets a bonus to NOS, where it no longer cares whether you have more cap than them or not. It just keeps on stealing, which is incredibly powerful. So that's why you see NOS effects here, but you won't see them a ton otherwise. Because he can just keep pulling cap from those ships until they're dry and fuel himself at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, so Rise, what do you think in this match? Is there something you think Rokapel could have done differently? I mean, we said target calling was a bit of a problem. Is there anything else you think that Rokapel could have done to help, or was that pretty much it?
Based on how it actually played out, I would never fault them for the choices they made. Like I said, it was really close, but based on how it went, if they would have gone for winning the support fight early, tried to take out those Heretics and Ishkur's first thing, and tried to win that fight, and maybe even move to Celestis's after that, I don't know. It might have gone better for them, because it ended up working out that that's really where the match was decided, was in the support. But I mean, how can you know that? And I think they really did a great job. Like I said, at the very start of the match, won the damp war and everything, and I don't fault them at all for choosing the Guardian and then the Balgorn. So just a tough spot for them. I think they did a great job. Just didn't work out.
1 year left now. Tyrus, team captain of the Rote team, very, very intelligent guy, going down with his ship as Rote get eliminated from the tournament. The Ronin go on. I'm not 100% sure who they're going to face next. We'll have to ask that from the commentary guys. But yeah, as we're saying, really great showing here from the Ronin. Rokapel really giving a good fight as they do sadly go down.
And another, I think, really interesting thing about this match, and like you said, maybe the guys on desk will talk about it a bit, is this has got to be some of the least drone DPS we've really seen on any team in a long time, at least. There's almost all rep bots coming from the Ronin setup, even up to heavy rep bots. So really not worrying about doing a lot of damage, even doing it with drones, just winning that control fight. It's really interesting.
When you've got, those Balgorn nods, as you say, when you've got that web on the Neros, it is so much easier to kill. You don't need that much DPS, so you can play it safe. You can have those rep bots, for example, from the Ishkurs. They've got a nice little drone bay. The DPS they will do isn't insane. So, Ret Box can just be that extra little bit to help your Guardian tank, to help your flagship tank.
But we are winding down here. This match is just about over. 5 seconds left to finish off that EOS. With this low DPS is actually maybe not going to happen. But either way, that'll do it for this one. Rokapel exiting the tournament and Ronin moving on. So congratulations to them, and we'll go back to the desk.
With day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best.
Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny pot into his career. So always let jump, and let the body hit the floor, and that is how the groove comes.
And with that, Rokapel go home and take with them a single tear from back in Alien.
Oh, that was rough to watch. I think CSP Rice said it was won and lost in the support. Rokapel did a great job early of spreading their damps, of kind of controlling the field right from the start. But then I feel like they kind of lost track of that. The Kitsune did a great job of keeping the Bailgorn. He got some good jams on the Bailgorn when things were getting hairy. They got some good jams on the Guardian to try to press damage through the Bailgorn flagship. But what I think they lost sight of were the Celestis. And when you've got damps on them early, that's going to prevent them from locking right away. You're going to get your damp spread. But eventually, with pilots as good as the Ronin, with the positioning and field control they had with that Bailgorn, the Celestis are going to figure out how to get into position to lock things and damp things. And that's exactly what happened. And eventually, Rokapel, meanwhile, was losing the support war. That triple heretic setup is just so strong and just shredded through the support. Rokapel eventually turned their damage to that support, but in doing so, they started losing ships. Their Neros eventually got tackled by that Bailgorn, who just did a great job. And it was by then they were too far behind to bring it back, I think.
Yeah, and as Raz was pointing out, that was kind of an odd setup that we saw from the Ronin. They banked so hard on keeping their ships alive that they really didn't care about doing that much damage. I mean, that was like a max control team. Yeah. And the Ishkars and the Heretics were able to win the support war ever so slightly to let the Celestis do their job. The weakness of this Bailgorn, even though it's a flagship and it could be potentially blinged out, is that it can get controlled really, really easily. So when the Celestis kind of win the control war after that, they win the dams, then it's sort of game over from there.
Well, it's interesting the choice of the Bailgorn against the Rokapel team. We talked about the energy neutralizing kind of reputation Rokapel has.
That's sort of your style.
And the ship you want against that is something that can keep its capacitor. And he was talking about the NOS just kind of permanently running and always pulling cap until the cap is dry at the enemy target. Well, if you're facing Armageddons, what do you want? You want something that can do that. It can sustain its own cap and keep firing the guns that it seemed to fit. And it was a good all-around setup.
And obviously we can't really see this the fit of the flagship, but if they have like the best webs, that Bailgorn can essentially web at 70 kilometers. Right. And because of the MJD beacons, you can always get into the range of the Logi. So you can always get a web on it as long as you're not damned.
Yeah, I feel like he probably used that to his advantage. I know the logistics pilot, the Oneros pilot, who's flying on that, and he's really good. He's not one to get caught out of position. I've really never seen him make that kind of mistake. So my guess is that Bailgorn kind of pushed Rope back toward the beacon or toward the boundary in such a way that there was nowhere for him to go, and he eventually got caught.
And that's why it looked so good for Rote in the beginning, because by winning the damp war, you shut down a lot of the range of that Bailgorn, and then, as you said, they didn't capitalize on it quick enough, and the Ronin responded really well. And eventually, once that Bailgorn got into the fight, it was a huge, huge impact.
Sad to see them go, but they are one of the winners of this tournament, so to speak. So insofar as to that they got to the final weekend. Wow, that was a hard sentence.
But you nailed it.
I nailed it. So
well, I think this ties Rokapel's best finish in a tournament as well. So in terms of how far we've made it, so it was just very, very happy, very proud of the team. They did really well. They faced a really tough road, and it was going to get even tougher after this. So very respectable team to lose to in the Ronin.
Yes, there must always be a loser in all competitions. Speaking of that, we have a match that I've been looking forward to a lot, which is Test Alliance versus Hydra Reloaded. I'm going to give you the bads real quick, which is Mollis Getton for Test Alliance and Eos Hila for Hydro Reloaded. My handwriting.
That speaks to confidence from PL about the setups that Test have brought so far.
Hydra.
I'm sorry, of Hydra against the setups that Test have brought so far. Just let's get rid of the Eos Hila, 2 very strong ships. I think Test did bring that setup maybe once or something on those lines, but
they brought the Loki
tinker
last.
Yeah. Well, but that says that I think Hydra knows how to beat that. I think that's what they're saying.
So that's like the interesting mind game there. Like, if you're a Test and you see these bans, do you say, wait a minute, are they going to just stomp me with the team I've run, or does Test have like a secret in their back pocket? We were talking about it earlier, like Test ran their Tinker team basically into the ground last week and did amazingly with it. Like, they just destroyed every team they came up with. So is that sort of Test just fielding their best team, hoping to get some cooler prizes? Or is that Test just being super ultra meta and saying, hey, if you can beat this, guess what I've got coming next week? You can't beat that.
It would be interesting. I'm also banking on the fact that Hydra are going to bring out their Blink ships now. Their tournament prize ships. I think they're going to start bolstering their ranks with them.
They may. I don't know about the prize ships, but I think Hydra, you're going to see some like crazy setups. Obviously, last week Hydra came to the decision that it was worth going to the losers bracket if they could keep an extra week of their like best teams secret. Because now, if they field the teams, their competition has like 24 hours to deconstruct it. If they took it last week, they could still be in the winners bracket, but then their like very strong teams would have like a week to be deconstructed.
It's a dangerous gamble when you go up against teams like Test, who have been surprising us, and they, some would say, surprising with incompetence. No, I won't say that. I like you guys.
I think they would like that, actually.
I mean, and honestly, the teams that are still left in this bracket moving on are just great teams. I mean, you still have an Exodus floating in there, the TNT. We have Triumvirate is left as well. And then coming from the winners bracket, you're going to see Camel, Nully, Pandemic, or Tuskers. So they really did. It's a huge gamble to possibly have to face one of those teams, or 2 or even 3 of them, the rest of the way through. Is it possible 3 more before they get out of the elimination bracket?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's 4 different teams they're going to have to face, and I don't know. That's either supreme confidence or a big oops.
And with Hydra, like, you have to just assume it's supreme confidence. Like, you can't just say, oh, Hydra are bad, they lost.
Right.
No, I think they're even more dangerous in the losers bracket now because their backs are against the wall. They know every game matters now. They can't drop anything. They can't do anything like half-heartedly. Like, they just got to go all out.
It's time for the big setups.
Yeah.
I'm going with Test. You've got this. I'm going that phrase that I can't say.
I believe in you, Test, but I think Hydra's going to win this one.
I'm also going to go with Hydra.
I'm going to be unoriginal. I think Hydra have this one. I think maybe by the later in the day we'll see some fatigue come from them and some mistakes, but I think Hydra have this one.
We'll see. I mean, I still haven't gotten the word that teams are on field, but I know they're in system. But this, judging from the stupid grins coming from the commentator booth, I do believe that we're about to see something really, really fantastic.
Oh, I'm excited.
What that might be, I do not know.
We talked about the tournament ships, and you don't think they're going to bring them. I think it's possible, even if they bring the small, like we talked earlier this week about the things like, I don't know if they have Malices, but the Cambions I think they have. And those are really scary. In this meta of Heretics and Worms, those Cambions will absolutely shred support.
Yeah, so I mean, Hydra is a story tournament team, and it's not just like which ones they won. They won the Amar prize ship, so they have all the Malices and all the Evangels. They also have the Utus, but they also bought like Cambions, Atanas, and they are not afraid to field those.
Right, gentlemen, it's time for the Hyperion to go to red alert once again. We are going up into hyperspace space, cyberspace space, and seeing some commentators talk about some spaceships.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
Welcome back to the commentary booth with Apothony and CCP Rise, and I have never been so excited for an AT match in my life. Test Alliance have the PL setup from last week. Golem, triple Ishtar, Myrmidon, triple Vexor, and Hydra have 3 Astartes and a Neros, 3 Celestis, Vexor, triple Heretic, and a Malediction.
It looks like Hydra's brought a really damp, heavy, long-range team. Rail Astartes for sure.
Yeah.
Bounce up and down or something. You're so yeah. Almost time for you guys to see setup. So you kind of see. There we go. So 3 Astartes, 3 Celestis, 3 Heretics. This is a long-range control team, probably meant to break tests. Yeah. Like pseudo Tinker they've been running for a lot of this tournament. It looks like it'd be really good against that. But Test has a team that's immune to damps. They can put all their drones assisted to that golem and get their damage through. We're underway. I mean, let's see how this goes.
Hydra are applying their damps to the Ishtars. That won't matter. One of the Vexors is scrammed, I'm assuming, by the Malediction straight away. I mean, Hydra, do they try and get rid of the drones with the Heretics? Do they try and apply DPS? Looks like the Myrmidon is going to die, so that's whatever links Test have that will be going down. Those Ishtars are damped, and it doesn't look like too much DPS is applying to Hydra.
What in the world? I thought this was looking so good for Test, but their damage isn't going anywhere. And in the meantime, Hydra's able to just remove a Myrmidon from the field, no problem.
And now Vexors as well. Test, you need to burn away from the DPS, mates, not into it.
Those Astartes, even with rails, do a really lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
They have a fall-off bonus, so they have tons of range. And it looks like they're going to just destroy Test, even though Test should have had a really, really good chance here.
Yep.
Vexor's dying next after that Myrmidon.
Yep, so one of the Vexors down already. Another Vexor looks like it's on the way. I mean, those Astartes, when they get in DPS range, they have a rate of fire bonus, they have a damage bonus, huge amount of DPS coming off those 250 rails. In the meantime, Tests just aren't breaking Hydra at all. We have so many rep bots on that Neros. Remember, Celestis have a 50-meter cube drone base, so they can put out a full flight of median armor drones. And even though you and I thought Test had a chance to come in here, take out Hydra, Hydra apparently are immune to Test's amazing setup.
Pretty awesome, actually. Like you said, Hydra using all those 50 M3 drone bays on the Astartes and Celestis to run rep bots. You can see them there doing their work. The Onero's tanking. Test dropped Bouncer 2s for the whole team right when the match started. They're trying to burn around and keep their ships alive, but Hydra's just able to tank it for the time being. The Onero's finally starting to break. But the combination of the rep drones and the Oneros reps are way too much for them to have any chance of breaking the Astarte.
That Oneros is only now going to low armor, probably just like troll the Test team or anything. They've lost all but 2 of their Ishtars, and then they've got the Golem left still. That's going to be the last primary. Taking these Ishtar off field. I mean, Dark Soldat is now starting to go into the structure. They might possibly kill the Oneros. I kind of would be surprised that he tanked for so long and now isn't tanking anymore.
He's also just doing a really fantastic job of piloting, which is something we expect of Hydra, flying in circles around the swarm of bouncers so that they can't track him that well, and he's still alive. Finally goes down.
The Oneros does go down, but Test has lost everything but 2 ships.
Yeah, it's way too late. Going for the Astarte first hurt them really bad. If they would have started with the Oneros, maybe they have a better shot, but from the looks of this, Hydra knew exactly how to handle this.
They wanted to do what PL did when we first saw the setup, volley through the Oneros, take off a lot of damage, take off all the links capabilities, but we saw at the beginning of the match, the Test ships, they barely moved. One of them got scrammed really quickly. They got tackled down, and I think it was a mix of, maybe a bit of poor target calling, probably a bit of poor piloting as well, and, those Astartes just ripping through the whole Test team.
This Hydra setup looks really, really powerful. They go into the late game with tons of Logi too, because they have all these rep drones. So, even though they lose their Logi early in the match, maybe in the first couple minutes, in this case not until the 3rd or 4th minute, they still have tons of rep power to keep the Astartes up late. And now there's just this Marauder left for Test Alliance. It's possible that he'll be able to kill the Astarte, but I doubt it.
It looks like they still have some active rep. That's probably AARs in the Astarte. They do get the local armor bonus, which is very common in Galente holds. They may get it, they may not, but this is Hydra taking to pieces a setup that has previously shown to do very, very well against this sort of team.
I don't actually even see active reps on the Astarte. I just see the hardener particle, so possible that he's just turned it off for a bit, saving some cap or something now that he doesn't need it. But in any case, let's see if they're able to cut through the golem here. But
even just all the rep drones on it seem to be doing fine. And golems, they're very, very great ships, but golems aren't known for their, huge DPS output.
Right. And Hydra's out near the boundary, being weird as always. Hydra, well known for being one of the best teams, but also one of the most likely to screw up a match somehow by like accidentally making everybody bored or kind of cheating or something like that. Hopefully they don't do anything too stupid here, but they're out playing around by the boundary for a minute before they come back in for that golem. But I just still can't believe this. I was so excited here. I really thought Test had like the best shot they could ask for in terms of setup. You know, if they'd have come in with the kind of soft tinker they've been running earlier in the tournament, they would have just gotten torn apart. And instead, it looked like they had a really solid chance here, but not the case. Hydra is just too good. They know how to execute, and even in setups like this where it might look like they have weaknesses, surely they've tested against this kind of thing and have some idea of how it would perform and how to deal with it.
I think one of the things this weekend is that everybody saw this PL Sentry set at the end of last week. Every team coming into this weekend needs to have, okay, my comp can beat the things they brought last time. Can it beat the Sentry team that everyone's going to try and copy?
Yep.
And this team apparently absolutely can.
Yeah, which is totally interesting. Also, again, this is the second match in a row now we've seen won by teams that actually didn't field like core drone damage setups. This is back-to-back now matches where rep drone focused setups are doing really well. This one just using turrets off the Astartes along with the Heretics to get most of the damage in, crushing a team that represents the kind of meta from the last 2 weekends really well, even though it has no helos, but it's still an Ishtar, really, really drone-focused setup. So maybe a shift here. I wonder how this is going to go over the next day and a half.
That's the thing about Galente boats in general. They can have mixed, gun bonuses, but they also generally have quite an ample drone bay for those rep bots. So even if they have no drone bonuses, like the Astartes, 50 meters of drone bay is still a lot.
Right. And again, there's lots of chatter in local, mostly good fights. Somebody talking about rifters. Nothing all that productive going on. So I don't know exactly what they're up to, but I wouldn't count on it being very important. You can see them all just hanging out together there at the edge of the arena. It is possible, actually, that their DPS is just so low that they can't break the golem. I didn't even think of that till now, but that's probably it. That with just the Astartes and the Heretics, no newts to speak of, and Celestis is there with rep bots, that they actually can't break the golem or don't think it's worth trying. They can just sit out here, outrange, maybe outrange the DPS, maybe not. Doesn't look like it, actually. But they're just going to hang out and not bother putting themselves at risk when they know they probably can't break the golem anyway. That makes sense.
I mean, I don't... I kind of lost track, but I don't think they've tried to break the golem. Maybe they just know, well, with this numbers, we already know that we can't break a golem.
Yep.
But, that Astarte is still getting rep bots fine. It was actually burning away from the rep bots for a while. So the rep bots are starting to catch up. It kind of has that beautiful swarm of drones following it at the moment. I don't know if we can get that on camera. But, so it looks like we're going to have to wait out the final 2.5 minutes.
That's
minutes
fine.
Of the match.
Like you said, it's the kind of thing where they probably know exactly how likely it is that they can break this golem from testing, and they just, for whether it's because they would get into range of the target painter, like inside target painter fall off, and that would up the DPS, or maybe risk getting tackled or something, even though that's probably not possible, that it's just not worth it. So they're just going to hover around the outside. I mean, we saw last weekend that Hydra's capable of making decisions that seem really strange just on a dime because of their experience. Leaving the arena last week to hide some of their setups, to save time, to just get the match over with when they knew for a fact there was no way they could turn the match around.
And it's and it's as you said, they can make those decisions, and not only can they make those decisions, they make them instantly. They just go, this is exactly what we need to do, and we can do it. And that is exactly what makes them such a top-tier team. I mean, one of the things we were saying before about the Sentry setup that Test Alliance brought is that we saw last week PL execute it very well, and that is the type of team that relies so heavily on good execution. You need to assign properly for the proper volley. We saw PL last week, once they dropped their sentry drones, they burnt to different micro jump drive units in the arena. You can watch it on the nullsec replay. So then they could, if any of the DPS ships got into trouble, they could activate it, burn away, so they're almost impossible to catch. And Test here got caught.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. But the later we get in the tournament, the more execution tends to be what separates the teams, or at least it becomes a much bigger part. And Hydra's a team that always executes with the best. Them and PL have always been on top. And even Elise, I think I've heard saying this week that the Elise stands more on their theory crafting than they do on their execution. That Hydra is more even of a finesse team than PL is, and that PL is really, really makes their mark with really, really good theory crafting.
Did I just see rockets launch from that Astarte?
I doubt it. That would be pretty strange.
I'm sorry, I just saw a missile effect. Like my brain is just kind of.
One thing I've been seeing
up.
for sure is really high quality fade effects from shot to shot. I don't know if you've been noticing that, but some really cool square shaped ones.
That is some well quality assured art right there.
Yeah. We need to get our camera crew started on an Alliance Tournament ad. Maybe we could...
CCP 80 ad.
Yeah, do some competition. I don't know. Maybe there's...
I know, the competition's pretty high. I'm not sure CCP could make it.
It might be difficult. I don't know. I wouldn't want to try it personally, but... Yeah. Anyway, 10 seconds left. Hydra's going to take this one. Don't hold it against them. They didn't shoot this golem. I think it's because they just knew they couldn't break it. Really, really strong performance otherwise by them, and they will be moving on and continue to scare everyone in the loser bracket, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
We'll go to the desk and see you guys in a few.
So, do we have any setups that aren't a tinker?
Oh no, I bombed.
You bombed us. So.
I'm sorry, guys.
And with that, Test go back to holding Sov. Oh wait, they don't.
We got two systems.
Yeah, I think they do now. Yeah.
They lost them for a couple hours, but they got them back.
Yeah,
well,
good enough.
They also lost at day 7 of the Alliance Tournament, so...
That is still an impressive showing. I mean, you go up against Hydra, and they lose in such an excruciatingly painful way, too. Like, it looked like they had the answer, and if you're everyone in the losers bracket, you are absolutely terrified right now. Because Hydra took a team that was essentially just a very slightly different than what they took since the first week. Instead of Sleipnirs, they took Astartes, and they just basically went with a control team that can apply damage from range. And the cool thing that they did here, which is something that we saw in last Alliance tournament, they did like a 3-stage tank thing. So as the commentators pointed out, the Astartes have 5 medium rupture bots, the Celestis do, and the Vexor may have a few in there too, just for good measure. So everything has a local tank on it, everything has remote reps from the Oneros, and everything can also get those 30 rep bots, which is an insane amount of tank. Like, we saw Hyperions do it in the last Alliance tournament, and Astartes doing it in the last Alliance tournament, and now we see them doing it again. And I don't know, I'd just be afraid. Like, they haven't shown any more, like, any huge, amazing team yet.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a departure from what they had been doing, but to your point, it wasn't anything that had never happened before.
Yeah, they just did like the armor version of what they were doing all tournament. Like, it's insane. Like, I'm terrified. I'm shaking right now.
Yeah, I think also.
You're still getting headshots.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That is on the test side. That's a prime example of a group borrowing a setup that someone else introduced from the PL team. And either not having the time or just generally not understanding exactly why it worked. It was, I hate to use the term hard counter, but theoretically it could have worked. If Hydra had been a little bit lower projection, it maybe could have worked. But the fact of the matter is that Hydra team could hit from a long way away. Yep. That said, I feel like Test could have done a much better job mitigating and burning out to those MJDs, not getting caught. They got killed in really quick succession, and Triple Astarte is nothing to laugh at, but I still feel like they sponged up more than they should have.
Yeah, we talk about execution and we talk about practice, and that's kind of the danger of watching too much tournament as a captain. And you need to watch to be aware of the meta, but at the same time, you don't want to get baited into bringing a setup that you saw someone else execute effectively if you're not confident in your ability to execute effectively. And if you're a team like Pandemic Legion that's going to be practicing, I don't know how many hours a day, every day of the week, it's one thing. You're going to get to put in 30, 40 hours of pilots flying that. But if you're maybe a slightly more casual, I know Rote Capel was having trouble even getting practice partners this week. No one wanted to practice with them. I know Test for a fact was supposed to show up and fight Rote Capel, I think, on Thursday, and they just no-showed. They didn't have enough pilots. So, you know, with that kind of practice putting in, you're not getting a lot of time behind these setups. Do you really have a solid grasp on how to use them? And even if they, on paper, are a counter, if you're not able to execute well enough with them, then you're better off bringing something you're comfortable with.
Let's bring the results screen up on the stream to see the raw data for looking at the camera. So, yeah, they couldn't take down the final golem, and it might be that lack of practice was the reason why they weren't able to take down this Hydra team. But I also saw that in the beginning they split DPS between an Astarte and an Oneros,
which is a mistake.
Yeah.
They also, interestingly, Hydra, this might come as a surprise, but I think they had a plan for this exact comp.
Absolutely.
Because the test team does rely on a handful of Vexers. It was 3, right? Yeah. So 3 Vexers. What that entire comp does is it drops sentries, kites off, and makes it difficult to catch the hulls that are applying the damage by way of sentry. The problem is if you're using a Vexer is a really limited drone bay. So if you deploy those drones all together, if you all immediately drop your drones in one giant orb, and then start burning off, which it looks like they almost did. I mean, they probably had a little bit of spread in there. Hydra can burn right into the middle of them and mitigate a lot of damage. And there was definitely some element of the Hydra team that burned straight in there to reduce the chance of alpha. I don't think it was the whole team, but it was something.
At some point, Test needed a solution to those rep bots. And I mean, it's a pain in the butt when you have so much like concentrated fire to just say, okay, I'm going to use my like 5,000 alpha to kill this like 500 EHP drone. That's a waste of time, that's a waste of DPS. But they needed a solution for that. Maybe it's just have everyone on the team lock up an armor maintenance spot and shoot it with each of their drones or something. I don't know.
Bring smart bombing maulers.
Smart bombing maulers would have actually done it. They would have actually done it.
Well, only if you can get in range of...
I mean, they would have died getting there, but in theory, it totally would have worked.
I'm going to try and contain my smoke. But Test go home.
The other thing that I don't think we mentioned was the fact that there is a pretty solid counter to that Sentry Dome comp, and if the team that's using the sentries doesn't spread out before they drop them, then they're all in one big ball. Sentries don't track well up close. Yep. So if you're afraid of getting alpha by sentries or blown up by sentries, and all the ships that dropped them just flew off in 10 different directions, well, get on top of the sentries and orbit them.
And with the patch coming in this week, H-Stars have slightly worse sentry tracking.
Yep.
So, clever. We have good balancers out here. So, like I said, Test go home. By no means are they a team to make fun of in this tournament. They have done an absolutely fantastic job of going through, going through Pasta today, for instance. And but Hydra advance, which should not really come as a surprise to anybody. They are a monstrous team, and I look forward to seeing what they do against.
They get to play the loser of Camel Empire. Tuskers.
No, yes? It's Ronin versus Hydra.
I'm sorry, the winner, Ronin versus Hydra. There you go. And then later on, they will fight. If they beat Ronin, the winner of that will go on to fight then the loser of Tuskers Camel. So very tough, and this is all today. This is a very tough.
So yeah, that's all today. So the match is ready. So we have to go really quickly through the next one. Which
so this is Try TNT. Do we have the bands really quick?
No, it's Afterlife versus Exodus.
Afterlife Exodus, and we don't get to talk about your team at all until
so,
that's okay.
Afterlife banned the Tango and the Loki, and Exodus banned the Eos and the Ishtar.
Okay, so no Tinkers and no Sentry Shotgun. Basically.
I'm going with Exodus.
I don't know, Ronin looked so good today. Even though they've played a lot of matches, I'm going with Ronin. Sorry.
Are they in this?
No, it's Afterlife.
Oh, sorry, Afterlife. I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Afterlife looked really good against Shadow Cartel. I liked both those teams.
I'm going to pray for well-executed Gilas, and I'm going to go for Exodus.
I'll go with Exodus. I think they're a very solid team, and they're going to do well despite not having a flagship anymore. Sorry.
To space.
And beyond.
Kill the thingy. A thingy just landed. Okay, align to that territorial thingy. Kill the thingy. Snow get thingy. Starburst. Kill the thingies.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. I'm CCP Rise here with Apophany, and this is Afterlife versus Exodus. Got a golem on the field and some other stuff. What do you think, Apophany?
So Afterlife have a team here that's pretty weird. I'm not completely sure what they're doing, but they're a good team. I trust them. They've got a golem, rattlesnake, Sleipnir, scimitar, triple saber, triple jaguar. Exodus have brought a somewhat more standard fare to what we've seen in the tournament for the past few weeks. We've got a claymore, Sleipnir, scimitar, logi, triple gila, triple molus, crow, double merlin.
I absolutely agree with you about this being weird. I don't like Afterlife's chances here. It's a pretty strange setup. Like you said, Exodus looking a lot more standard with the heavy control in the Moluses and then Gilas and Sleipnirs to back it up. But we'll have to see how it goes. Obviously, they have the golem.
Exodus tries to kite away, and Afterlife just burns straight in. Those sabers and those jaguars, they cannot project damage very well. They do a good bit of damage, but they cannot project. So they need to tackle something down. Looks like we have a paint on the Simi of the Exodus team. Webs going onto the two Molus. Looks like they're going to try and take that support down as fast as possible. One of the Molus getting reps, the other one also getting a shield boost, but it's losing all its armor.
Wow, those Jags and Sabers going Molus hunting here, and it's going pretty well so far. Wow, the Exodus Scimitar as well going super low really fast. He didn't boost at all. I wonder if he'll be able to pull any of that back. Okay, maybe I was completely wrong about this one. Exodus Scimitar down, Exodus Molus down, Afterlife looking really good.
This Afterlife team looks so good doing anti-support. These Molus are falling. We've got Damps from the Exodus team on the Rattlesnake, Sleipnir, and Scimitar. They've already lost 3 ships and haven't even come close to killing anything yet. Just now, the Saber of Ottaviani taking a bunch of damage to its shield tank.
I can't believe this. What an amazing job by Afterlife here, taking that Scimitar down so quickly. Obviously, they have a lot of DPS that's immune to the damps. Saber finally down on the Afterlife side, but they're going to trade a Sleipnir back.
The Scimitar of the Afterlife team taking a ton of damage, finally going down, DPS on it. Exodus hasn't lost anything further, so maybe this is Exodus's comeback here, and you might still be right.
It's very hard to come back against a Marauder team. I think that's really the bad news for Exodus here, is they got themselves in trouble early, and then late they have to deal with a Marauder. I don't think they can keep the Sleipnir alive without any support. Wow, this is incredible. I thought this setup looked really strange, really kind of scattered, but they were able to hunt down that Scimitar in no time, and now there's almost
Sleipnir of Exodus going down as well. One of the things we noticed at the beginning of the match, when they warped in, they were as close as possible to each other, despite coming in slight range. So when the Afterlife burnt straight onto the Exodus team, they could go right onto the targets they wanted.
That's a big advantage for them for sure. It's a lot better than if they had been at 100 and had to send those Jaguars and Sabers all the way across the field. Some more support going down now with the Afterlife Scimitar off the field. The Sleipnir on their side's hurting pretty bad, as well as one of their Sabers. But Exodus about to lose their second command ship, leaving only these 3 Gilas. And again, 2 battleships left still on Afterlife, along with the rest of their support.
I mean, one of the things to note about these Jaguars, they're assault frigates, they have the MWT balloon burners. The medium drones of the Gila, as fantastic as they are, they're going to have a really tough time applying to the Jaguar. So it's going to take a while to kill them unless you get them tackled down. We do have a web on one of them now, we've got a web on a Saber, that's going down, Exodus pulling back. We're actually 43 to 42 Afterlife to Exodus. Oh, 59 now.
Not looking good for Exodus here. They know that they have 3 Gilas against the Golem at the least. They have the Rattlesnake too doing damage in the meantime. They have no Logi. They have no way to keep the Gilas up. They maybe have an XLASB apiece, but they don't have any way to turn the damage off. This isn't a fight where they can run away from drones for a long time to kite things out. They have to chew up cruise missiles for a long time.
The mega TP on the Golem and then cruises on both will slowly burn through these Gilas. But the Gilas, drone-based damage, the very, very tanky drones, but even 2 or 3 smart bombs between the Golem and Rattlesnake will take them down. One of the Gilas already going into its armor tank.
I mean, on top of everything you just said, one of the Jags actually got in and got a web on that Gila for a while, so he slowed way down took huge amounts of shield out while he was going slow, and even though he burned out of it, he was already in super bad shape. So he's dead. They're trying to get this support off the field so the Helis can run around freely and try to mitigate some damage that way, but I just don't know how Exodus can come back against these two battleships. It's just two cruisers against a Marauder and a faction battleship. That's really bad news.
One hell of a match. The Afterlife started the match really well. They got a bunch of kills. Exodus returned a bunch of kills without losing anything further. But then, exactly as you said, when teams go down to just the last few pilots, a Marauder is a huge advantage, especially as the Golem. It can apply and fire its DPS all across the arena, and it's just so tanky.
Gila number 2 down, last Merlin down just a second ago, and the last piece of support, the final Jaguar for Afterlife dying. But yeah, Afterlife's got a lock on this now. Really cool setup by them in this match. I don't know if they knew that this was the way to deal with the Moluses and deal with the Logi. I'd love to hear them talk about this, because this is definitely something very unique. We've seen a lot of teams bring golems and then a couple different versions of what comes along with them, but this is definitely something new, and it worked out great for them against a really good team in Exodus. Flying a setup we know is strong because it's done well throughout the tournament up to this point. So huge credit to Afterlife here. Just finishing off these last couple ships. Helo's about to drop, and then they'll just have to...
One of the interesting things here is look at the ship bans, the Afterlife, very quickly. Tengu Loki. They did not want to see a shield tinker here, and I can absolutely understand why.
Why?
Because look at the DPS incoming from the Afterlife here. Like, it's got a good bit of DPS, but they don't really have a way, they don't have much in the way of E-War. They don't really have a way to break through it as such.
Right.
I mean, Jaguars and Sabres, they can maybe 200 to 300 DPS apiece, and that's it. But, that's the end of the match.
Great job, Afterlife. We'll go back and see what the guys at Death thought of that, and see you guys for another match in a few minutes.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why Plex are so damn high? Then watch Eve Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. Eve Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Has sort of a poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership.
And with that, we say goodbye to Exodus. Bye-bye. Now there's only one commentator that has a team in the tournament.
Yeah. Please don't let me lose today. Please don't let me lose today.
Yeah, I don't know. I even said before, I wish, I hope they bring a Gila comp and execute it well, because I know that they can or could. That didn't seem to be the case. Like at first, just based on the comp, it looked like they were on the road to victory, and then they got a flat tire. So.
Yeah, I think Afterlife definitely gave them a bad haircut. I think what really killed them was the beginning of the setup. They didn't bring any sacrileges. What's up with that?
Yeah, that's a strong linchpin to our theory crafting. No, but legitimately, very strong team. I had the pleasure of flying with them intermittently before this specific Alliance tournament, and I'm sad to see them go.
Yeah, but this Afterlife team, that was a really nice team setup that we saw. It was kind of a throwback to last Alliance tournament again. We're seeing all these throwbacks this week. It's pretty great. So there was a lot of fast tackle. The Sabres were pretty fast. They were just running at everybody. Jaguars, of course, super fast at getting tackle. I think this setup could have countered like the shotgun setup, like the Ishtar cutting setup pretty well. And it counters a heck of a lot more, apparently. So we just saw amazing work by that tackle. Like, they lost the control war incredibly hard. Like, it was ridiculous. But,
it was interesting to see that they fielded Sabres. Which
Instead
is
of
something,
heretics,
yeah,
right?
it's something that we really haven't
Sabres
seen
are really good at killing Moluses, as we saw. Like, they got up there really fast, like an old Minotaur Rush style with Jaguars and Sabres, and it was just face-melting DPS.
It was. Our
but I think
faces were melted.
Yeah, the crucial point was how fast the Exodus Scimitar died. Like, that was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that was the Golem and the Rattlesnake just applying all of its damage onto that that bonus painter, as the commentators mentioned, is incredible.
I think what we saw here is, it's kind of been a story of the tournament that we've been trying to highlight, is the fact that really in every fight you seem to have two battles.
Yeah.
You have the support war and you have the main ship war, and in this one the support war was decisively won by Afterlife. Despite losing the E-War battle, you know, they got right up in the face of those frigates and just shredded through them, and by the time that happened, the larger ships had brought down the Scimitar, and it was just mop up from there, really. They lost a couple ships along the way. I think Exodus might have had a chance to turn it around, but they were really far behind. It would have taken some mistake on the part of Afterlife, I think, or some really, really fancy piloting from Exodus to pull it off. So.
Yeah, the uphill battle there for Exodus was they needed absolutely everything to break that rattlesnake in a reasonable amount of time, and I don't think they even brought enough to break that golem. So that was just one of those times where you have to look at it and say, okay, it's going to be there, we can't do anything about it. And they had to be that much more urgent in winning the DPS war, and they just couldn't do it.
Yeah. So, like I said, Exodus are going home and Afterlight proceed. We will see more of them later after the best out of 3 that we have coming up after the next match. We are behind schedule, so we're trying to go through this as fast as possible.
So we're not taking a break this time?
No.
Okay.
No breaks for you.
We power through it.
we power through it. We can do this.
Yeah, we can do this. I'm sure we can. If the teams can, we can.
Certainly.
Next up is Triumvirate versus Tactical Narcotics team. This is a match that I've been really excited about because TNT are I'm going to call them a wild card.
They're magical.
Yeah, they're magical. They're a true wild card.
Yeah. If you haven't been watching the tournament, you should go back and watch the TNT matches. Just weird stuff happens. Like, you can't explain why or how these things happen. They just force errors. Like, it's just bizarre. So, I don't know. Tri is an amazing team, but I don't know if you can go against this crazy mojo.
Triumph have banned the Vector Navy issue and the Ishtar, while TNT banned the Simi and the Rattlesnake.
I think that's interesting, actually, because
those are really smart bans.
Tri has run drones every match, if I'm not mistaken. And it seems like they're especially comfortable in rattlesnakes, which have been proven effective in all these matches. We've now seen tons of different variations on rattlesnake setups. I think that was probably what they were planning to pick. If they had their first pick, they would have gone rattlesnake.
Well, keep in mind that Tri have the rattlesnake flagship, and they actually 2 matches ago they themselves banned rattlesnakes and then brought their flagship. So that doesn't completely obviate the rattlesnake setup from Triumvirate, which they're very comfortable with. So that's something that TNT needs to keep in mind going into the match.
And maybe they're trying to bait that exact thing out. I mean, that is possible.
Tri have some really neat setups with the rattlesnake. We saw like the one rattlesnake setup, the 2 rattlesnake setup. They could probably shoehorn a 3 rattlesnake setup in there. And yeah, they're scary.
They are. But as we saw in their last match, 2 rattlesnakes beat 3 rattlesnakes.
Yep.
So the Sir Squeeble's school of math is
but it was a flagglesnake. It was a flagglesnake.
It was a
flagglesnake. That totally, we don't factor that into the Squeeble school of math.
Yeah. Right, there's like an asterisk next to that, and you got to go to the glossary to...
Yes. Yeah. Also, we don't offer degrees in anything. So it's more just a way to spend your time.
Oh, yeah. We all need that.
Yeah, that's why I stream.
Yes, all right. I'm going to go with Triumvirate. I'm still a fan of Starfleet Commander. So,
even though my heart says TNT, my head says Tri. So I'm going to go with Tri.
Yeah, it's 50-50 for me, but I apparently circled this earlier, so I will also go with Triumvirate.
Yeah, I think Triumvirate have put on a good display in this tournament so far, and I think they're going to break the curse. They're going to bring good mojo to this and overcome the TNT making people make mistakes.
Yeah, they incite mistakes. That's an interesting quality to have in a competitive team.
Yep. Though the really cool thing about these bans, like if we just want to talk about bans for a second, there are damps that are still in the field, which we've seen are crazy effective. Like neither team is afraid of damps, and neither team is like afraid of the golem sort of thing.
Or the Gila.
Though Tri did ban like most of the core elements of the shotgun sort of thing.
If they adjust really rapidly, they can bring the exact comp that we just saw beat Exodus, and they can bring a golem and a rattlesnake. That would be really on the fly, although I think they're already in the tournament system. So
they're already on field, and the match is ready.
Oh,
excellent. So we should just go. Let's just go.
My nerds, welcome back to the commentary booth with Apothony and CCP Rise. We have yet another Golem Bus Drone plus undermanned drone boat here from Tactical Narcotics as I trip over my words. We have Golem, double EOS, double Stratios, triple Vexor going through the bands of Vexor, Navy and Ishtar for Tri. Rise, tell us about this awesome Tri team.
I mean, this is another kind of, like you said, version of this Golem plus billions of drone damage team that PL, I think, brought first last weekend and has been very popular today, even though it's actually been losing a lot. They're going to be up against a Hela-centered setup with Damps and Vexors and a Basilisk, actually, because of that Scimitar ban, which is interesting, moving around the Scimitar and just going ahead and bringing their setup anyway.
I think both of these teams had teams they wanted to bring and were hit kind of hard by the bans, but not enough to kind of stop bringing it.
Yeah.
Damps are already beautifully spread across the TNT team. Obviously, you cannot damp that Golem in Bastion mode. Looks like the EOS is going to be for the first primary, while the Bazzi from Tri takes a lot of damage.
Tons of Bouncer 2s and a few Bouncer 1s out for TNT as they immediately start destroying that Basilisk. EOS beginning to take damage for TNT. Tri got to move around a little bit more to get their damage going. The Hela drones have to make their way across the field, so damage to start stacking up quick. But already, Tri Logi off the field. That's a huge blow for Tri from TNT. Maybe we get to see the dream continue here for TNT. I don't know.
Quite possibly. They have a lot more EHP to burn through. You know, they've got a lot fewer ships on the field, so as they lose them, more DPS goes down. Well, they are about to lose their EOS of HFO, but at the same time, they are trying to take down a Vexor of Annie, going for that high DPS, typically lower tank, to try and get off field as soon as possible, such that they can win the DPS race.
EOS hanging in there quite a while, actually. It looks like damage from the TNT team now getting spread across a couple different Vexors on the Tri side. That's maybe because of the Damps, but it really shouldn't be. All the TNT bouncers should be assigned to that Golem, and he should be picking one target at a time. Now taking down that one single Vexor, as they should be, but in the meantime, they're probably going to trade one back. So this still pretty even here. Vexor down, maybe. Tri Vexor down? No, Heretic goes down instead. Vexor down finally, so that Heretic was a boundary violation, I'm pretty sure.
TNT getting tackled, going down as well. I mean, TNT are just trading ships for tries, but they have fewer ships to trade. They cannot trade 1 for 1. They need to trade at least, you know, 2 for 1 to have a good time. I mean, their Golem can survive quite a long time if they manage to get enough of the Tri DPS off the field such that the Golem can tank and can win them the rest of the match. You know, they need to finish killing off these kind of lower tank, high DPS ships. If they can get this Vexor down, maybe take down something like a Gila possibly before they run out of DPS ships that aren't the Golem, they might be able to still come back and win on points, but they really need to get those ships down.
Kind of in, well, I don't know. I was going to say surprised the TNT team hasn't switched drones at all. Stratios using an MJD there. That's an interesting choice.
That's cool.
Stratios that isn't under any kind of pressure at all, just decided it's time to be somewhere else on the field.
Yeah, don't want to get tackled. There we do have the Vexor.
Sometimes you got to do that.
Down. Another Vexor. These two carries certainly not able to do much this match. Still doing their best to damp the enemy team. We have an EOS tackled of TNT. That's going to go down as well. What's the next primary? Looks like Aguila is the next primary for the TNT team.
Yep, War Godzilla is going to be the next thing they shoot at. You can see the Painter there, the missiles coming from that Golem, and all the drones that are still assisted the Golem as well. EOS is going to drop, though. TNT, after getting through that first Basilisk so quickly, has really seen their damage drop off extremely quickly. And it's taking them forever to kill anything, which is really bad news. I don't know if Tri has the damage available to kill the Golem. That's kind of this recurring theme we've seen is kind of, can you get through the Golem when you get to the end of the match? They really need to take this Hela down.
If this Gila goes down, then I think the Golem will be fine. They've still got 2 Stratios, which have the resist bonus. They have done a power grid. The Stratios has a fantastic tank. It'll take a while to burn through them. All the meanwhile, they are burning through what's DPS is left of Tri. You know, with that Golem paint, they can still, you know, maybe kill these frigates. Looks like the Gila is now neutered and paint as well. I'm surprised they managed to get Knossos on it. I wonder where that Knossos is coming from. I doubt it would have got close enough to the Golem.
Well,
looks like it's coming.
Well, it is actually orbiting the Golem. So
it did go straight to the Golem for some reason. That's not going to help it. Looks like that final Vexor going down, 2 Stratios left. But it's still really close on points. The points match has been going from side to side. We've got Tri standing at 50, TNT at 41, slowly behind at the moment. But I think they will be able to catch up because that Golem is going to be such a pain to kill when your only DPS ships are really 2 Gilas and maybe the light missiles from the Heretic.
I mean, they can keep up as long as they can kill some stuff, because they're going to lose these Stratioses. There's enough damage left on the Tri side to kill the Stratioses by all indications. And in the meantime, their Helas are dying really slow.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to kill the Golem, but the Golem has a long ways to go to sort of rebalance the points war here.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll happen not so without too much difficulty if he can pick off support later in the fight, but this is still a really close match. I can see it's fun to watch Elise bounce up and down across the room. He's so excited that Tri might lose here, taking another really, really strong tournament team out of the way for a lot of these these other guys still in the tournament.
I mean,
but
if the
Stratios down for TNT,
if this final Stratios goes down, and I think we know it is going to, the Golem will need to kill every single ship apart from the Vulture before the 5 minutes run out.
Is that
in
true?
Order to be ahead in points. Well, it needs to kill.
Sounds like
so
it can't
maybe
be quite true, but
it
close.
Can avoid killing the Heretic and the Crow, but it needs to kill the 2 Gilas and the 2 Carries to catch up and just win on points, assuming it can tank, which we think it can. You know, this Gila now, it's lost the last of its shield, chopping through armor. That's another bunch of DPS. You know, the longer this Stratios survives, they need the DPS of the Stratios to really kind of secure the win in here.
All right, Gila finally down. That's a big piece of damage, which gives the Stratios a bunch more time on the field, theoretically, that he can add damage to that Golem, giving him a chance to take something else out. It looks like they're going to go for support next. Taking out a Heretic next, that seems fine. Have to see where they go from there. 62 to 53, still a lot of time left. Stratios still going down fast. It's going to end up being just this Golem, who clearly has like pretty weak damage output here. It's gonna be interesting to see kind of how this goes.
I mean, we're 57 to 62. When the Stratios goes down, Tri will have 74 points. So TNT need to find, very quickly doing math, something like 17 points to come up and win. So you can make 17 points.
That's just one Gila and a carries, right?
Yeah. That is a Gila and a carries would be 18. Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
So, you know, with the bonus paint, with
he's
the
shooting
missile,
the Vulture.
Why would you shoot the Vulture? he's got 3.5 minutes to kill the Vulture.
He changed his mind. He's going to shoot a carries.
Yeah.
He just wanted a couple volleys on the Vulture.
Yeah, he probably started and then his team captain went, "No, don't shoot that!" But
I
still,
mean, depending,
that carries,
we know,
taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, the carries should go down. We know, the Golem can shoot across the entire field. He's got the Painter to help him out.
Yeah. And
they are moving pretty fast.
They don't have that MWD bloom bonus of the other frigs. So Sib's going to be, normal MWD frigging size plus the mega TP of the Golem. It's already going into armor. And it looks like it will be going down shortly as Elise gestures madly from the other side of the room. This carries is...
Nothing, sorry. I didn't mean to...
By all means.
I was just going to... Our helpful... commentators in the other room pointed out that the Vulture might be a good target because the Vulture actually has rep drones. So the Vulture has rep drones on the Helas. That's making them tank quite a bit more than they otherwise would. If they go after the Vulture rather than a Hela, he's not going to get rep drone support, which
I wonder though, will the
makes
Vulture have a ASB fitted just for a bit of extra local tank? Because that could as well make it a really difficult thing to kill, especially with that resist bonus.
Yeah.
ASBs on a Vulture will make it last forever.
Absolutely.
I mean, this carries does look like it's going to go down.
TNT gave up on the carries. Now switch the Painter over to the Hela again.
Structure. Why would you give up on it in structure? Let its shields regen.
It's also moving. It also ran out of cap and started only moving at like 500 meters a second.
The carries, it's going so slowly. Just like one more good volley. It is going back on the carries.
It could be
decided to finish it off.
Could have been a range issue, possibly. I really don't know. That's a very strange choice. Back to the carries, though.
He's giving me a heart attack with his indecisive target calling.
He's giving everyone in the room a heart attack. I can see them.
It looks like the carries will go down with this final volley.
Yeah.
That will bring them up to 63
Except he just got a bunch of reps from those rep drones again.
Yeah. They need 11 more points. So he either has to kill a Gila.
There is just not time now.
He needs to kill a Gila.
Carries down.
He cannot shoot the carries and the Crow and still win.
No.
He has to kill this Gila or the Vulture.
He's going to try for the
He's made the right choice. He has gone for the Gila. Can you kill a Gila in a minute and a half with a Golem with rep drones on the Gila?
MJD active for the Hela. You can see here. He's going to move. Of course, moving away from his rep drones.
Yeah, but it will waste
choice.
a volley or two. That's in flight.
That's true. Okay, he also potentially puts him out of the arena, but it doesn't.
That would have been bad.
He safely MJDs across the arena. It doesn't even break the lock by the looks of it. And the volleys actually hit him from the side. So really nothing happening there except dodging away from his rep drones. Only 60 seconds left. He's at about half shields. Yeah. Now flying back to where he just MJD'd from.
Like this is literally this is exactly one more point than they need to win. If TNT get the Skeeler, they win by 1 point. If they don't get it, he doesn't. And by the looks of it, it's going to be close. We've got 40 seconds.
Very close.
Maybe just over halfway through its shield. It's slowly taking damage. The Rep bots are now on it. I don't think they're going to make it.
Rep bots just got back. There's actually commentary in local chat from the teams cheering for their friends. That's pretty awesome. They should look into voice comms.
At this point, we're coming down to 20 seconds left to kill the Skeeler. I don't think the Gila's going to make it, but oh boy, is that close. That is about as close as it can get.
Now that he's made it back to the rep drones that he jumped away from, he's stabilizing. So looks like TNT just barely going to get cheated from making it through and taking another big team out of the Alliance Tournament, unfortunately.
Seeming unstoppable after their run through the Snooters bracket from day one.
You could say that, yeah, but they won at least. So good job, Try. TNT, great job in this tournament. A lot of entertaining matches. I hope we see you guys next year. And with that, we will go back to the desk.
I can't.
Well, even despite having commentators almost FCing for them, TNT did not break that final final Gila, I'm sorry, that final Gila, that final Gila, I'm sorry, that one lived, and therefore ensuring victory from Triumvirate. And they go on, made all our sheets get a nice little check mark. We're very happy about that. And now we're also out of the elimination bracket matches. So the next matches that we see will be a best out of 3 series between, on one hand, the Tuskers versus Camel Empire, and on the other, Pandemic Legion versus Nulli Secunda. And these are the winner undefeated bracket semi-finalists. So there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of hype on the Hyperion, and we're all very happy. We've got some new guests, CCP Fuzzy, Apothny, and CCP Batik. Welcome.
Hey, thank you.
Nice to see you all. So,
great to be here again.
What do we have to say about this match?
I think that was a pretty amazing match. I did not expect TNT to do so well with it when I saw the setups on the field. I kind of thought the Tri would be able to evade more of the damage, but they did a really great job of coming very close. Obviously, like little bits here and there are going to be what was the difference. It was like whether they could have killed a ship earlier on in the match, like a second or two faster, and then like that would have kept one of their ships alive a second longer, and so on and so forth. But they can definitely go out of this with their head held high.
Yeah, I think it's a good showing, and even with all the bad luck, Triumvirate still managed to break it. What did you think overall?
It was really, 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 really close. That's as many readers as I can put onto that. I mean, I think I was kind of surprised to see that Gila MJD at the end, because I think that Rise and I both agreed that with the rep bots on it could go fast enough to mitigate enough of that golem DPS, even with the TP on it. So kind of MJDing away from those rep drones, it maybe loses 1, 2 at best flights of missiles, but rep drones.
And actually, we saw it didn't lose any flights of missiles, because the missiles from the Golem have incredible range with cruise missiles. So the missiles just turned and then made the 100 kilometers themselves.
But I think this is the risk of doing math under pressure. Someone was going, in his bookkeeping, like, if I die, we lose. So it's just, let's push a button and get out of here.
And he didn't go out of the arena. So that in of itself is a pretty big win.
I still want to cut that quote up into the dangers of doing math.
Yes. Yeah, I have learned now never ever do maths live on stream. It won't. It doesn't end well for you. I might get kicked off my degree because I do a maths degree in real life.
Oh really?
Yes.
Well, it shows.
Yeah.
So, CCB Batik, you are a member of the content development team called 5.0, the same team as Fozzy is on.
Yes.
And you guys have been working on some interesting stuff that you put into the game over the last few releases.
Yeah, we've been on a pretty much
a lot of stuff.
Yeah. We're like we released last big patch, or not big patch, but just the last release. We had the burner missions. We did tweaks on wormholes, and we probably did something more.
Those are the big things.
Those are the big things.
We did some bug fixes and stuff like that too. But yeah, we've got, I'm not sure if I've officially said it, this might be the announcement, we've got more burner missions coming in the next release as well. So we're really excited to get those out to players. It's been great watching players doing the current ones. People sharing their ideas of how to beat them. These are very hard missions. Don't go into these missions thinking that they're going to be a cakewalk and that you're going to be able to, oh, it's fine, I've got a A-type invuln field, what's the worst that can happen? Because the worst that can happen is you lose your A-type invuln field. And you need to come in there with a plan. And people are sharing their plans and tactics with each other. There's a great thread on missions and complexes. It's been really awesome to see people coming up with fits and sharing them and making that a whole community thing.
And also a second part is really important. People are grouping up because like that difficult monthly is just in their face in that sense. And like it's not a lot of time investment and things like that. And it's like we're exploring different content that can cater for different like audience groups and things like that. And also we felt like there was missing a little bit of challenge in EVE, and so we just dialed it up to 11, pretty much.
Yeah, that's everybody needs more 11s, I think.
Yes.
So I want to go really quickly into what the next couple of matches will be, because like we've been hammering on for the last couple of sentences, so to speak, is that the next two matches will be best out of 3, which means we will have two interweaving series.
Yes.
There we go. On one hand, the Tuskers Company versus the Camel Empire, and on the other, Pandemic Legion versus Nulli Secunda. We start with Tuskers Co. and Camel Empire, and then while those teams are sort of taking a pause and rethinking their strategies for their second game, Pandemic Legion will take on Nulli Secunda, and then we alternate. Back and forth, exactly. We are a little bit behind, so we're going to try and go into this as fast as possible. But the Tuskers Company have banned out the Ishtar and the Golem, while the Camel Empire banned the Tengu and the Loki.
Banning out the Ishtar and the Golem seems pretty smart, considering that a lot of people are trying this shotgun setup.
Did Tuskers really ban the Golem?
Yes.
Yep.
I thought they were interesting because Camel have consistently throughout the tournament banned the Golem themselves.
Maybe they didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I mean, Camel have brought throughout the entire tournament. We've been saying throughout the week. They bring very E-War heavy, not only dance with the jams as well. We saw them Kitsune with the Griffin. They brought Celestis on top of the double Molar space that they bring. They're a very control-based team. They're like going, we are now confining you to a box which we can move around and we can, make decisions instead of you, and we control the match in that way.
And sorry, can you repeat the Camel bans?
Tengu and Loki.
Okay, so again, that's something we've seen them do a lot. That doesn't tell you much, except that it's possible they could just continue trying to go with their same setups. Tuskers bans are a bit odd. They seem like the kind of bans you'd want to make if you're trying to beat Camel at its own game. And that's really impressively kind of in your face if Tuskers try it. If they try to take a damp control team and just try to outfly Camel.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are ones that care very much about the support war. We've been saying all throughout the Alliance Tournament, if you can win the support war, odds are you're going to win the match. Both teams have brought triple Heretic to every single match, apart from when Tuskers had their Heretic banned, or actually no, it was Camel got the Heretic banned, and they went to Flycatchers, where it's exactly the same thing, but shield.
That's,
they're very similar ships, and you get a lot of the same benefits out of them, including actually more damps if you want to stuff those on with the mid slots. But yeah, this is I'm really curious to see what Tuskers is going to bring. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Camel try to hide any of their kind of completely new setups, but that could be the kind of thing that could really bite them, because we saw that Hydra tried to keep consistency and keep their good setups hidden against Nulli, and it came back to bite them for sure.
I'm really looking forward to see some new setups from Tuskers. 3 times thus far, they've brought their Armageddon plus kind of EOS armor setup. That's won them a lot of matches. They haven't actually lost a ship in any of the matches where they've brought those. And then in one match, I can't remember who it was against, but they brought a shield setup, more kind of Gila-based, more standard that we've seen. So I'm quite excited to see what their theory craft is.
Now we can go straight there and just check it out. I'm going with Camel Empire. Real quick, guys.
I'm going to also go with Camel Empire. Yeah.
I believe in my friends in Tuskers.
Batik, what do you think?
I like camels.
You like camels? Guys? Red alert! Let's go to space.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm Bacchanalian here with Elise Randolph, and we are in the winner's bracket, the remaining 4 teams that are undefeated we will be seeing here very shortly. Right now we have for you the Tuskers and Camel Empire, and I'll let Elise give you the setups here. We have some interesting setups.
Yeah, Fozzie got it right with the Tuskers. They are taking a damp sort of finesse team, though he probably did not predict the Armor Orthrus making an appearance, which it certainly is. Meanwhile, Camel Empire is doing sort of a drone shotgun sort of thing, but the armor variant with a Paladin, Eos, and Navy Vexor and Vexor support with 2 Inquisitors for reps.
Yeah, this is a really interesting well, really interesting on both sides. We have quite a heavy E-War set up from Tuskers. We'll see if they apply it. Right now, the match is underway. No real E-War showing. In fact, a tiny control bar from Camel Empire. We're starting to see the damps come across Eos, all 3 Vexor Navy issues, and both Inquisitors. And to me, that's going to be the big deal. I mean, drone boats are hard to damp out, but can you shut down those Inquisitors enough to just blap through things?
Camel Empire is setting in not bouncers or anything, but just random drones, just normal everyday drones are going straight for Sainsbury's Onirios.
Going to web on them already.
Yeah, this is not good for them.
Well, so here's the issue with these 3 Orthrus. They have a lot of front-loaded damage and can do a lot of DPS all at once. Are they going to be able to get through some damage ships before they lose this Oneros? And it doesn't look like they are. This Oneros is absolutely going down, like the hot knife cutting through butter here. He is going to structure, and he will be down momentarily. Tuskers, significant disadvantage right off the bat. And the question is, are they going to be able to trade anything for it?
The damps, they do nothing. Like, this Paladin makes, even though all of the Camel Empire are completely damped down, the Paladin's in Bastion mode, it cannot be damped, and so they're just assigning their drones to the Paladin, and the Paladin is just shooting anything he wants. Right now, it's an Armor Orthrus, and I have a feeling this is not going to be too good for this.
One of the Armor Orthruses did get webbed, it got away, but yeah, these Orthruses is something we discovered yesterday. I've never flown one before last night. They are fairly flimsy ships. They are speedy ships, they are very flimsy ships, and we were watching one absolutely get taken apart here. Latronicus, despite going 2,700 meters a second, 28 now, is just getting blasted to pieces.
These Navy Vexors have the speed boosted drones, so they are just keeping up with him just fine. The swarm of drones is still on him, and of course the Paladin is hitting with Scorch.
Yeah, 3,300 doesn't matter. I mean, he's just not outrunning tracking on anything. He's not outrunning drones. Meanwhile, Vexor Veshnala into a little bit of armor, but Tuskers losing an Orthrus and still haven't managed to trade anything at all.
Yeah, this is great Inquisitor piloting from the Camel Empire. They are right next to, even though they're damped, they're just sitting right on their primary Vexor and keeping them all wrapped up.
You said something I said earlier. If they can maybe take down those Inquisitors early, they can start getting through DPS, but they didn't even try that. I mean, they had target painting on the team. I saw target painter effect go across. They have the Orthruses presumably light missile fit, but they didn't really apply that. They tried to go through the DPS ships early, traded Noneros right off the bat, now trading an Orthrus and trading yet another Orthrus now. So meanwhile, the Vexor Veshnala half armor, not getting reps at the moment, so they might actually break something, but Tuskers here 38 points behind and lost 2 of their 4 DPS ships here.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy stuff. Man, another Orthrus is going down. These drones, they're just so fast. These Navy Vexors get a speed bonus to their drones. Everyone's going with sentries today except for Camel Empire. They say, you know what, we're just going with what works.
And what do they have on the field?
Speedy drones.
What are their exact drones? Are they running?
Infiltrators and some geckos.
Yeah, well,
and Valkyries.
Really
nasty.
A little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. Just a grab bag of drones, and it's working here. Vexor Veshnal is still holding on half armor. The Orthrus of Razukal Sertico, I'm going to get that right. Sertico is now into structure. He will be down shortly. Again, these things are incredibly fast, but it doesn't seem to matter. They just got absolutely countered with that Vexor Navy speedy drone deal. Eshnala now finally getting some reps. Damps are still spread really effectively. We'll give that to the Tuskers.
Yeah, but sadly the Damps are doing nothing. Oh. Let's see. These drones, okay, these hobgoblins, these Helas must have, or these Navy Vexors must have like some sort of drone nav comps going on in them, because I just saw that drone go 7K, and that is absurdly fast.
Wow. That is incredibly fast.
And the light drones are going 9K. So yeah, I have a feeling that these Navy Vexors are filling their mids with drone nav comps, and there is no escaping their hate.
You know, that almost makes me wonder, does Camel expect something from the Tuskers? Did they kind of have this set up in mind? Because those Orthruses looked like they were going 3,400 overheated, despite an armor tank. They seemed like perhaps they were shield tank, but they seemed like they were trying to outrun the damage, and they just were, it was impossible. The drones are twice as fast as them, and they were never going to get ahead. That Eos now, Suleiman Shua, into structure, and he does explode. Not a single ship yet on the Camel Empire dead, indicating
These
to me
Inquisitors are so money.
They are just miles ahead of everyone else in the tournament for not losing ships.
Yep, but you made a great point. These Tuskers, they had these fast cruisers, non-traditional setups in the Orthrus. Against the Gila team, I think they would have outrun the drones, but not against a Navy Vexor team. Those drones are really, really ridiculously fast. As we see Celestis dying now, and there is no hope for Tuskers in Game 1. Remember, this is a best of 3, so the series is not quite over, and even if they do end up losing, they'll just fall to the losers bracket, and we'll see them tomorrow, I think?
Yep, looks like an MJD Vexor Navy there just for kicks. We'll see if he MJD's out, but nope, he does not. Camel Empire, too good for that.
Blinkerino.
Yeah, at this point, you feel like Tuskers probably suit themselves better just to run out of the arena here. Because, no, honestly, they have another match coming right up in about 40 minutes. You know, that's not a lot of time to turn around and say, okay, now what do we do? We have to come up with a new comp, or maybe we have a new comp, but is it going to work? You know, what do we need to do? We need to regroup. We need to get everybody refreshed, go get drinks, go to bio breaks and so forth. And so instead of flying around the arena, you just fly out, end it.
I mean, maybe they're trying to get out of the arena, but these drones are just so fast, they're just catching up to them anyway.
We don't have 75. No, Heretic's just chilling. Kitsun's going to go down. He's almost out of the arena, but he's going to go down. But, you know, that is a legitimate thing. These guys have to turn around and fight another match right away.
Yeah, this sort of mental fatigue that comes when you play lots of matches might catch up to them, but...
There goes one. You know, I mean, it's the thing. Not only do they have to have another match in 40 minutes, and potentially another one 40 minutes after that if they go to 3, but if they lose, then they play another one like an hour after that. And depending, I mean, maybe less time, hopefully less time, because things are getting on quicker here. But there's another Heretic, one Heretic left for the Tuskers, and they need to regroup. They need to bounce back. They need to just kind of put this one behind them and hope they can win 2 in a row.
This Valkyrie just
10K.
It's 10K.
Oh my
11K. This is insane. These drones can just get across the field so fast, and this Heretic is down before he can make it to the arena. That's amazing. Good job, Camel Empire, taking it with a clean victory for Game 1 of the Best of 3 series. Send it back to the studio.
I didn't know drones could go that fast. I did not ask.
That best of 3 series is off with a bang.
Yes, and not the bang that Tuskers was hoping for, I think. Yeah, this is a really, really strong start for Camel. Tuskers is like these guys have said, they're going to have to brush themselves off and come back. This is a best-of-3 series, so they're going to have at least one more match in that, and even if they lose that, they're still in. But that was definitely a draw-in. They tried to go the damp control route, and I have to wonder if they kind of accurately predicted what Camel was going to bring, because they banned basically for a shotgun. And then they faced something somewhat similar. Instead of using the sentry drones, the shotgun is named, they used mobile drones, but they still did the assigning to a Marauder.
Yeah, I mean, I think that nobody kind of has really played around with putting drone navs on a Vexor Navy before. Because Vexor Navy already has a great bonus to drone velocity. Put a drone navigator on there, it's got 4 mids even. Those things, what was it, 10k Valkyries or something like that?
11k or something like that? Yeah, very, very fast.
Yeah, it was interesting to see you guys trumped even going that fast. And our question was thrown out: Who did this? Who made this? But it's a very good beginning at this best of 3 series, and we have another one coming, which is Pandemic Legion versus Nulli Secunda.
And that's huge. Yeah. This is Nulli trying to put another head on their mantelpiece. See if they can complete the set.
Yes. I mean, Hydra and PL are historically, well, for the past 6 tournaments, I'd say, been the 2 big teams. Nulli have already killed one of them.
Or at least wounded one of them.
Wounded one of them. They've knocked one out. Can they get PL as well? If they do, even if they just lose, their next matches completely roll out of the tournament, they will still be the biggest storyline.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this has got to be something where they are off such a huge high from that gigantic victory last week. At this point, everyone, they've shot up so high in everyone's estimation. They have a lot to live up to, and I think PL's probably been studying them very, very carefully over this last week, and is coming to this pretty nervous. I definitely would be coming up against Nulli.
Yeah, so the bans are in for it. And, Pandemic Legion have banned out the Scimitar and the Sleipnir, while Nulli Secunda banned out the Eos and the Geddon.
Okay. And the Geddon, that is interesting.
That is weird. I mean, that still leaves PL pretty much open for their Rattlesnake plus Bazzy comp that they showed quite early in the tournament. I mean, I think that PL can still do a lot of different setups. I mean, we saw them break out this brand new idea last week, as we said.
And then everyone trying to copy it.
And everyone trying to copy it, some more successfully than others. I think PL is one of those teams where we may see another breakout comp.
I think if they have one in their back pocket, they're going to use it at some point in this series versus Nulli. They might save it. They might not use it in the first match, but they would definitely need to use it at some point because Nulli is a very top-tier team.
You cannot mess about it.
And keep in mind, Nulli includes the kind of core of the Hun Reloaded team that knocked PL out of the tournament 2 years ago. So these guys have experience taking PL out. And now they have experience taking Hydra out as well.
I mean, PL have kind of had a really rough road. We're saying they're a really strong team, but they've faced such incredible teams throughout the tournament. They faced Afterlife, then they faced Shadow Cartel, just on and on through really, really good teams throughout the tournament thus far. Each time, sometimes winning by the skin of their teeth in the first 2 matches, then coming out and being a bit more dominant as we expected. But PL have yet another really, really difficult match, forcing their pilots to be on their best in terms of both piloting and theory crafting.
There's only one way to see what's going to happen in this match, and that's to go to it when it's ready. But it's still a few.
You tease.
Yeah, I am a tease. I like teasing. I am, however, going to say I'm going to mark Pandemic Legion. I do believe they have what it takes to knock Nulli down and set up a grudge rematch between Nulli and Hydra later on.
That would be pretty fun. Although a grudge match between PL and Hydra in the losers bracket would also be,
Yes, that would also be. So we never know. The best out of 3 series bring forth an interesting sort of dynamic into it. Do you underestimate your opponent and bring something that they beat immediately, or do you bring your best stuff out on the first match and try to get one up? I mean,
it's tough. Yeah, I mean the best of matches last year very often went to 3. We had that classic best of 3 match between PL and Exodus in the losers bracket final, and then of course the best of 5 that went to all the marbles in the final. I'm going to go ahead and make the prediction that this one is going to go to 3 as well. I think that this series between PL and Nully is going to go to 3, and I'm less confident about the actual order of it, but I would say PL wins the first, Nully wins the second, PL wins the third. But that part, I'm much more fuzzy about it. I think they're evenly matched enough that we're going to see a full 3 matches.
You're a fuzzy fuzzy.
Yes.
No, I hope it goes to best of 3 as well. I'm a man who likes the spaceships, so more spaceships is better in my book. I think that PL might lose the first and then win 2. Okay. I think I'm going to go with that. I think Nully are going to bring their full force like from the get-go, and PL, they might give PL pulls. We'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Betek?
I'm going to bet on Nully.
On Nully? Yeah. You're one for the upsets, are you?
Yeah, like as I say, PL has always been strong, and they're like a establishment within this tournament, or they're just an establishment within EVE, and everything that follows that. And we'll see.
Yeah, so. we will indeed. But while we're waiting for the match to get ready, Betek, can we? I'd like to ask you about your affection with tools. You like making tools, don't you?
In general.
In general. Yeah, no, for EVE.
For EVE, yeah. So I've been working here now for many years. Probably 9 years, I think, or something like that.
Oh, you're close to the sword then.
Yeah. Yeah, one day we'll look at that. But yeah, I kind of feel like me and Fossi have been working now together for nearly 2-3 years or something like that. And I feel it's important that we give players tools and problems. And sometimes we have problems in EVE and we don't have the tools to deal with them, and that's where we usually come in and we try to diminish that and add to it. But I'm a big fan of just making a difficulty, giving you a bloody problem, and even if there's no solution for it temporarily, there will be a solution for it later in that sense.
I hate to be that person, but I'm going to put a pin in that discussion, and we are going to go into space and we're going to stay red for this.
So he's going to live to fly another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's system.
This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later. Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Day 7. We're in the winner's bracket, best of 3 between PL and Nully Secunda. My hands are shaking. I'm not going to have any fingernails after this. I'm Elise Randolph. I'm joined with Bacchanalian. And let's introduce these two teams.
Well, we're looking at Pandemic Legion and Nully Secunda, and I'm hoping for some headshots. We have something I've been talking about all tournament long as a possible counter to drones, bombers. I think it's 6 bombers that Pandemic Legion have brought. They've warped in at 30. I'm sorry, it's 5 bombers at 30 from the Nully team, which warped in at 0 with a Golem, Loki, Vulture, Triple Ishtar comp, Undermanned comp, 6 ships. I'm sorry. I'm excited about this. Pandemic Legion have brought a Golem, double Rattlesnake, double Vexer, 5 stealth bombers, and a Merlin. And I'm predicting bombs right away.
If this works, it's going to be crazy. Nully going a very bold strategy, not only taking a Tinker, but taking a Tinker that PL manufactured against PL, and let's see what happens. Bombs ahoy, boys. Bombs ahoy.
Bombs ahoy, and drones out. Why would you launch drones right away?
They are shrapnel bombs too. Oh, things are going to die.
Oh, the drones are running past the bombs. Drones running past the bombs. How much damage is it going to put that Loki into armor? Loki into armor. Loki's melted.
Loki is gone.
Loki's vanished. The Golem put almost into armor from that. Unreal.
Look at this attack bar. It is insane. It is actually crazy. This Golem is almost down. This Vulture's almost down. Cheeb's Vexer is taking quite a bit of damage. But who cares at this point? Look at that beautiful, beautiful bombing.
Absolutely gorgeous
Ishtar melted. Oh my god. I'm going to lose my mind. This is crazy.
I think somebody's got to get us a towel. That was incredible. That was exactly what I wanted to see from someone in this tournament. PL finally did it. I know Rokapel was working on a very similar setup. I'm glad to get to see it. And unbelievable. They just nuked the Loki, erased it right off the field in the first 15 seconds, even less.
That was the fastest Tinker Logi death we've ever seen in an Alliance tournament. Oh my goodness.
Tinkers have a really, really strong active tank as another Ishtar goes down. Really strong active local tank.
Peel are losing bombers at this point, but they still have their Vexers. They still have 2 rattlesnakes and a golem against a vulture and a golem.
So here's the thing with the Tinkers. The Tinkers have such a strong local tank that it's hard to break it with sustained DPS. But they don't have a lot of effective HP because they're focused so much on running an active tank. As we lose, the Vulture just melts.
That attack bar is still enormous. That's probably one of the biggest attack bars, and PL's already lost a lot of their setup.
What those
ships.
bombs do to something with low actual HP is melt through it. Doesn't matter if you have an active tank if you don't live long enough to ever get it off.
Look at that golem. That golem just goes to 25% shields per volley.
That is unbelievable. Pandemic Legion with an absolutely
We're not going to see a golem tanking
DPS.
for much. He's already in armor. He's going to drop. This is going to be one of the fastest matches ever, and against a Tinker. Not only a Tinker, but a Tinker Marauder setup.
And was this a strategy from PL to break the crest tool so that there's no crest data? Because I think we're within that time frame.
Maybe that's
if
what
it
we're
ends
going
this quickly,
for.
there may not be no crest data for this until it's manually patched
My
in.
goodness.
Here we go. The Golem into structure of Bryn Urdola and Nully Secunda find themselves down 1-0 to PO very quickly.
2 minutes down.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes. Unreal. Back to the studio already. Thank you, PL, for making this shorter.
Whether you're into gate camping or jet can mining, you'll find Eve's best music mix at Eve Radio. Visit www.eve-radio.com today.
Do you like waffles?
I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes. Yes, I like waffles. And pancakes and French toast.
First match of their series, best out of 3 series, and they literally blow us away.
That was pretty spectacular. That was so much damage.
You've been waiting for this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we put the bombers in down at 3 points for the last Neo because we wanted to make sure there was good counters to specifically Marauders. So we're just like, let's make bombers 3 points. No one will be like, everyone will be able to crush bombers that way. And then no one used them to the last day, but it turns out that they were unstoppable in that tournament. So 3 was too low. That was a little bit too far. Then we put them at 4 here. So this is still the cheapest they've been since the last tournament when they were utterly dominant in. And I'm not surprised to see them come out. I'm kind of surprised that no one decided to bring them before now, though, because at 4 points, bombers are so much damage, and you can just do a lot with them. Bombers without Logi is something I wasn't expecting, though.
That was pretty man mode going bombers without Logi.
Well, the bombers plus the combination of a golem painter, because the golem has that huge painter bonus, with the bombers for both the torps and the bombs is amazing. Like that's why that Loki, which otherwise would be able to evade a lot of the damage from the bombs due to its small sig radius, it's just the size of a moon, and the bombs destroyed it. And that's something that I think if people spent the last week trying to copy the shotgun setup, then they're going to need to scramble to try to figure out how to deal with this.
Yeah, that's interesting. So PL cooked up 2 different setups, and one of the latter one is a counter to the earlier one.
Yeah, and that being said, I would be very surprised if a lot of other teams, a lot of other kind of heavy theory crafting teams haven't come up with at least something similar. Maybe not something as kind of crazy as the no Logi bombers, because that is kind of out of the box. But I know that back in Alien said that Rote was working on something similar last year, or in the last Neo. The only people to effectively use the intense bomber meta of that tournament were a Hydra and Camel, so obviously they know the bombers are good. So I think we're going to probably see more teams using this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but Nully's setup though, what it was compared to what PL brought last weekend, Nully's setup, was that specifically meant to counter that, or?
It actually might have had a bit of trouble against that. The setup that PL brought last weekend might have been able to kind of alpha through or just break through with its DPS on the Loki, the Repper. They probably would have been then hoping that they could knock down enough DPS to get into some kind of trades in the Golems Alive. It actually would have had a kind of a hard time against. But then again, they banned out things like I think Ishtar was banned and stuff like that, right? So they banned out the shotgun, so they knew that we weren't going to face that. It's just a solid Tinker setup. It's a setup that we've seen teams use very effectively. It's pretty similar to the one that PL almost lost to Afterlife against. So I mean, there are plenty of teams that would have beaten, but this just isn't one of them.
I think it's always a little bit of hubris to bring a Tinker against PL, the team that popularized it.
Someone almost did it in the first round, though, and almost won with it.
Exactly. Yeah. Like PL know the Tinker so well, and PL have now shown, in literally the last 2 matches they've played, 2 very different but exceptionally powerful golem-based setups. If this is not the start of the longest list of golem bans we've ever seen, it's because one of the teams really wants to use their own golem setup or copy one of the ones before. Like, the golem is now the most powerful ship in the tournament, possibly.
I mean, not only were both the PL's last 2 setups using that, but the Nully team that beat Hydra relied on a golem as well. We've been seeing a huge amount of effective golem use, and then both teams here used it. Golems are extremely, extremely good in this tournament. Yeah, I completely agree that they're going to get banned a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and then it becomes, you can have some mind games with golem bans. Say you don't want to face a golem, but you also don't want to use a ban on it because you want bans for more things. Can you convince the other team to ban the golem for you because they're just as scared of it as you are?
Yeah, that's very possible, and that's one of the nice things about if you have the last ban. So if because we have one team bans first, and then the other team bans 2 bans in a row, and then the team that banned first bans last. So if you have that last ban, then you can know that someone else has made the ban for you, and you can use it somewhere else.
But now the Tuskers Co. and the Camel Empire match number 2 in their series of a best of 3 are next. And we already have the bans for that match. It's the Eosh and the Ishtar for the Tuskers, and the Camel banned the same thing, the Tengu and the Loki.
Okay, so I mean, Golem Open, interestingly enough, again, as we just talked about that. But these are very consistent bans. It basically means that Camel, I think, feels pretty confident. They feel that they don't need to change up their bans. There's nothing particular that they need to block that they weren't blocking before. And it's Tuskers that are going to need to be coming out of the box with something special here.
But would they be willing to bat? Would they be willing to bat the trip to elimination bracket to bring the same setup?
I could kind of imagine the Camel might. It's been such a short period of time that there hasn't been a lot of time for Tuskers to think about a counter to it. But I definitely don't think Tuskers will.
No, definitely not. But I was referring to Camel.
I think it's very possible Camel might.
You can't buy new setups at this point. You just literally can't get to Jita in time. And even if you could, if in the very first weekend we saw everyone buy all the Gilas because they were so popular, there were 5 left up on market for like 3 bill at the cheapest. Brilliant market PvP going on. So like having to change your setups on the fly like that is so incredibly difficult.
That means that there's a couple things you can do to help that. One is to just have a wide selection of ships available. So you might want to like swap out one ship for another, and you just happen to have a bunch of those ships and the mods for it. The other is you can operate out of Jita, or if you don't want to have to worry about the pop caps, you can operate out of Ren's or Amar or Dodixie. And then you have access to, except for maybe some specialty stuff that you've hopefully stocked up on, anything you want. If you decide, well, we really need a signal lamp for this ship, you can just buy a signal lamp and swap it right in.
But Camel just conveniently won the last match anyways. And like they're 1 ahead, so why not like do the same thing and just go to finals?
I think it's very possible that they might just do that and rely on their piloting experience.
They did really, really well. Like if I was the team captain of that team, just do the same shit they did last time and we're in.
Like, it's a very valid strategy, especially since, like you guys pointed out, maybe you don't have time to counter it.
And I mean, both of these teams now, so Camel and PL, are both 1 match away, 1 win away from getting to the winners bracket finals. And if you make it to that point, you're guaranteed to be through today. You're guaranteed to be like in the games tomorrow. And you know that at that point you've won at least a couple of tournament prize ships. So that's a huge step. Both of these 2 teams are so close to guaranteeing themselves at least some tournament prize ships, and then from that point on, it's just about how many you get.
I really don't think we should see anything new from Camel. Even if it's not the same as they bought last setup, I think it'll be something we've probably seen from them before, we've seen in the tournament before. Because if you're going into that final day, you do not want to show the PLs of the world, the Hydras of the world, oh, this is another setup we have that you now have 10 hours to prepare for. Save it as long as possible. They've got, loser bracket safety, which no one wants to use, but they have this third match safety.
Yep. The other thing that we could see from them, and considering especially what they've been bringing so far this tournament, is we could see that Astarte Celestis team.
Yes,
because
I do like that.
They've been practicing with Hydra. This could be a setup that Hydra kept hidden from them. I'm sure there's going to be some of those they've kept hidden from each other, but most of their setups they probably know of, and they've probably practiced them and practiced against them. So it's very possible we could see something where they decide to just bring out that setup. People have seen it before, but they haven't seen it from Camel.
Yeah, it's the only way to, as I've said, the only way to sort of know what happens next is to when the match is ready. But because it's been such a short time since these teams fought, they do get upwards of 40 minutes to prepare for the next match. So we'll have to be ripe with anticipation for
just a little bit longer.
For just a little bit longer.
I mean, with Bedik here, I remember when we first got to Iceland, you were kind of giddy as a schoolchild telling us about these burner missions and how many kill mails you felt you were getting because of the Institute of the burner missions. Do you remember any of the deals on just how many people that you managed to kill?
I didn't check this morning's stats, so apologies for that. I didn't get a chance to. We were setting up everything here, but as of midnight 2 days ago, it was just over 13,000 player ships had been killed by them. And 500 and something billion-esque. So not quite 600 billion, but we'll accept 500 billion.
There's been increase of value of assault frigates in the game. Let's put it that way.
And people have been continuously getting better at killing them too. People are learning, they're sharing setups, they're sharing ideas, tactics, they're working together, and we are seeing the tide of this war slowly turning. It's going to be a while, but eventually players will have killed more burners than burners have killed players, I think.
Yeah, it's almost as if the humans are evolving.
Yeah, and then as soon as they're ready, as soon as they kind of start to make progress there, we'll introduce the new ones. They'll die all over again.
Or we tweak the other ones.
You're one of those.
I've seen on all different forums and in mails and stuff, people going, I've lost 15 assault frigates. I can't go on.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is some people that kind of challenge is what they really are looking for out of some PvE. If they want to give it a try, challenge themselves and kind of beat this fitting puzzle. And that's why we made them optional missions. You can turn them down if anyone kind of sees these missions and you don't maybe read through the whole text. Just as a reminder, they're completely optional. If you turn them down, you get no standings penalties at all. The agent just says, fine, it's okay, not everyone can handle these, gives you another mission.
Yeah. And the interesting part is this forces people to use certain mechanics in that sense. I think a lot of people are looking at the overheating. They've never had to overheat anything in the past. And then a lot of micromanagement. Yep. And I think this is a challenge in its own self. Get the timing right. When is the cap injector gonna pop? When are you repairing and all of these things. Or also you just call friends and block. It's work sort of.
Yep. Yeah, we some of our friends in the GM department sent us an email after they finished it. What is it? They took 4 people in the end. With their group?
They had been at it for 3 days.
Yeah, they kept inviting every once in a while. They tried a couple of times and then they bring someone else in. They tried a couple of times to bring another person.
But it was super cool. They were theory crafting. They weren't using. They used expensive stuff the first round and then decided that wasn't a good idea anymore, and they just went theory crafting. They at the end were using electronic assault frigates, electronic
attack frigates.
Yeah, the attack frigates, especially the millimeter one. You have the web, you have the paint. You have a
they were up against the Sancho one, I think. So slowing it down is really key.
Slowing it down, and you're seeing elements you see in the tournament here, where a painter can be the difference between success and not.
It's interesting that you're teaching the people the 2 fundamental mechanics of EVE Online: overheating and blobbing.
Yes.
That's great.
And making sure you don't fly what you can't afford to lose.
That is what I really like about these missions, though, because for so long, in a lot of PvE content EVE, you kind of had these optimal ships. You bring this ship with this fit exactly to this mission, and you can kind of just almost autopilot, the AFK tar being, a well-known phrase. Now, in burner missions, everybody's talking, everybody's theory crafting. Pilots are having to make decisions, and that's what I love about EVE. If you make decisions more intelligently than the next guy or than the burner NPC, then you get rewarded for being intelligent. I'm pretty stupid, so I'd probably lose 100 assault frigates before I work it out. But I really love that approach to game design.
And it's nice, we're seeing ship fitting threats in missions and complexes. I haven't seen that for 2.5 years. So just in that, it's a profit for me. And I don't know, the meta gaming in EVE like becomes sometimes stale, and like this is an excellent way to shake it up. And also this gives us a really nice test environment, because we're looking later on in like AI and tweaking and better things like that. And this is much more of a hardcore 1 versus 1. Can we take it to 12? Pretty much scenario.
You always want to go higher and higher.
Burner incursions. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe someday.
I think so. Like I think we want to fine tune the like 1 versus 1, or like not 1 versus 1, but that kind of optimal where you're like on the edge of winning or losing, and just use this as a really good test bed. Like, and I'm really happy with like how many people like say no, I will not do this mission. Like, and that's like one of the mentalities. Like some people like feel if they can't do something that their game is over, and like we were a little bit afraid people would accept the mission, get stuck on it, not like just like I'm out of here, I'm not doing this. But we were really happy with the rate of people just declining it and then like preparing for it and making it their mission to finish this one thing, which is pretty good.
Or moving on with whatever else they enjoy, what other missions they enjoy doing.
Or talk to other people so you can plot them.
So yeah, we're still waiting for the teams to get on grid on the battle arena where we're going to be fighting, because this is going to be the second match of the series between the Tuskers and the Camel Empire. They do need a little bit of downtime between matches to refit, refill bio and all such things that we all know. So we'll make sure to go straight into space once that's ready. But I want to continue my question before we went to the other match about your implementations and sort of tweaking on the tools that you developers have to do your job.
So that's the nice thing. We're structured more in a team structure now. So, for example, our team, we have me and Fossi, of course, with the designers. Then we have a QA resource, but Mr. Green.
CCP Lebowski.
CCP Lebowski, and then we have Mastermind, CCP Mastermind, and
Master Plan.
Master Plan, sorry, and
Frelicious, I think. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right, but it's...
I think it's never posted anywhere. Like
Frelicious.
So we have...
Or Frelicus or something like that.
So we have all the... To take your word, we have all the tools in the box as a team, pretty much.
Okay.
So it's really nice that now, like with burner missions, we looked... Fossi, for example, changed like that now you can use a 2-point scrambler on NPCs. And that was the nice thing where we got an idea. It would be awesome if we could do this. And now we have basically the people in the team to do this rapidly. Like, it worked and worked not, but it works perfectly today. But it was really nice seeing this kind of rapid deployment is going like, can we do this? And then 2 days later, yes, we can with unseen consequences, but then later on it was good again. But that's what excites me for the next year. Like for example, when we do more burner missions and we're looking at other features, we're currently also trying to take a poke at the sensor overlay, adding more functionality in that. I'm really excited about that, but it's going to be a slow burn project, but I think it's going to be super powerful when we get it really out and tweaked. So the general idea is we're going to try to add personal and corporation bookmarks in there. So you can actually have a graphical representation.
You can actually see where they are in space.
Yeah. So that's the next big project. I think that would be super powerful because bookmarks, well, when you have the right click, you get like a folder and another folder, and they're so invisible. Like some people have to see it graphically where the locations are and things like that. And I think that could help a lot of people into FCing, for example, being scouts and things like that.
You can see where all your core bookmarks are. Along with that, because of the fact that we're going to be, now it'll be 2 different types of information in that overlay. Like there's the stuff you can do for exploration, and then your stuff like bookmarks and mission objectives and all that. We're going to also allow people to filter it so that you can turn on and off what you want to see. So it means that if you just want to see bookmarks, or you just want to see your mission stuff, or you just want to see anomalies, you don't have to see the other stuff as well.
I mean, personally, when Waffles deployed to nullsec, I'm one of Waffles FCs, so I end up FCing a lot of bomber ops. So, you know, before the fight, I'll have to make 6 bookmarks on each gate, on each station, on pauses that might be impacted. So being able to see those, instead of saying, okay guys, go to your bookmark location, go to the one above this gate in this and this folder, it'll just be, okay, we're going to this system, this gate, whatever, and just up, down, left, right, you can see it. It's going to be so much easier for me, for my pilots.
And I think mainly it's going to be the fight on the grid, which is the big difference, where like you can actually start doing weird tactical maneuvers when you're sharing corp bookmarks, where you're saying like, we're going to bookmark 8, just start aligning, go, go, go. And I'm hoping to see more tactical warps than on the grid. where you can do more cat and mouse.
Because if you can see where,
exactly.
whether if you're going to be slightly not caught in a bubble, if you have just bookmarks made around by the inties, even during fight as they spin around, that's going to be amazing.
And I think also that just the mentality of people when they don't see it, they're just relying on, like, I'm going north, northwest, wherever that is, do you know what I mean? Like, I think people panic a little bit, so when you have the graphical indication, it's like, I'm heading there, I can see it's 160, when I get within 149, then I'm done something wrong, and things like that. Like,
I mean, even in the AT, having the micro jump drive units give you a place to work to, and Garga wants to talk.
There you go. And with that, it's almost as if our talking has taken you into the future and the match is ready. I think Camel will take this and it'll go 2-0 to Camel.
Yeah, honestly, after seeing that display, I have to go with Camel on this one.
I believe in my friends in Tuskers.
Keep believing. Don't stop believing.
Like Camel won convincingly last time. I think they won't take a risk. They'll just do the same thing and just go in there and try to get out early.
Full speed ahead.
And in intergalactic news, the Sanchez Nation wishes to expand its borders, and 9HXQ TAC G is one of its targets. They have set up a major base of operations in 3GD6 TAC 8 and are slowly destroying all opposition to their forces.
Welcome back, guys, to match 2 of this 1-0 series. Now, Camel Empire having the advantage against Tuskers. If Tuskers lose this one, they drop to the elimination bracket. We have myself here with Elise Randolph. I am Bacchanalian, and 2 very interesting setups from these teams.
Yeah, Camel Empire is taking a very similar setup to the one they took in round 1, except for the Golem was banned then. Not now. They're taking the Golem, replacing their Eos with a Proteus. The rest is staying the same. Meanwhile, Tuskers are taking a 2 Rattlesnake and a bunch of Frigate Core with it. Actually, very similar to the setup that won the Alliance Tournament last year.
Yeah, this will be really interesting. I mean, the lots of frigates there have a lot of DPS to apply, which is good, but they don't have a lot of support to kill off, which is kind of something that they're fairly good at. So we'll see if they can run down these Inquisitors and kill them, perhaps.
Right now, the Tuskers tackle is going for each and every one of these Navy Vexors, hoping to hold them down.
There's a web on a Vexor of a Nope right away. Target painter on a different Vexor Navy issue. Target painter on the Scimitar of the Tuskers. Web scram on Lady Labia. This just tackle going down all across Camel Empire here. Damage going down on Lady Labia right away. The Scimitar, meanwhile, for Tuskers, about to go into Arbor already. Incredible amounts of damage.
Dead.
He is into Arbor. He's gone. Just vaporized. Absolutely disappeared. Lady Labia's Vexor Navy issue is going to go right with him, though. This time, Tuskers do manage to trade a ship here. Webs across 3 of the Vexor hulls on the field here. A Nope now has target painter. He may be the next primary, and sure enough, he is.
This is some amazing tackle done by the Camel Empire. Look how many of them are tackled, or how many, or sorry, by Tuskers. Look how many of the Camel Empire are tackled. And let's see if these Rattlesnakes can apply their damage.
Yeah, we have a target painter on the Claymore of Sainsbury on the Tuskers team. He's now webbed as well, but that's a beefy target to chew through. A Nope's Vexor vaporized, just disappears off the field. We have a web still on Dexter. Zeo's Vexor Navy issue on the Camel Empire side. That Claymore now half shields, boosting back up again, half shields again, still webbed, target painted again, but web and target painter on Lord Anubis, and he's going to go down very shortly. He's into structure. 1 rep cycle coming off. Will he survive? He will not survive. He is down.
These Inquisitors just simply can't keep up with this double Rattlesnake, Harpy, and Worm core. Like, this is insane.
And the Inquisitors are both webbed now. We have damage going off as both of them. That Claymore, meanwhile, is starting to lose shields. He may eventually go into reload here. He will probably drop them, but the Rattlesnakes still have a ton of damage to apply. Question is, those Inquisitors aren't going to die? I mean, what's it's kind of slowed down now. The Tuskers DPS has slowed down. I'm assuming that the frigate support is what's attacking those Inquisitors.
Yep, and there
Claymore
goes
is
one.
gone.
The other one's not long for this world.
Vexor Navy issue into structure now. Dexter, see how this is an incredibly close match right now. Tuskers will get the upper hand with this kill.
Tuskers are doing it.
The question now, can Camel break double Rattlesnake? I don't see them doing it with what they got on the field.
Yep, no, I think you're right. And they switched up their tactics a little bit. They had the fast drones before, they still have fast drones. Now Camel are throwing another thing out of the box with webbing drones from these Navy Vexers, maybe from this Proteus. That's how the Claymore was able to die so fast. But it doesn't matter right now. These Rattlesnakes are just having their way with these Navy Vexers.
This is a fantastic bounce back from Tuskers. It's just an amazing show that they do have something else here that they can use. They're going to lose a Hawk here. That's really not going to matter. They have 7-point advantage right now. Really, these Rattlesnakes should, in theory, be able to kill this Vexer of Eshnala, who's now webbed down, target painted. He will die. The Rattlesnake damage can apply.
I think.
Is he going to MJD away? Will he get away?
He is right on the beacon. All of the Camel Empire team are on
not doing anything.
Beacons.
He's going to die. He's in low structure. He's got to go now if he's going to do it.
Nope, didn't activate it. I guess not in time, or he just drifted out of range. He is dead.
So the Tuskers now holding on to a very solid lead there. I'm guessing going to go for this Vexer Navy issue next. Why not? Don't waste your time on the goal. Actually, they're target painting the Proteus of Zabos. Maybe he is the threat. They decide he is the DPS. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. I think they've got this one firmly in the bag, though. I mean, as, let's see, Neark Gun of the Camel Empire
target painter on
going
Neark Gun
to an MJD beacon. Man, Camel Empire really trying to get some use out of these MJD beacons, but
it's really
don't think it's not going to work.
They're only 9 points behind, so on paper, maybe there's a web on Neark Gun. They're only 9 points behind, but in reality, they're going to have to murder this entire support wing, and that gives them.
Oh, there's also a scram on Neark Gun, so there is no way he's going to be able to use that MJD beacon, even though he's right next to it. So he is dead. These Rattlesnakes, without the damps, without any control pressure at all from the Camel Empire, just having their way with them.
Yeah, 5-point match now, but again, the Vexer Navy is going to explode in short order, putting the Tuskers at 58 points. They may lose a worm at some point. Bay RJ taking quite a bit of damage. He's moving extremely slowly. Is he perhaps scrammed as well? I can't.
Nope.
No, but he's going to die, so he could get a web on him. So there you go. Camel Empire still picking off support, but 13 points now. Golem, holy cow, that Golem's taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, he is not really expecting to take that much damage, but he should be fine.
He turned his ASB on just before he reached armor. I was like, whoa, he's going to get deleted, but okay, he does have a tank fit.
He's fine. This Proteus
is webbed down. He's not in happy camper zone.
Definitely not fine. He is going to die, and Tuskers are going to make this one 3. They're going to make this series a
something important to note about bringing Zabos and a Proteus now. He's going to explode here before this match expires. Very obviously about to go down now. When you lose a Tech 3 ship like this, you lose some of the skill points associated with flying it. So that pilot will not have time to train that back up before the finals if they get there before the next match. So that pilot is effectively not going to be able to fly a Proteus. I mean, he can still sit in it, he can still fly it, he won't have all level 5 skills. He goes down. At this level, these teams want all level 5 skills for their ships.
Yeah, he might get lucky. He might lose it from something that doesn't really matter too much. But either way, we've got 2 Rattlesnakes, some worms, and
that Rattlesnake of Latronica is taking an absolute ton of damage there.
Yeah, I think he's just doing what the Golem was doing before, making us excited. It's great.
So the question is now, can these 2 Rattlesnakes break a Golem? They have newts on the Golem to pressure and maybe turn off hardeners eventually, but he's not really using his cap for much else in a Golem, so.
Yeah, these 2 Rattlesnakes don't have all that much DPS, probably why.
Although look at that 30% shields. I mean, there's big boosts coming back, but he's just slowly but surely going through shields.
So we got this throwback team from last year doing work. You think this is going to be a trend? Are we going to see anything else from last year making its appearance?
Maybe Atanas?
Come on, Atana Cambion. Come on, Atana Cambion. That would be so great.
So this Golem actually looks like he is going to hold that tank. We'll see. It's only got 4.5 minutes to go. Eventually somebody might slip up. But what an incredible comeback from Tuskers here. They just got manhandled by Camels, absolutely crushed by them in the last match. Camel just looked very confident in all of their matches so far, and this is the first time they're going to be dealt a loss.
Yep, and this is probably something that they did not expect in the first couple minutes, or first couple seconds. They melted the Tuskers Scimitar in less than 30 seconds. Like, that was craziness, but these Rattlesnakes are proving to be a little bit too much. Maybe not. I don't know why.
What he's doing there. I wonder if he's like somehow accidentally reloaded his ASBs. He's awfully low into shields.
Yeah, Latronicus, if you get stolen by a Golem, you lose like all your swagger. Like,
oh, the Golem's about to go into armor. Here we go. Planet G is breaking. Planet 6 is breaking. That's a great primary call. Planet 6. Yeah. So there you go. He's under low armor. I think he will break. Though the Rattlesnake of Latronicus is getting really, really scary low. What are you doing there, guy?
Latronicus, I think your swagger is going to be okay. I think it's going to work. You're going to kill this
into
Golem.
Structure. Another big boost coming off, though. Yeah, there he goes. Low structure. It's going to go little by little. Little by little.
No links.
Fantastic turnaround from Tuskers here. Fantastic turnaround.
Yep, that was great hustle. That setup was beautiful and beautifully executed. That's the one thing. Like, you see people running setups, but you very rarely see perfect tackle spread. And that is definitely something that they practice with and train with for more than a week, at least a month.
Oh, and that golem does go down, so this goes to a 1-1 series, and we're going to have to see it go to a full best of 3.
Yeah.
With that, we're going to go back to the studio.
Target has engaged bait. Jump, jump. Target has been broadcast. Kill the pod. Red versus blue, shooting people in the face all day, but best friends after.
Apophany's not believing has some unexpected results that I didn't expect.
All right.
He believed, they did it, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, they also executed amazingly well.
Yes, they did. Wow, that was amazing. That was amazing to watch. And Camel just got, they got dismantled rather than obliterated.
Yeah, they took a setup, they took basically their exact same setup, but a slightly better variant of it. Like, they lost the EOS, they replaced it with the Proteus. That's a downgrade. But they were able to upgrade their Paladin to a Golem, which is much, much better. So they were like, okay, we'll just take this great setup we have. And they even added some really nifty things, like they had webbing drones, which we almost never see ever. And then those super, super fast Valkyries that were going 9.5, 10K. So that was pretty wild. But the tackle that the Tuskers had was just too much.
I don't know. I thought this was great. They completely outshone what I sort of expected from them, and I'm very impressed.
Yeah, Tuskers are legit.
Yes, they are.
And that setup, like, it looks like it's super easy to fly, but it's absolutely not. Especially not with the efficiency that they flew it with. Word.
That's a good addition to it.
So I guess, I mean, it's going to a third game.
Yeah.
So where do you ban? Like who's got the advantage here? I guess Camel maybe has a slight advantage because they just took the same thing twice. So maybe they just said, okay, we'll just use our real setup that we wanted.
And ban the rattlesnake then? Or?
Yeah, that would be smart. But I don't know, like, it's just so crazy. Like, this would give me an ulcer if I had to do the banning. I'd probably miss a ban, which is why I always miss bans.
Based on what you said, it's really good that you're here with us.
Yeah.
It sounds like it could be really, like, bad for your health.
Yeah, if I was on the PL team, I'd be dying. If I was on any other team, I'd be, like, losing parts of my stomach. Like,
yeah.
At least I'm only losing my nails here, so that's okay. A big upgrade.
Did you see how many weapon drones they had on the field?
I only saw 5 of them, but I was too excited to actually, like, inspect it.
I'm just wondering, like, losing that damage, maybe that killed them. They killed the scimitar instantly. Like, I don't know, maybe the weapon drones were a mistake.
It could be, but I don't know. I think they just got, like, hard countered on the setup. Like, I think Camel Empire just didn't really appreciate how good, like, an 8 assault frigate tackle link can do, even though they were just like worms and hawks and harpies and not all assault frigates. But yeah, it was pretty incredible.
But yeah, now this series will go to 3 games, which means that the winner of the next match that they fight will be the one to advance to the winners bracket finals, and the other one will drop down to the elimination bracket. But first, we have another match to go through with Pandemic Legion versus Nulli Secunda. I think Nulli will not be as easily surprised this time. I think they now realize that it's time to bring something that they've been hiding.
Yeah, I think they have to. Like, you can't bring a setup that PL knows how to fly really well and have kind of flown before. Like, that's just ridiculous. So they got a little bit hubris for that one. Maybe they just wanted to see what could break it for later on in the tournament. Maybe that was, like, their end game, super meta, like, cleverness. But I don't know. Like, I don't think we're going to see bombs exploding a Loki in 20 seconds. Like, I don't think that's going to happen.
Do you think that'll happen again in the tournament?
Yes. I hope so. Because it's beautiful.
I mean, how come that hasn't happened yet? Like, how come this is the first time we saw that?
Well, for a while,
like we saw this same thing happen in Alliance Tournament XII.
Yeah.
PL took a bomber fleet when just non-sentry drones were really popular, killed all the drones. There were no Tinkers back then, but they still killed all the drones. But then we got into this sort of meta where sentry drones were ridiculously popular, and the bombers, like, they're not that reliable against the sentry drones, and the sentry drones could usually just insta-pop the bombers. So people kind of forgot about the bomber, but they're bringing it back.
They're bringing it back, just like sexy.
Exactly.
Just like Solo.
Just like
and Solo.
Yeah, I don't know. You should bring. Can you bring Solo back in a bomber? I don't know. You can.
I think so.
There's a guy, I don't know his name, but I see him on Reddit. Like sometimes he just flies around in a bomber and kills like haulers, but he's like super happy about it, and it just makes me happy too. So I guess he's bringing.
There's plenty to do with bombers when there's like lots of frigs everywhere.
You just want to go to Providence.
Them.
Yeah, just go to Providence.
You heard it here first, folks. Go down and bomb some stuff. Now, there's not much more to say about this Tuskers versus Camel Empire match because, I mean, it's obvious what happened, and now we just have to see the resolution with when both teams try fielding their absolute best to get to the...
Yeah, it's going to be great. Like this sort of set matchup deserves 3 games.
Yes.
Like both these teams are incredible, and of course neither will be eliminated if they lose when they lose the 3rd game. They'll just go to the elimination bracket.
Yeah, because there are no losers in this tournament.
Yeah.
So the next match is the 2nd match of the series between Pandemic Legion and Nulli Secunda, and the bans are already here. And PL banned out the Scimitar and the Oneros, while Nulli Secunda banned out the Ishtar and the Golem.
Okay.
So no more Golem shenanigans.
Very interesting, very interesting. I don't know what to expect. Like, PL's bans are kind of weird all the time. Like, they're banning, like, they usually always ban like a Maulus and something else. Sometimes a Maulus and a Scimitar.
Scimitar Oneros is interesting.
Yeah,
like,
you're kind of going into like a really, either a no Logi team, or like a Frig Logi team, or just like a kind of a slower, worse Logi team. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to expect.
Frig Logis have proven themselves to be valuable.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just forgetting about that. We've seen some Inquisitors.
Yeah. The Burst and Inquisitors are actually incredible. Like, people always forget about them, but they're so effective. They're like 2/3 as effective as like a Tech 1 Logistics for only like 20% of the points. So they're incredibly efficient on
that. That said, though, they haven't been doing like super well. It's not like we've seen tons of teams move over to them.
Yeah.
Like, especially today, it seems like there's been less. A couple times, but I feel like they've lost.
It was
most
sort
of the
of
matches they've been
Shadow
in.
Cartel's hallmark was bringing the like max DPS and 2 Logi drones.
Right.
Or 2 Logi Frigs.
Yeah.
There's not much. There's not much else to it, but the Golem is out at least. But this leaves the Gaila wide open.
Yeah.
Is it time? Is it that time again?
I don't know. I think both these teams have like gone beyond the Gila. Like that was sort of like a week 2, week 3 meta
sort of a scrub meta is what you want to say.
Yeah. I don't want to say scrub meta because it's incredibly powerful. But I think both these teams are saying like, okay, drones are sort of going out of like style. Maybe we're coming more to like a damp meta or more of a control meta, and the Gila's not as useful as it could as other things there. Plus with the Scimitar band, like a Bassi with your Healers is kind of dodgy.
Yeah, it would have maybe more likely to be bursts.
Yeah.
But.
And, I mean, PL could be doing some crazy mind games here and saying, okay, we're just going to ban out the popular Logis. Come bring a Tinker again, just see what happens.
So the match is actually ready.
Yeah.
So we're just free to go into the next match. I think Nulli Secunda will bring this into a 1-1.
I have a feeling PL's going to take this, but I'm going to bet on Nulli. Because I'm not a good betting man.
I'm going with PL, and I hope I'm right. Please be right.
Nulli's my favorite team, but PL's going to win, so I'll go with them.
Maybe a broadsword will show up.
And with that, we go a little blue again.
That's pretty beautiful.
Yeah.
Nerds and nerdettes, welcome back to the action in the commentary booth with Apophany and Sir Squeebles, and a crazy cool setup from Pandemic Legion. They have a Paladin Marauder. I'll call it the Tractor Comp because it's bonus to Tractor Beams, with 2 Dominixes, an Eos, and 3 Vexes. Tell us about that Nully team, Squeebs.
Nully is fielding something that they've flown before, actually. In their first 2 matches, they're going with double Eos, double Gila. The Simi got banned out, so they do have a Bazzi, and then they've got a Kitsune, triple Heretic, triple Maoist, so a lot of damps. Interestingly, we were looking at these Dominixes before the match. They don't appear to have guns, so we have no idea what's in the high slots, but I have a feeling it's going to be colorful and very bright. Immediately Bouncers out for PL, so full Sentry Flights coming out. This is going to hurt a lot.
Looks like a slight difference on the shotgun setup that we've seen before. The match begins, we see a TP going on the Basilisk, already taking a lot of damage. Dams spread beautifully across PL, but again, they can assist those Bouncers to the Paladin to mean that they will still shoot all the same target. It's absolutely fine. Looks like that Bazzi is taking a lot of damage. The Eos for PL is painted, but it is yet to receive any incoming damage.
This Bazzi is getting absolutely crushed.
Yeah.
He's max boosting, and he's still going into armor. Here we go. Oh, a quarter armor.
He is going down, but with no damage.
He's not going down. He's gone.
He's
deleted.
That is a dead Basilisk.
I could not
ceased to be. It has run down the curtain and joined the choir invisible.
Meanwhile, they've decided to retaliate by shooting an Eos finally. So Pake in the Eos is taking damage. He's still got shields yet, and meanwhile the Eos of Ajax on the Nully side is also getting melted.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any reps on the PL team. All that damage is permanent. Nully have lost their Basilisk, so all that damage is permanent. Eos going down for Nully. The Eos for PL still amazingly not taking that much incoming damage. How are Nully failing to apply their damage?
That is a really good question. I mean, their drones are mobile, so they're going to have lag between getting to different targets, but not this much lag. Pake in the Eos, I don't know how he's tanked, but I'm going to try and buy the fitting after the match.
The Eos does have a bonus to its local rep. It's probably got an AAR helping it, survive for as long as possible. They're
but you haven't
an undermanned
seen...
team. Second Eos now going down for an elite. That's all their links gone.
That's more than that. That's their hopes gone. Because with that Eos, they now have 2 Gilas to take down double Dami and a Paladin. That's not going to happen. I kind of hope this Eos of Pake dies because he must be super troll tanked. And they've decided... Oh my goodness.
Whoa, Kitsune getting near volleyed there by the Bouncers.
And finally Pake is going down. He's in structure. He's not going to make it through. And they're going to try for a Vexer, but they just don't have that much left. And it looks like a boundary violation.
This is the same Eos that has earned PL such incredulity in their previous message. It's the one that died 417 milliseconds after the timer in the Shadow Cartel match, after they lost their Heretic. More smaller support ships going down for Nully. PL seem to not really care about killing the Gilas. They're going after the support instead. Even now, I think it's pretty much impossible for Nully to win, given that even if they killed all of the PL team, breaking a Paladin with 2 Gilas, it has a huge armor rep bonus. That Paladin can tank for days.
Yeah, that is really interesting, and I feel like the Dominixes, they dropped the sentries. This is, Elise was talking about the throwback metas. Here you go, Dominixes. This is one of the only times we've seen them used this successfully in the entire tournament.
That is beautiful. The Domi nuzzling into the back of the Paladin.
They're intimate, those 3. You can tell they know each other. And Forlorn and the Vexer might die. I mean, 2 Gilas is still a respectable amount of damage. Soon to be 1 Gila. But holy cow. I kind of wonder... I wonder what the Damis were here to do that they didn't get to do. They weren't forced to do a whole lot other than just sit still and drone away.
I mean, that's going to be great for PL. I mean, they've shown this setup, but they haven't shown specifically what they want to do with the Dominus, whether they're nuke fit, whether they're smart bomb fit, whether, half and half, whatever the case may be. I think this is a really optimal outcome for PL. They knew coming in that they'd have to show this setup that's a bit different from setups that they've brought before, but, they've still got that bit of secrecy. Nully now, they have lost a Gila, the second one's about to go down, and another really fantastically strong showing here from PL, meaning that I believe PL have won this best of 3.
They have won the best of 3 series, so Nully will be knocked down to the elimination bracket. They're not out. They're going to try and style on this Heretic, and they did successfully. But Nully is not out. They're far from it. This was a pretty strong team comp for them earlier in the tournament. I think maybe they realized it was a mistake to field the same thing again, but more importantly, PL just confusing everyone, which is fantastic. I was really happy to be confused when they landed on grid. And it looks like they're preserving these mollusks for either sentimental reasons or for augmented drones?
It's going to be pretty hard to hit mollusks, even with bounces. There's no TPs on them, making that job even harder. But I mean, as you say, PL now going into the winners bracket finals, they got to be happy with that. You know, they didn't do what they did last year, where they lost a little bit early in the tournament, had to play tons of matches, tired out their players. They've gone into this weekend, they've played the minimum possible of matches thus far, going straight into winners bracket finals. Like I'm sure that Seamus is just beaming ear to ear.
And these mollusks have decided to burn in a straight line out of respect. They're getting volleyed, and with that, PL advances. Nully goes down to the elimination bracket, and I leave as confused as I hope to be when PL brings new setup.
That's it for this best of 3. We will send it back to the analysis desk.
Nully Secunda have been knocked down into the elimination bracket with that, and we're a little pink in celebrations last morning of that.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Like, I'm speechless. That was just beautiful. Like, I'm happy.
We're joined here by CCP Rise and Elise Randolph, and with us is CCP Grayscale. Welcome to the set. All of them. Yeah. So yeah, this was a very strong showing.
It was amazing. Like, I don't know. I'm going to be kind of speechless for a little bit, so hopefully that's okay. But that is something that's a setup that PL has never shown before. They clearly got into Nully's head a little bit and just manhandled them. Like, I don't know how Pake died. It took him like 3 minutes to die or something. That's just an EOS. Meanwhile, PL were able to take 2 EOS, a Bassi, some other stuff in the trade.
Yeah, why was that?
I have no idea. But
it was really strange.
It was really strange.
There wasn't anything keeping them from doing damage, was there?
No, there was no Logi, there was no Tinker, there was rep drones.
There was like some time for Helis to the medium drones to get across the field, but that should be minimal. And then he was just really tanky. Is he just the obvious primary? So he's
I guess so. That could be it, because Pake is, like, as Apothene was saying in the commentary desk, he's the pilot that survived like a few milliseconds.
And it was their only links, right?
Probably, yeah. I don't remember the setup too well, but I think so. I think so. I think they're just like Vexers and some Dummies and Paladin.
Yeah, so. I think so too.
Let's go with that.
Because they didn't have a lot of points because of having Dummies.
But it was a very, very convincing victory. 2-0 in the series, and they take the best out of 3. With, like I said, Nully going back down into the losers bracket. Mm-hmm. And they will, however, need to play again another match. They have a match against
Nully.
Nully have a match against the... Yeah, okay, so they have against the winner of Ronin and Hydra.
Oh, that's going to be a hard day for...
No, wait, I'm lying. It's the winner of Afterlife Triumph.
Wow, well, so they're still going to have a hard day. They're going to have to go through either Afterlife,
Their day didn't get any easier.
And they had to go through PL, so that's brutal. Like,
yep.
I don't know what you do.
That actually sounds like a good next match. I like the Afterlife, Tri, Nully, like contingent. Like
yeah, they're all incredibly strong. Like, if you throw any of those teams back to Alliance Tournament like 8 or before, I think they just dominate wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, now the only thing we can do is wait while the teams get ready for the third match of the other series that's going on, the best out of 3, the final match between Tuskers and Camel.
Yep.
And there are bound to be some other ships exploding there too. They're bound to be.
Seems likely, yes.
Seems likely. Let's take that and talk about how you make spaceships to explode. That's a good feed into that, isn't it?
Or build spaceships even.
Or build them, yes.
It's also things we do.
So we recently overhauled the industry system.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
That was a very good decision, so I've heard.
There was some issues with it in the past.
Yeah.
And the UI in particular it had some usability concerns, the old one, and there was some things about the way the system as a whole worked that were not as intuitive as they could have been. So we decided to give that a bit of a spruce up. We spent 6-7 months this year working on this up to the Quartz release we shipped in July, which went reasonably well.
Yeah.
We've actually so this week, one of the things I've been doing is doing some retrospectives on some of the things we've been doing internally. So sitting down with all the designers and looking at what happened and getting some numbers and getting some data and reading the forums. I did a feedback thread in the Science Industry forum, which is still going. I'm going to read again when I have more time. Had a busy week. I'll get back to you guys, I promise. And bringing this all together and then having an evaluation of how things have gone, which so far I think has been pretty positive. We're getting the numbers look pretty good. The feedback is there's lots of things people want fixed and tweaked, but for the most part there's not a lot of.
Yeah, I think one of the only huge gripes that people have is they couldn't rescale the UI. So when people are complaining about the UI, you probably have the core mechanics down pretty strong. That and people are really happy that T2 BPO owners are a lot poorer now.
That's an ongoing process that we're still evaluating the status of, and that could go either way, but probably that way.
Well, for right now, they're super happy.
That's good. I'm glad people are happy.
Yeah.
Also, based on what we've been going over this week, it seems like not only are we in a pretty good place now, but we're in a really nice place to continue to kind of iterate and spruce going forward. We're in a good position to make whatever changes are necessary to make it even better.
Yeah, we've done some data. I got some notes and some
actually
pictures.
Printed charts.
I prepared stuff. I'll get the charts in a minute.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to do so the headline. I know as though CCP Utervin is in the middle of writing a dev blog, which is a labour of love, and I don't want to steal his stats because it'd be very sad and he'd probably surrender at me or something. So the headline stats basically is the total job minutes are down, the number of minutes done. I compared the stats from June to the stats from August, normalised for the lengths, whatever. The job minutes are down, the job count is up, and the number of characters involved in the industry is up. So
more people are building stuff? Is that the TLDR?
Yes,
that's nice.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Which is good. The job stats, the job minutes, obviously there's some faff because we changed a lot of the build times. So it's hard to see how that shakes out exactly, but on the whole, activity is up. It's going well, teams are being used. There was another number I had in my head and it's just gone.
That happens.
It happens. Here's some graphs.
Brain
I want to
farts
show some graphs
happen.
because there was some concern when we were discussing this with the players that this was going to destroy high-sec industry and everything was going to move to null-sec and you won't be able to compete anymore. I did some lovely math. Here is a graph of job count. As you can see, June is blue and August is red. And you can see jobs in null-sec went down slightly and jobs in high-sec went up slightly over the transition. And for the minutes graph, I'm trying to get this in the same place. There we go. This is job minutes. So you can see there's actually more minutes being done in null-sec now, which probably given that there's less jobs to do to longer build jobs, more capitals and stuff, and slightly fewer in high-sec. This is percentages, obviously not absolute. But you can see that high-sec is still pretty healthy from a manufacturing point of view, or a general science point of view. So that's good. We're happy with that.
I'm happy we had graphs.
I'm happy they're on paper.
I was thinking of bringing down my iPad, and I was like, it's just going to be fiddly, and I have to glare and stuff, so paper's cool.
I kind of now want to do some kind of, Josh Fozzie has to, do a whole match on paper, hold the thing up and, move stuff around.
We can get him a whiteboard, and he could, draw his commentary and hold it up, whatever.
We could do some stop motion
we
stuff.
We could, hang a whiteboard on space here behind us and just draw on that.
That'd be great.
I think we could call it a space board. I'm sold on it. Sold.
Good at names.
So I want to take this discussion and move it into the bans for the next match because we have a tournament going. But so for the last match of the Tuskers v Camel Empire, Tuskers banned the Sleipnir and the Ishtar, and the Camel Empire banned the Gila and the Rattlesnake.
All right, so
we're approaching serious country pretty seriously fast.
So apparently I was horribly wrong about the Gila being kind of like a last week meta because Nully took it and they're a great team and Camel are afraid of it, so they wasted one of their pivotal bans on it. I don't know what to expect actually. They banned the Rattlesnake team, which is really strong, and we saw today that the Rattlesnake is amazing, at doing a variety of roles. We saw it in like a Tinker role, we saw it in a 2-core role, we saw it in a 3-core role. So it's very versatile. So getting that out of the way, I think, is strong.
Was there Marauder bands anywhere there? I didn't hear for...
No. Sleipnir, Star, Gila, Rattlesnake.
Marauders are all there, and Damps are all there,
Yeah.
which is really, really risky to do for both those
And
teams.
the Camel Empire
Shotgun
banned out the
versus
Tango and the Loki for both of the last 2 matches, I mean. And now they're open. Maybe something happens with that.
Yeah, maybe so. A lot of possibilities.
There are a lot of possibilities, a lot of unknowns. Who do you think is going to
So many
take...
darn spaceships in Evil Mind.
Yes, I've heard you say that before. So, who do you think is going to take the series? The Tuskers or the Camel Empire?
I don't know. I mean, if I'm Tuskers, I'm thinking Camel Empire is going to want to go to like a very good, solid control team. And even though I let all of the Marauders through, I just let them through because I have an answer for it. I don't know what that answer is, but that's why they're playing and I'm not, basically. So, I mean, I don't know what you do. Like, this is a tough choice. But I still say that Camel are going to take some sort of control team, lots of Mala Celestis sort of things. And Tuskers are probably just going to go with like an all-out DPS, like Rush Kite team or something. Like that would be what I would expect, because it can break Marauders, it can break Tinkers probably.
So you think no Marauders on either side?
Man, when you say it like that.
Control versus Rush.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go for it. I'm banking it. Control versus Rush.
The Golem is open too, so.
Yeah. No one's gonna take it. They're both scared.
All right.
Probably.
That's a little encompassing when you say all the Marauders are open, that the Golem is open. I realize that, but it's still a handy
The Golem
fact.
is incredibly powerful, and man, I'm so like waffling on my own decisions here, because there's not that much time between matches. So maybe they ideally want to take like a control team or something, but they just said, okay, we just got stomped. Let's just take our team, but a little bit better, or maybe we just made a wrong choice. So we'll ban the Rattlesnake, and then they have nothing else for it. So, I don't know.
You're not going to figure it out.
I'm going to talk myself in the circles for the
Can you
next, like,
just-
45 minutes.
Can you be okay with that?
I guess I'll accept it. Like, the high from PL winning is just, like, messing with my brain.
Do you want to cast your vote on this, Grayscale? Camel Empire have sort of come in with a storm.
No, I caught the last match, but not the first one of the series. I was doing graphs. I think Tuskers look stronger in the last match. I think they're better decision making. So I'll go with them.
I actually think, despite, I wrote down that Camel will take the series, and I have to stick with it. But I'm sort of starting to waffle on that too.
Yeah, there's something in the air.
There
It must be like an air of smug or something that's just making people go crazy.
Air of smug. It. I like this. We have to. Like we have to.
No, you don't. You
We
don't. I drew a special picture for CCP Gargan. It's only for him, and
Well.
he can't share it, or I won't show you any more pictures.
Can I share it?
No.
No, you can't. Let's just say that there's a quote here that says, "I love Eurythmics," and I love that. Eurythmics are a good band.
Yeah, they're great.
But that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you.
And therefore,
You're welcome.
The Camel Empire's going to win?
So yes, I am going to say Camel Empire is going to win. They'll take it.
Because of the Eurythmics?
Yes. Cool. Because of that.
Yeah, I think Camel Empire are going to win too, but I have no idea how they're going to win, and they're probably just going to take a Paladin and make me look dumb. So
maybe. That's
Paladin when the Golem's up. Is the match ready?
No.
All right.
Okay, so I can talk myself in circles.
Keep talking in circles. That's what I was leading
I think
you
I
towards.
convinced myself for a minute that we were ready to go. And I was like,
So, yeah, I've changed my mind again.
okay, great.
Camel Empire hate damps again, and they're all about the super fast mega drones. And Tuskers really should have banned out the Navy Vexer, because those go super fast. So they made a mistake.
You're really into the Navy Vexer speed.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, those drones, like, you can't outrun them. Even if you MJD, you still can't outrun them, because they'll catch you. And
We should have MJD and drones.
That's a good idea.
that would be kind
Do
of
that on Monday.
Nailed it.
kind of ridiculous. So I guess it would work.
Someone in chat brought up drones that shoot missiles, which also...
We had those.
Do we?
We had them.
Ah.
Fighter bombers.
Yeah, fighter bombers used to do that.
Cass
yeah.
strangled me gently.
I was going to say, it sounds
Yeah, they
like
did kind of make things
the thing
blow
to
up.
make him more mad than any other
It was a
thing.
beautiful, beautiful hack. But it wasn't a good idea.
Have you managed to change decisions again?
Yeah, okay. So I'll get to it. Camel Empire are going to take Navy Vexers, and they're probably going to win with them because those drones are super fast.
I can't argue with that.
I'm going with fast drones. Like, this is full on crazy. Like, I don't know how that's a good argument.
It isn't.
But that's what they're going to do.
As the master of bad arguments, I can
yeah.
attest to that. But it's an interesting thought. I think we need to. We're still waiting. Apparently, there's been a disconnection on grid, so there's a little.
Okay, so I'll confuse myself over what Tuskers are going to take.
There's a little bit more of
I
a
think
delay.
If I could be in Tuskers' position, I would take like a Tinker with smart bombs. I'd basically take what Nully took against Hydra last week.
Last weekend, yeah.
And that match was amazing. So if they could just emulate that, I think they win. And I think they win super hard.
All right, awesome.
But that's if they take it. So if you lose and you don't take it, you should hire me or something.
So if we just go into what we're looking at when these matches are over, we go back to the elimination bracket. Mm-hmm. And the teams that have been fighting for the entirety of the first half of the day will be back at it with the first match after the winners bracket matches being Ronin versus Hydra. So trying to talk about these brackets is it's hard. So Ronin versus Hydra is going to be a difficult match for both. Ronin have shown that they haven't forgotten anything when it comes to being good at tournaments, and Hydra showing that they're just really good at tournaments.
Yeah, Hydra are super scary.
Yeah.
They like give me nightmares.
I'm sure that a Apophany can hold you if you wake up in a sweat. Yeah. No, it's Sir Queeples that you're bunking with.
Yeah,
that's true.
I don't want him holding me.
Ouch. The match after that will be Afterlife versus Triumvirate, which is another match that I'm kind of I don't know. Both of these teams were something that I didn't quite count on being here for the last weekend when we started, but Triumvirate in particular have shown that they really, really deserve to be here.
Yeah, Triumvirate are like the team of destiny somehow. They lost their first match to Hydra, and they looked really awful in that loss. Like, they looked terrible, no offense, guys. But they looked amazing in every other match, and they were the first to use, they were the second to use the Flag Rattlesnake, and I think they've used it in 4 or 5 matches now, maybe 3 or 4 matches, and it is insanely powerful. Like, so smart to take like a Flag Rattlesnake, because that's something that you had to declare 3 or 4 weeks ago. So just to have the foresight to say, you know what, I think the Rattlesnake is going to be good this year is pretty admirable.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams that decided to declare the Rattlesnake as their flagships, and we actually have a list of a few of the ships that are left as declared flagships for the teams that are left, and it's mostly a split between Armageddon's, Rattlesnakes, and Balgorns. But yeah, the foresight that the Rattlesnake would be so good it shows a lot of dedication to the meta, at least.
Especially because that's not necessarily part of history. Rattlesnakes changed so much since last tournament due to balance, and so kind of anticipating how that would affect how it would do in the tournament is even more of a feat, sort of, than it would have been if it had been really popular last tournament, for instance. Like the Balgorn has always been really good in tournaments, so there's at least some reference point, but with the Rattlesnake it's a little tougher.
Yeah. And the final 2 matches of the day...
It was good last year too, but it did change.
The final 2 matches of the day will be the same teams fighting again. So they have to go, in a span of 40 minutes, they have 2 matches. So
and against different opponents, that's the thing. Like, it's not the same when you're doing a best-of series, because you can sort of get in your opponent's head. You have to swap opponents and swap mind games.
So either Ronin or Hydra go up against the loser, either Tuskers or Camel, because that series still hasn't been decided, or and the final match of the day will see Nully Secunda go against either Afterlife or Triumvirate. So it's a bloody day.
Those are top quality matches. Like, any one of those are probably worthy of being a finals match, I'd say.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. But the match is still not ready. We're having some disconnection issues.
We should bother Grayscale some more.
We should.
Yay!
You shoot. Wow. All right. So brain farting has commenced. You showed your.
Just think about your giant tankard, and you'll be all right.
My mug that's empty.
Yeah. Is it empty?
It is.
I'm sorry to
hear
that.
Tragic.
Anyway.
Bringing my attention to that. Yeah. Anyway, you showed your the slides, the graphs, the beautiful, beautiful graphs
Yes.
Was there anything that you wanted to add to it before I rudely interrupted you?
Probably, but I forgot what it was. I got some more stats. Do you want more stats?
Yes,
more stats.
Please. Stats are great.
Stats are cool. So I had a look at the top 20 list of systems. I think this in terms of job count. And looking at the old top 20, the new top 20, there's a bunch of systems that have come in, and a lot of them come in from quite a long way down. A place called Ambeki, for example, was number 220 before. It's now number 2. We got Haikota from 891 to 6. Hagimo's jumped up. Akianivas.
That's crazy system name.
Akiainavas. Kami Sobaseki is up. Umoka, Frigi, Amar, because it didn't have any build facilities before. Not much of anything, and now you can build whatever you like, I think. It's probably a POS thing, actually. Ignore what I just said. Dodixie, and a nullsec system made the first entry at number 20.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah. So the 20th busiest system by job count is now at nullsec. The first one from lowsec is at 193, so lowsec still needs some polish work. But yeah.
Speaking of Amar, how has the kind of removal of slots gone? And the kind of the new system replacing it, how is that?
That was the thing I was going to mention earlier. I remember it. Yes.
Ah.
Yeah. Good work, Steve. Right. It's almost like
Welcome,
you were at the meeting where I. Almost like you were in the meeting where I explained this. So yeah, what we saw basically was there has been a increase in activity in the top 5 or so systems, like Jita job count jumped like doubled because no limits now and everyone wants to build in Jita.
Sure.
That suggests that potentially the job cost in Jita is not high enough because obviously we've lifted the lid, we weren't quite sure what's going to happen, and the lid is, or the whatever was in the thing that the lid was on is now above where the lid was. Good metaphor. In the sort of 5 to 20, top 5 to top 20 range, number 5 to number 20 range, like the number of jobs has gone down, or at least the percentage of jobs in those systems has gone down, and then below that it's actually then gone up again. So we're seeing a rise in the very top ones, the very core systems, which is places like Jita. We're seeing and then a spreading of the sort of second tier industry systems to either the top ones or to further away. So as you get down the end of the graph, there's a small but significant percentage rise of job activity kind of across the board. So we're seeing a nice spread at the low end, but we're also seeing a lot of clustering at the high end.
Interesting. One of the things that came up because of that I think is fascinating, we're going to do a little more digging, I think, and find out about. But one of the big reasons we wanted to get rid of the cap on number of slots is that can be really prohibitive for people who want to build regardless of how much they would make.
Yes.
So there's people who are more interested in building something because it's fun to, or because they're new and they don't know better, or because there's something specific they need or whatever.
Or because they mined for it so it was free.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they don't care so much whether it's efficient to, but right now, even if that's what they want, they're blocked and they have to go somewhere else. Or that used to be the case, that the slots would force them to go somewhere else when really what they want is to just build this thing right here. So it's possible that some of the reason that in places like Jita, the lid's gone up or whatever you were saying is that there might be people in there just building stuff that isn't actually profitable, which is fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to see if I can poke the data in the next couple of weeks and figure out if we can split those two populations out and find out what the sort of serious for profit builders are doing versus the less spreadsheet driven. And I guess there's a degree to which I can imagine scenarios where you're shipping out to nullsec with a 300% markup or whatever crazy thing nullsec people do these days, and an extra 5% give a shit, we'll do it in Jita anyway because it's much easier. So
yeah, it'd be fun to find out.
Yeah, there's some math to be done there. So
stats are awesome.
Stats are cool. Yeah. It's nice to see things working and things not working, and have things you can tune based on actual data. So
yeah, if there's one thing EVE players can agree on, is stats and numbers are really fun.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think there will be some good stats to look at after this Alliance tournament is over. I think so. There probably will be. There better be.
The best stats from the Alliance tournament always have to do with ISK, I think. It's always
they do
crazy to see how much is invested and how much is won. And
I think Exodus is winning in that regard, in losing their flagship.
Yep. Yeah. And then
poor Sir Squeebles.
Suddenly we made the leap, last year, from that kind of territory. It was this flagship was 10 bill-ish, is that right?
I think it was like 20 bill or something.
Okay, but I remember we made the jump to matches where tournament ships blow up, and then suddenly the matches are worth 100 bill, Yeah,
there were quite a couple of Tanas last year that exploded, and some Cambions, and Interestier, which was mine. Which
We
is
still
sad.
haven't seen any. The only tournament ship that's blown up in relations to the 8012 is when Bob from marketing lost his in a training match.
Yeah. He was doing some like elite piloting and kind of forgot that you have to turn on your armor
He
hardeners.
probably boundary violated in open space.
He would have boundary violated if he was in it.
It's good practice, though.
Yeah, yeah.
But hopefully we see some actual ones by the end. It's
Maybe.
getting to that time.
It is. It is getting to crunch time. So we should, as we were saying earlier, like when Hydra feels like their backs against the wall, when PL feel like they're in a must-win game. And it's not just PL and Hydra, of course. Like last year, we saw a bunch of different teams field tournament ships. So hopefully, this year we'll see some too.
We will. I think it's guaranteed that tomorrow we will see some. That's when the matches, in the team's minds, that's when matches really count, and you must win.
What I was going to actually ask is, do you think the change in the tournament prize structure has any impact on when people decide to make those big risks? Like,
that's a really good question. I have no idea because the tournament prize structure is sort of. It was announced after the rules, I think, or maybe at the same time of the rules. So people were busy theory crafting setups and teams. They weren't necessarily thinking of, hey, if I can get this 4 or something, I can get like a couple $100 bill worth of prize ships. So, I mean, maybe now that's what they're...
Might it change the order they bring their setups out?
That's probably, yeah, something that would happen. But I don't know. If I was making the decisions, I would always try and bling it out, especially if I was in the elimination bracket. Because all those matches are crazy hard. Like, I don't think there's a way to win.
Yeah, it would seem like winner's bracket is maybe not whatever we're calling it these days. It's not necessarily because you got that dropout place.
Exactly.
But once you hit the elimination bracket, then yeah.
Then you really need it. Though,
That's when
there's a thing that I think last year the meta was really benefiting these like blinged out ships. Like we saw a lot of assault frigates and things like that, which made the Cambion synergize really well. This year...
Is the worm like close enough that you don't need to go all the way?
Maybe the worm's just good enough.
The worm is basically a Cambion.
But I don't know, like when you looked at that PL match where the bombs exploded everything, like imagine if you had like 3 Cambions there that just instantly died to bombs. I think you would probably cry a little bit. Your economy would blow up too. So maybe it's just too risky for them now because there's so much high DPS. Which is great for like the Alliance Tournament when you see tons of high DPS setups because things go boom.
No risk, no reward.
And I know we were kind of worried. I know Back was worried that we'd see lots of Tinker versus Tinker. And
that hasn't happened yet.
Nope. We saw one Golem versus Golem,
yeah, I was
which
gonna
was
say
kind of weird.
It seems like the more likely thing now is Marauder versus Marauder, where all the fleet gets cleared off, and we have a really awkward 1v1 between the Marauders. But even that hasn't happened hardly at all, just the one time. So
yeah, we got to test our rules to the limit.
To get pushed to the limit.
Always pushing it to the limit. So I've just received words that the pilots are in system and they're being chaperoned into grid. So we should be ready in a couple of minutes.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
We are sorry for the delays, but I actually think it's miraculous that this doesn't happen more often in the Alliance Tournament.
It actually is.
It may not be clear to people watching at home, but this is a pretty funny project where basically CCP Veritas just makes up a feature and kind of adjusts it to whatever's changing on TQ every year and sits at home like with a bowl of spaghetti trying to like make sure everything works. And most of the time it does.
And when CCP Rise says that it's a hacked up project, it actually means it's pretty fucking awesome and it's ready to go. Let's go into space.
Spaceship friends, welcome back to something else that is pretty freaking awesome, Galente blaster boats. I'm here, I'm Apothony with Sir Squeebles in the casting booth. Squeebs, tell us about what we're about to see.
You're about to see the ultimate show of bravery by pitting blasters against the Camel Empire. So Tuskers has brought a rush team composed of 3 Brutix Navy issues, 3 Demos, 2 Thorax, 2 Tyrannus, and 2 Navitas.
Yep. Camel have 2 Eos and a Neros, 2 Stratios, 3 Vexes, 2 Maul's Malediction, and a Tristan. Typically less E-War boats than we see from Camel Emperor, still plenty of E-War potentially from E-War mids on the Vexes. The match starts and immediately Tuskers burn straight at the Camel team, but the Camel team as well are burning in.
And the Tuskers have dropped damage drones, so there's no rep drones on the field right now.
Wow, okay, so both teams just mashing into each other. Let's see where damage applies. We've got a huge amount of dumps on the Brutix Navies. We've got a web on the Neros of Camel. You may be able to damp teams down to very small lock range, but that's where blasters apply their damage. If you're sat on top of someone, you cannot break the lock with range damps.
And
looks like we've got damage going on the Brutix Navy of Suleiman here.
Suleiman is taking a lot of damage. He's not going to be able to tank all this, so he is definitely going to go down, but they need to trade for something. This Onero's just now out of shields. That's not enough.
Yeah,
they need to really go hard on this.
Neros is webbed, but they need to get their DPS on it.
And Suleiman's still up, briefly.
Wow, yeah.
Go, Suleiman, go!
Those Navitas are damped. He's got a Frigate Logi, which can be damped down to very, very, very tiny lock range. Looks like damage is completely split across the Camel Empire team. That's not what they want to be doing. Brutix Navy issue is going to drop. Looks like newts on everything. Looks like the drone boats of the Camel Empire are newt fit. We've got another Brutix Navy taking a lot of damage. Camel Empire yet to lose a single ship.
Yeah, that Brutix Navy issue of Latronicus went down super quick. And he might be structure tanked based on how this damage is coming in. Meanwhile, you've got Cool 4ND and the Navitas going down. This is a really, really grim picture for Tuskers. But as you said, the split damage is killing them. They have a lot of damage going out on a Stratios of Apollo and on the Oneros, and they can't break either.
It looks as if Tuskers have just gone, pick a target, go shoot it. But that's not what we do in EVE Online. We pick a primary, we shoot the primary, then we pick a secondary.
If you're Galente Blaster Rush, you just shoot what's close to you. Yeah. That's conditioning that the Galente are trained on from a young age. This Oneros is still low armor, going, and the Demos is gone. But the Oneros is still here, and he's still taking damage.
The Oneros is going down into deep, deep, deep armor. We see the red bar on the beautiful Alliance Tournament overlay. They might pick off the Oneros, but they've already lost so many ships. They've lost so much DPS. Camel just really showing why they're one of the top teams in this year's tournament.
This was an interesting match, and these have to be hull tank Brutix Navy issues, which
I really hope so.
It makes me reconsider the definition of the word winning in the Alliance Tournament, because if you come into the 3rd match in a best of 3 against Camel and you bring hull tanks, I think you're winning. But this last Brutix Navy issue is going down. They've got 2 really nicely skinned Thoraxes still left, along with 2 normal Thoraxes and the Tyrannus, which are also taking a lot of heat. And unfortunately, they just haven't covered enough ground.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I was expecting, as soon as we saw the setup, I said to you before we had the camera on us, the Brutix Navy issue, the Deimos, the Thorax, they all have 50 meters cube drone bay. I was expecting a swarm of medium repair bots to assist those Navitas, but no, it was all damage all day long, and unfortunately, between the damps and the Camel Empire piloting well, they just couldn't apply it. Couldn't apply it to one target. Reps held for ages. Finally, the Neros went down, but by then, they'd lost everything.
I also, and I think you're of the same mindset, I think we were expecting rails out of the Tuskers.
Yes, kind of a mid-range comp.
It's so rare to restrict your damage range under 10k, which is essentially what they've done with this comp. I mean, the Demos and the Brutix can project, but ideally, to make use of the hull, you have to be right on top of
It is very,
people.
very difficult to armor tank 250 rail battle cruisers and cruisers for Galente.
Sure,
like putting up 1600 plate and 250s on it is really, really difficult fitting wise. You have to use a fitting mod or something like that, and that's kind of suboptimal. So I kind of get why they go, well, this kind of sucks, so we use blasters, but blasters also aren't particularly fantastic. You know,
this Tyrannus could still close it out using a mobile micro jump drive technique, and unfortunately he didn't opt for that. He just died. So
still,
Tuskers, they are knocked down to the elimination bracket.
They're still in the tournament.
They are, thank God. But really great performance by Camel Empire. So they've won that best of 3, and with that, we'll send it back to the studio.
Alliance.
Welcome to Wormhole Space, man. We be flying tech trees and smoking them trees. This Avowed Alliance represented by Pandora Spear and Viper Fleet Inc.
And welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm CCP Rise. We had to get rid of CCP Garget permanently after that word he said. That's actually not true. CCP Soundwave did that pretty much every day. I'm joined by CCP Grayscale, Elise Randolph, Answer Squeebles, and maybe some of you players could tell us about that match we just saw.
Yeah, that was some great commentary, first and foremost.
that was quite a
Those
thing
guys
of beauty.
they have in the booth, they know how to play the game.
Yep. But I think that was... I waffled like 5 or 6 times on what people would bring.
Quite a bit of waffling, yeah.
I did eventually get to a rush versus a control setup. And I think I got it in the right order.
So basically nailed it.
I nailed it. I am the best. And no, but...
You waffled for half an hour and thought, thoraxes.
Nailed it.
That is something
a lot
I did
of things
not
around it as well, but you hit it on the way through, so it was good.
Yeah,
It was good.
Yeah. I went for the broad approach. But no, that was definitely an outside-of-the-box setup that Tuskers brought. But when you have a rush team that has not as high speed because it's an armor team, it's not like the traditional Minmatar rush that we saw a few Alliance tournaments ago that made waves. It's slower. It's hard to kill an Onirios with it because you do kinetic thermal. Onirios, I'm pronouncing it correctly, by the way.
Yeah, you bet you are.
Yeah, you are.
It has a really high kinetic thermal resist. And a really neat thing that I'm pretty sure happened, I wasn't watching on the stream too well because there's like a camera blocking it. But I think we had like tackle Vexers and tackle Stratioses. And that's why they were taking split damage. It wasn't because Tuskers don't know how to shoot the primary. It's because they were tackled and damped so far that they only had one thing to shoot.
Yeah.
And I mean, as Squeebles said, you better be shooting something if you can, even though it looks really ridiculous on the...
The unfortunate part is we didn't get to Rule 4 of my Alliance Tournament success, which is don't bring a blaster rush.
Yeah.
So had we covered that ground earlier. But I really legitimately do think that the Brutix Navy issues were hull tanked, which might seem insignificant, but it does counter part of what you're talking about with the speed. A lot of things have been rebalanced, rigs have been introduced, where now it is actually legitimately, non-jokingly viable to bring hull tanks on certain setups, and you mitigate some of the losses from an armor tank.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even worth saying yeah if you say it with that tone.
It's very possible they did, and that would kind of be really, really interesting. And it may have, worked had those Stratios and Vexers from the Camel Empire team not have so much tackle on them. So if they were just a pure kiting team, those blasters would be all up in their face.
You think it'd be fine? I was going to say, like, kind of to round out the blaster discussion, is there any way that bringing Thoraxes and Brutixes is actually...
I think in this meta you can do it.
Really?
I think it's definitely... I don't know if it's recommended.
Yeah.
But I think it's like viable and it's not like ridiculous at all.
Well, I mean, on the one hand, it does take care of the control element, which Camo's a huge fan of. So Camo got their Molluses, but in the grand scheme of things, Tuskers didn't really care because they were going to have to be within non-dampable range anyways.
Exactly.
But that's sort of that's like a silver lining, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, they got over one hurdle, but the other hurdle was, oh wait, the other guys also can fit scramblers and webs.
I do think there's a lot of stationary elements to the current meta. You know, we used to have Dominixes, which you could sledgehammer against with blaster setups. Right now, though, we have rattlesnakes. We have a lot of tinkers that we're seeing. We have golems. And in that case, having low range, high DPS still might not be ideal, but it can work. So
it definitely can work, but it did not for Tuskers, and they were sent down to the elimination bracket.
And we will cheer them through. I will cheer them through the elimination bracket.
But Camel will have to play PL tomorrow for the winners bracket final or semifinal, some word. And that'll be a crazy match. That'll be a best of 3. And I will lose like hair. I'll probably lose fingernails. Probably like 4 years off my life.
Yeah.
It's going to be rough on me, guys. So just appreciate that.
Sounds great. I'd love to have CCP Grayscale talk a little bit more, but I have no idea how much time we have. I don't have all the technology CCP Gargant does, but because he can see much farther, actually, he learns a lot more stuff because he's so big. But I do have bans for the next match. We're going to have Ronin Hydra up next.
Ooh,
and
sexy.
yeah, that is kind of exciting. And I believe we have Tengu Ishtar banned by Ronin, and Eos Gila banned by Hydra.
Wow, those are actually really good broad bans. Like we were talking, Tri does this a lot. They, when they're bans, they don't focus out like one setup. They take two completely different archetypes out of the equation. And you take the Gila out, you take the Eos out, and we've seen how effective the Eos can be in both shield and armor comps, actually. PL had like this crazy Eos tank that won them the match against Nully. So I think it's really smart to get rid of the Eos. The Gila, I thought nobody would ever take again. And
why do you think that?
I don't know. I just thought everyone was done with them.
Just
like you're bored of it and you're hoping that something
well,
else?
I don't know.
As a tournament, we're just kind of over it?
No, well, actually,
So
as a tournament, like people hate drones, so they're always happy when drones die. But like when you see a ship that come in the first week of a tournament, you have to assume, okay, by the end of the tournament, like everyone's going to have that figured out. But apparently not. I guess the Gila's got like some special superpowers or...
Well, I mean, one superpower that it has, it seems like, is it can fit into a range of things. It's not like...
Yeah, it is very versatile.
Yeah.
That goes with the EOS band. So I guess that does make sense.
It's kind of like Slipner's in past years, where you'd see them early in the tournament. You might see them used a little differently late in the tournament, but it's not like they necessarily go away.
Well, another advantage of them is they're great snipers for Logi cruisers if the other team doesn't have like a ball of rep drones.
Yeah.
So if you sick 3 Gila's worth of drones against a Scimitar, there are other things you can do to help enhance the damage, but at the very least, he's going to be under pressure. Dun 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 dun.
Yep. We can't actually sing more of that because we'll get sued.
That's why I did it.
I need to add a line to my drawing.
So with those bands, I mean, what would you expect to see?
Oh, I mean, I don't have a clue. I can't even remember what they are.
Hydra took, like, the last round Hydra played, because we've seen a lot of matches, they had that triple Astarte setup with rails and control. Like, it was essentially the armor version of the Damp team that they've been flying all tournament and being amazing with. But this one had 35 rep drones, which was just crazy. Crazy time.
The Tengu band from Ronin's a little interesting. Has Hydra done any, like, tinkery things at all?
I've never seen Hydra field a tinker outside of the SCL.
Yeah.
No. I mean, they did actually. They did field a shield tinker this year, unless my notes are horribly off against Gorgon Empire.
Okay.
Possible. I'm skeptical, but it is possible.
He doesn't believe your notes.
Yeah. I do not believe
Well,
it.
he actually wrote stuff down.
Yeah.
I wrote tons of stuff down.
Yeah.
I actually did write nailed it down a few times.
And then to which I responded, nailed it.
He did.
So
he did.
I actually noticed sitting next to you, his sheet in front of him really says nailed it. Like, I nailed it 2 or 3 times.
He even wrote nice things about the other commentators.
Yeah, no, that's just...
He has an epophany nailed it as well.
Yeah. That was the original nailed it, I think.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I just call it the way I see it.
Yeah.
Quite
and they nailed it. Yeah.
All right, well, since it seems like we have some time,
Yes.
granted, I have no idea how much, I'm going to go back to CCP Grayscale for a minute. I wish Fozzie was here so that we could be a trifecta of CCP power, but he's supporting us from over there. Is there any other subjects that the EVE community might be interested in that we're taking a look at and or thinking of discussing anytime soon?
No.
No?
I'm kidding. Yeah, this is the other thing that we had last week that I wanted to talk about. So as we said at FanFest, we pulled together, it must have been back in March or April, I guess it was at FanFest, like a small group of designers and some sort of programming support to start looking at null sec issues in a very serious way.
Which issues?
Null sec.
Those one, yeah.
Yeah, with the 2 zeros and the dot in the middle.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah. Full stop?
That's what they're calling dots.
Okay, cool. With you. Okay, with the full stop in the middle. And that over the summer has kind of morphed into a bigger thing. We've been looking at things. So, hey, let me step back a bit and frame this nicely, because otherwise all kinds of horrendous things are going to happen. Our point of view is that we're looking at this very seriously and we're going to do something. But we want to be very careful in this discussion, because we're talking to players and it's kind of early, to not say so little that they go, yeah, of course you are, you're always doing something soon, TM. But also not so much that people go, oh my god, they're going to ship it next week and we don't. And they're like, oh my god, you lied to us, why did you promise us nullsec changes next week? So there's a balance to be struck here, which I'm going to try and hit, but that's kind of, I figure if I explain that first, then people at least know what I'm trying to do if I'm going to do it badly. So we've been looking at things and we've been spinning things up and we've been speeding things up. We had a 5-hour sit down on Friday at my place with a bunch of designers, including Ryzen, Fozzy, and Ytterbium, Betic, Delegate Zero, and Scarpia. And we had a big, long talk about various things relating to like nullsec type stuff, and Sov in particular from a long view. How do we want this to go? What are the sort of fundamental things? Like slow kind of working through the issues discussion. What we've come out of that with is, I think, a pretty reasonable understanding of where the design department feels it stands on some pretty fundamental issues. We are hoping to write a blog about this in the next month, maybe. Depends. Like, this is all very dependent on us being able to get, again, enough information that the players give a shit and think that it's worth reading, but also being sure enough in what we're saying that we don't then go and change our minds because it makes people sad, understandably. So,
and we also have the CSM summit coming up.
That's the other thing, and that's thank you, Royce. That's the thing that's kind of anchored a lot of this discussion. We sat down after everyone got back from vacation over the summer, and we said, like, okay, what are we doing? Because we talked about things before the summer, we had ideas, we had plans, and we were like, okay, where are we, what are we doing? And we looked at our schedule and we were like, okay, the CSM is coming in whatever, like a week and a half now or something, whatever it is.
Yeah, that sounds
sometime
right.
soon. So they've requested an nullsec session, and we want to have something meaty because we want to do something. So we said, okay, to do that, we need to be on the same page. Otherwise, it's going to be very silly if I'm arguing with Rise about what we're doing in front of the CSM. It doesn't help many stuff. So this was kind of built around that. Let's have a sit down. Let's figure out what we think about the things that the community is talking about, the things the CSM would like to bring up, so that we can, have a clear discussion about the issues rather than just kind of arguing about first principles, whatever. So, yeah, we've had that discussion. We have then things that we want to do, smaller, more like targeted things that we want to do, I would say, later this year. The nullsec related and will make a big impact, we think, without being massive changes in and of themselves, because obviously we have to finish industry stuff from Cryos. Like, for my team, at least, for Game of Drones, we have Cryos, sort of finishing off what we've done with the industry, getting everything squared away. Ytterbium's working on invention changes. We've got iteration we want to do. Then after that, for the main block, we are then planning on transitioning into Starbase work, laying the foundations for that. But kind of layered across the boundary there, we're also hoping to do some nullsec work in conjunction with some other teams. So we have obviously industry that has to happen. We have Starbase we want to get on with as soon as possible, but we're doing the nullsec related stuff that we can make space for. And we have made some space in our schedule to get this alongside. That will happen hopefully as the year curves around. That's vague enough, I think.
Yeah.
And then there will be additional things we want to do, like we have our eye on several later days of nullsec or other bigger things that we want to touch. Following on from that, as that settles down, we see what the impact is and we see how things shake out, and then we can say, okay, let's do the next bit. And that's obviously like you saw at FanFest, like it's on our long-term schedule. There's a big block of like fixed nullsec.
So it's like a holistic view of a whole bunch of things just to fix nullsec.
Looking at this ramp between like this big block of like we have do nullsec properly, like a big serious like Cryos scale work potentially after the Starbase work is done, but we don't want to leave it until then. So we're doing small things now and medium things in a bit, and then big things later, and we're just trying to make sure that those all line up.
Yeah, it's part of it is mediating between. That's well done. Good.
I don't think I fell off.
Mediating between honoring kind of plans we've had and things we've been working on, but also meeting sort of the very current and ever-changing state of the game and the community, and there's some middle ground there where like you say, nullsec was part of the roadmap, but on that roadmap, like industry is happening now, Starbases were in between. And we don't want to, it seems easy to pivot too quickly to things that pop up, and we want a middle ground where
we want to have the big overarching plan to stay the big overarching plan, because we can get a lot of benefit from being consistent with that. But we're also like Rice says, like there's things that we see and urgency of things rising. Obviously, there's a big thing. The community is kind of basically like we've been aware that there's been problems for a long time. We've wanted to fix it for a long time, and we've been trying to like obviously we started kicking off like serious nullsec work much earlier this year because we saw this as well. But the community conversation has obviously certain players have kicked things forward in a very real way, and it's brought things to light, and it's made it's added pressure, I guess, to all like it's
a bit
influenced the timescale.
I think part of it too is it adds opportunity. I mean, one of the best things about the community is that they're very smart and often know the game at least as well as we do. And so capitalizing on a lot of really productive discussion that's going on in the community is actually really good for us.
And a lot of the stuff we were talking about yesterday was springboarded off community stuff, and we've got we've looked over all the major posts and the major documents and read them through, and that's informed a lot of our thinking, and it's brought some things forward and some things back.
So, on this bombshell, the match is actually ready now. So if we can do predictions super quick.
I have to correct myself. I confused Hydra and PL.
We can do predictions really quick.
Right. I'm going to go with Hydra.
I too will go with Hydra.
I will go with Ronin.
Cool.
That seems like a thing to do.
And Hydra for me as well.
Oh.
All right, Space Chutney's primary.
My client just froze.
Support, take care of that, please.
I can't.
Everybody else stay on the Vexor. Space.
Lodge is down.
Yep, Space Chutney's primary, followed by Captain Go.
Primary target.
Okay, Space Chutney's now primary.
Race about to go down. Rogon, you dead?
Space Chutney's primary, guys. Make sure it's on Space Chutney.
Loot the field, guys. Loot the field.
Hello everyone, welcome back to this next match in the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by Bach and Alien to finish off this day for you all. And we have the Ronin versus Hydra Reloaded. And on your screen in front of you, you see the Hydra flagship for the first time having emerged from the darkness. That is the rattlesnake that Hydra has been holding this whole time, and they've brought it out alongside a really strong DPS team, triple Sleipnir, Scimitar, double Maula, Stiletto, triple Merlin, and Slasher. Why don't you tell us a bit about this Ronin team?
Well, we see a Ronin team that's warped entirely into zero. We have a Golem, double Rattlesnake, Claymore, 3 Maledictions, and 3 Crows. So a lot of tackle, a fair bit of DPS put into very few baskets here. There were 2 Rattlesnakes and a Golem, the Claymore. And it looks like the Rattlesnakes had no missile launchers we determined, so they probably kept transferring in some sort of quasi-tinker. And it looks like Hydra's also was not tracking disruptors.
So the Frigs from the Ronin have charged right on in. They're getting tackles as quickly as they can, and they put track disruptors on all the Sleipnirs. These are autocannon Sleipnirs. These aren't the artillery ones we saw earlier in the tournament. But the track disruptor is still going to be incredibly effective, and a web on that Scimitar is huge, along with the painter from the Golem.
It's going to be a lot of damage coming into that Scimitar right away. Dark Soldat's going to have to do some work here. Webs on Malediction and a Crow simultaneously. In the meanwhile, they're going to try to get that Malediction off the Scimitar.
Dark Soldat is surrounded by 4 frigates right now. They're not getting the web off of him.
Yep, Maul is down. Ace Helia, that looked like he was instant. Was that perhaps a boundary?
Yes, that was a boundary violation.
Boundary violation from Hydra.
Wow. All right, the Malediction has died. The first one, they're trying to clear the tackle.
The Crow is going to get cleared as well, it looks like. But the Scimitar is going to eventually run into ASB reload, and he will go down here with this amount of damage on him if they don't clear out this tackle right away.
The Scimitar does have remote shield bots on him, so that's partly what's keeping him alive this long, but he is ASB-ing as well, and once that ASB goes
he did
to
break
reload,
web. There is no web on Dark Soldat. He is getting up to speed. Hopefully, maybe not up to speed yet.
No, he's still got some frigs around him. It looks like they're going to be trying to get he might have a scram on him.
Yeah.
All right, they're still clearing out these frigs. Another Malediction is going to be dropping any moment now for Ronin. Hydra is honestly the only thing they've lost, even after all this, is that one Maulus that boundary violated. They have been doing basically a great job of clearing off this tackle right on through.
That Scimitar Dark Soldat dropping into armor. He may be on ASB reload right now, taking a whole bunch of damage, and he can't take armory rates going into structure.
He's being hit by the drones from Rattlesnake.
Structure is
cruise missiles.
Gone!
That is Dark Soldat for Hydra Reloaded down. Now we see a Golem, 2 Rattlesnakes, they're not flagships, and a Claymore for Ronin versus the Flaggle Snake for Hydra, triple Sleipnir, Maula Stiletto, triple Merlin Slasher. This honestly could still go either way. We're going to have to see how well strong the tanks of these Rattlesnakes are. I assume that's going to be the next primary for Hydra.
I feel like if you're the Ronin going into this match and they tell you can trade your frigate wing for a Hydra reloaded logistics, they might consider that trade. That is a pretty big trade because now they can freely apply their DPS. I mean, the 3 Sleipnirs and the Rattlesnake's going to tank like crazy, and they know that. But the 3 Sleipnirs will have to go into ASB reload. And if these Rattlesnakes and Golem and Claymore can survive long enough to actually get them to that point, they're going to break each one every time.
So Vok is not boosting as right now. He may be passive tanked, he may be just holding back his ASB, but he's also holding on quite well. The damage from the entire Hydra team has been hitting him, and you can see barely being even touched. Now they're switching over to the Claymore. They're going to see if that's a weaker target.
Claymore is neuted, nosed, and web down. He broke webs there, or somebody dropped the web off of him. We do see newts coming across the team. So there's a newt also on Braggle's Rattlesnake. Meanwhile, a newt on the Sleipnir of DHP Wildcat. It looks like he's about to go into armor, while this Claymore also is dropping into armor.
DHP Wildcat is surrounded by Infiltrator 2s, and he is dropping very quickly. Acolyte 2s as well. But it looks like that the Claymore for Ronin, which is all of their links, is going to be dropping off the field first.
I think so, but that's if they can trade that Sleipnir here pretty quickly. That Sleipnir to low armor. DHP Wildcat about to be in the structure. 2 Rattlesnakes
DHP Wildcat is still not boosting. He is going to go down. It's only a matter of seconds now. And there he goes. He is off the field.
What a match, a 1-point match with 3 battleship hulls against 2 Sleipnirs, Rattlesnake, and support. What's going to happen?
Wow, Rakamar just took a huge chunk of damage here. He is being hit very, very hard. We're seeing him getting neuted by the Golem and Rattlesnake.
Did see a boost effect from Vok 3's Rattlesnake there now, so he is using his ASB, perhaps just waiting on it. But they got Sleipnir, Rakamar dropping really, really low.
Wow.
Really low. He is still boosting, but he's not bringing back very much right now.
This is, all right. Vok is dropping, but he's not dropping fast enough. If Rakamar could drop first, then the Ronin's going to be in a really, really great position with only the Flaggle Snake and the Sleipnir able to do damage for the entire Ronin team. Then they can, that Golem is more points than the Rattlesnake for Hydra. If they can keep the Golem alive, even if they lose both the Rattlesnakes and wipe out the rest of the team, then they win on points.
And that Rakamar is pulling back his shields for now, so he has recovered some of his tank. But I wonder, is he's going to go into reload before long. If that Rattlesnake is still tanking for Vok 3, by the time that happens, Ronin will have a significant advantage in this match.
Rakamar's been pulling range to get away from these newts. It actually looks like he may have given up on that because he's turning back a little bit, but he's not able to stay away from the drones. He still has the whole drone wave from the entire Ronin team on him. And he is dropping down. He's not boosting. He's in reload. Wow, I think the Sleipnir is probably going to die first, but it is so close here. That's going to be, the Rattlesnake is going to die. Vok is going to die to the remaining Rattlesnake and Sleipnir. But can a Rattlesnake, or even a flagship Rattlesnake, a Sleipnir, and a bunch of frigates take down a Golem and a Rattlesnake?
This is unbelievable that Vok 3 is still pulling back shields.
Again. He reloaded. He reloaded his ASB, and he is boosting again, and now there's one less Sleipnir shooting him.
But he's about to bleed into structure. He's going to bleed into structure. Is he able to hold on long enough here?
Every second he can survive, though, means more damage being applied to the final
Target painter on Blue Melon.
Oh, all right. Vok is holding on through structure. He's still boosting. He is going to go into reload again soon. So again, he is going to die.
But that Blue Melon is just melting right through his tank. I mean, wow.
Just as a reminder for anyone that doesn't understand the context of this is Hydra Reloaded up against the wall. The loser of this is out of the tournament. This is incredible. I don't think anyone was expecting the Ronin to put up this much of a fight.
So Rattlesnake for Vok 3 is down, but you still have Rattlesnake and a Golem against a Sleipnir to Rattlesnake. Sleipnir will be an ASB reload probably in about another 3 or 4 boosts here.
So Blue Melon is continuing to orbit in really close to this whole team for Ronin. He's in nice and close. He's going to pull a bit of range now because he knows he's got the newts coming, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out before they can get at least a couple of newt cycles on him.
No, I think he would have to get completely out of range before his ASB reloads. We have a web now on Braggle's Rattlesnake, obviously the next primary, but we'll see. Is he going to be able to hold on with this damage?
So as this match gets longer, one of the things that's going to actually matter quite a lot is that flagship Rattlesnake flown by Hard SB. He's been neuting the Golem and the remaining Rattlesnakes for Ronin this whole match. Blue Melon dropping so quickly. Wow.
Almost into armor here. This is a big deal because Braggle's not taking any damage right now. He's not boosting. He's into armor. The Sleipnir goes down. It's a Rattlesnake against a Rattlesnake and a Golem.
This is incredible. The only chance I can imagine the Hydra having here is if that flagship Rattlesnake can cap out the Hardeners on one of these ships.
Blue Melon is now into structure.
Blue Melon is going to drop. He's moving away as quickly as he can, but it's not going to be enough. He's in structure. He's still surrounded with drones, and he's down.
And he's gone. Absolutely unbelievable. Ronin are hanging on here. In fact, Ronin may have this match under control. Merlin of Suitona now dropping into low armor. He looks like he's going to be next. Ronin figure, let's pick off the support. We don't even need to bother with the flagship.
Even if Hydra can somehow kill the Rattlesnake of Braggle, they still need to actually kill that Golem, because the Golem can finish off the frigs.
They don't have the DPS to do it.
And that the only way is if somehow these newts do it, but I really doubt it. It looks like we're about to see the Ronin in a gigantic upset, knocking Hydra Reloaded out of this tournament.
Not that much of an upset. They did beat Rokapel after all.
They did beat Rokapel. They have an incredible team, and this is, of course, like this Ronin team is one of the most storied teams in tournament history. We've actually seen the Nully team that was filled with a lot of these pilots that had been involved in all the Hun victories, and this Ronin team is again a team that has been around since they came in second to the third Alliance tournament.
And another
all the way
Merlin
back
down.
there.
The Rattlesnake and Braggle now actually starting to take some appreciable damage. He may just be kind of not boosting.
He's in about half shield, and he's taking quite a bit of damage. Again,
still got hardeners on though. Looks like despite the newts, there's
hardener effects on him. This flagship Rattlesnake of Hard SP is going to be doing a ton of damage.
It's guaranteed to be officer fit.
For anyone who's not familiar with the flagship rules, flagships are a ship that not only can't be banned, but also you can fit a lot of modules that you wouldn't be allowed to otherwise. Officer and faction modules in especially newts and E-War and some remote reppers and damage mods, which is huge.
Here's the trick. If this Rattlesnake of Braggle goes down, the Golem needs to pick off a frigate. Period.
So he's going for Kaddish now.
Or a Stiletto needs to die to make the points difference because the Golem is 26 points, the Rattlesnake is 20. These frigates are 4 and 3 respectively, so it would be a 1-point win for Hydra if these 2 frigates survive and the Golem is the only thing remaining for Ronin.
So right now Braggle is going into armor. He is going to drop. He's got geckos from the Flaggle Snake from Hydra. He has a web drone that he is sending out after the frigates.
There's a web drone on Heart SPs. Actually, the Stiletto does he boundary violate there?
The Stiletto boundary violated.
An absolute throw from
Kaddish Priestess.
Oh my god.
Boundary violated. Pretty much handing the Ronin this win because there's no way that the Rattlesnake kills a Golem in 1 minute.
That was the match because if he stays alive and that Mollusk now goes down, stays alive, they kill this Rattlesnake with a minute left. They might be able to win.
Do you know what it also could have been? The Mollusk also boundary violated. It's possible that they did this on purpose as well, knowing that they had already lost at that point, thinking that they couldn't keep up. It seems like they would at least try though at that point because they still
were within 1 point of possibly winning if they keep those frigates alive.
But all right. So the last Rattlesnake gone for the Ronin. It is now Golem versus Rattlesnake. Crucially, the Golem is worth more points than a Rattlesnake. So this means both these ships are going to survive. We've only got a minute left. There's no way either of them are going to die unless they somehow jump out of the arena. And Gargarus there for Ronin is staying in Bastion to make sure that doesn't happen. We are about to see the Ronin moving on, knocking Hydra Reloaded out of Alliance Tournament 12.
So the Ronin are going to actually have to go on to fight Tuskers today.
Yes. So they're going to, right after this match, be ready to go in like 2 matches for now. But they've got to have to be on a huge high.
They're riding the adrenaline from this all the way. 30 seconds left. Gargus is taking quite a bit of damage. He's the half shield.
He's not boosting at all. I haven't seen a single boost from him. There he goes. There's the big boost. Okay, so he was just trolling a little bit.
With 20 seconds left, as this match obviously is going nowhere, I'm going to quickly say happy birthday to my wife, who was kind enough to let me fly to Iceland to do this on her birthday. So, congratulations to Ronin. Hydra is going to be out of this tournament in an unbelievable turn of events, going to the losers bracket last time, losing 2 straight. Who saw that? No, sorry, 2 out of 3. Yeah. Who saw that coming? Really, I mean,
no, I was not expecting that. And they did bring in an excellent setup. They brought out the flagship. They brought out a lot of damage, and that is the match. That is the Ronin over Hydra Reloaded in an elimination match. And we are now going to send you back to the guys at the desk.
September 13th, the EVE online gaming event. #EVE_NT. Be there or be a douchebag.
Ruffin tips it away.
You better believe it, baby!
Well, guys, what can we say about that?
That kind of happened.
That kind of happened, yes. It sort of just crept up.
That was ridiculous. And just like, I was on the edge of my seat for a while, then I just stood up because I couldn't sit down anymore, and then my legs went weak and I had to sit down again.
Yeah.
But that was crazy.
So you
that was one of the biggest upsets in tournament history.
You might say that you paid for the entire seat, but you only needed the edge.
That is, yeah, I could probably say that. But I'm not like, clever enough to use that idiom. But no, that was amazing. I mean, obviously, Ronin's a great team. They went really far last year. They have like this history of being good. They have the Tribal Tempest issues from way back when. But this is Hydra Reloaded. Like, this is Hydra. This is Garmin. Like, you expect greatness from this team. It's got Hard SP, it's got Duncan Tanner, it's got Suetonia. It's got literally all the best pilots in EVE on one team, and they're out. Like, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. Those setups were great. We got to see the Rattlesnakes proving to be dominant. Hydra definitely felt like their backs were against the wall. They took out their blinged out Rattlesnake, which we won't unfortunately be able to see the fit of. But we can only imagine that it was amazingly fit because he just like 1v1'd a Rattlesnake and a Golem and just like killed the Rattlesnake like it was NBD. But if we have to like give an MVP to this entire match, it was the fitting tracking disruptors on your tackle wing. Like
That's the MVP.
all of their tackle wing, they had no logic. Their entire tackle wing, their entire support wing was dedicated to suiciding on the logistics ship. And crazy enough, like they were using like the Ronin team were using infiltrators against a Sleipnir, which is like the worst thing you could do, but whatever, it worked. And like they're on a gravy train with biscuit wheels right now. Like,
going off the rails on a gravy train.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that was worthy of a championship final right there.
That was.
Agreed.
The entire losers bracket or elimination bracket is filled with those types of matchups. We're gonna see one in like 20 minutes or something.
Let's bring up the results screen since we have it, and talk about the way that this went. So the important thing that I think we need to mention that we have all of these elite pilots on Hydra Reloaded, and 3 of them boundary violated.
Yeah, one very early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that boundary is kind of hard to deal with. So now I can finally put myself in the league of like a Hydra pilot because I've flown out of the arena and now they have. So like I've got something in common with the Hydra pilot now. It's
At
pretty
one
cool.
point, and I don't remember, I think it was Kadesh Priestess, when it was down to the Rattlesnake and the Golem for the Ronin, and it was 2 frigates and then just the Rattlesnake for Hydra. They were going for a Kadeshi Priestess in the Stiletto. The Golem was trying to tag him down. That way
And he was not doing a good job.
No,
like
he
the
wasn't.
Golem wasn't. Like I thought.
No, exactly.
I honestly thought Hydra were gonna win with just
because
a Mullis and a Stiletto just bawling outrageous or something.
Right, and that Stiletto at the time was going 4,200 MS, and he was already dangerously close to the outside. So I don't really believe that anybody deliberately or knowingly flew out, but it was so close at the end there because that Rattlesnake didn't end up going down, and you could see from a distance that Ronin was going to lose that Rattlesnake by the end of the match.
Maybe he just got tilted. Like I don't know.
Maybe.
Like I would probably get tilted and just throw myself out of their boundary.
You do that anyway.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll hear the story about this match later, after the Alliance Tournament 12 is over. But this will go down in the record as one of the great ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and it's not just like they got hard countered. Like Nully took a hard counter to Hydra's last setup, and Hydra lost. But it was okay. Like it wasn't piloting mistakes. It wasn't even that close. They just got set up hard countered, rock paper scissors. You took the wrong thing. But this match, like it could have gone either way until the last like 20 seconds. I wasn't convinced that Hard SP wasn't just going to mad mode and fight that Golem down. Like I was like, okay, this is going to happen and it's going to be crazy. But then he boosted. But it could have gone either way, and that was incredible.
Also,
Hydra are out.
Yeah, Hydra are out. It would have been glorious to see the kill mill of their flagel ship, though.
Yeah. The flagel snake.
The flagel snake. Well, it was a flagship battle.
Yeah,
ship,
flagel ship.
Yeah,
Both works really.
Yeah, nailed it. But yeah, I'm sure it was amazing. Like PL also have a rattlesnake, and it's worth like 80 billion or something. It's completely ridiculous.
You shouldn't have said that.
I should not have said that, but don't kill it. It's like it's totally not worth it. Don't ever shoot it.
It doesn't do anything. It's just expensive.
Yeah,
right?
it's just blinked out.
Full of plexus.
There's been a leak, boys. There's been a leak. Op is no longer secure. But so Hydra are out. Nobody expected this, just like the Spanish Inquisition. And here we are. Ronin are going up against the Tuskers in the second to last match of the day. And I mean, let's see if they can continue to impress us. They've gone. They started the day, and now they've given us so many rides. They've given us so many like roller coaster rides.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to talk about this for a long time. And that'll be their 4th match today.
That is ridiculous. There's like so much mental fatigue going on right now in their camp. I'm sure, like getting the tournament's delayed a little bit, so they're all on the edge already. They had to go through so many hard teams to get here, and they're just probably just full-on celebration mode. But they can't. They can't stop to celebrate. They have to think about what they want to do next, think about their next bands, and then get ready to go.
So, talking about being ready to go, we have to move on to the next match, which is number 120. We're still in the elimination bracket, and that's the rest of the matches today. Afterlife versus Triumvirate. We've seen both of these teams before today, and both of them are really, really strong. Afterlife has been surprising me all day, and last weekend also. Triumvirate contain pilots that I consider to be veterans.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So we've got another powerhouse match coming, and the bans for that match are available. It's the Tengu Loki were banned by Afterlife, and Tri banned the Vexor Navy issue and the Ishtar.
Okay, so they were listening to me when I was saying those drones were crazy.
People listen to you at least when you speak.
That is good. That is good. Makes my heart warm. But no, those are some pretty good bans, I guess. Banning out the Tinker is actually really strong. And it doesn't really telegraph too much about what your setup can and cannot do. Because generally to beat a Tinker, you need some sort of like incredibly high DPS setup. And incredibly high DPS setups are very vulnerable to basically everything else. So if you say, I'm not going to fight a Tinker, you can't bring a Tinker, then that sort of says, I can bring anything I want at the same time. It's sort of convoluted in a way, but banning Tinker opens up more doors for you and kind of is a little bit more powerful.
I think also the fact that rattlesnakes are left open, especially after that last match, that's one of the ships, to your point, that was flown early that I don't think is going to drop off.
Yeah, no, I think rattlesnakes are kind of like the end game. Like when you see like the elite tier teams picking that as their flagship, they clearly have this mindset, at least early on, that they think the rattlesnake is going to be useful in the beginning and incredibly powerful at the end because it has so much utility and its tank is so good. It fits into so many setups. So if you just look at like the teams that picked a flagship for a rattlesnake, you're like, okay, these guys are like odds-on favorites to win most of their matches, and that's Tribe have got that, and I think we're going to see War God flying the Tri flag rattlesnake in this match.
It's very likely. They've brought it out a lot of times, like you said, and
I mean the rattlesnake's really weak to a Tinker too, so there you go.
Yes.
And Afterlife has fielded a Shield Tinker before and lost with it, which probably explains why they're happy to ban it out now. They didn't feel comfortable flying it, and they don't want to fly against it. Whereas Tri, as has been mentioned, has busted that rattlesnake out at every available opportunity.
Yep.
And they seem to be a team that not only understands how powerful the hull is, but they understand how many places you can put it, how many roles it can fill. I fell into a really bad habit every time of saying like, oh yeah, the rattlesnake has launchers, but realistically, with the way they're being flown, they might not all have launchers. Certainly not the full 4, I guess, that it is. Or wait, is it 4? No, it's more. I'm thinking of a golem. Long story short, they're a huge utility platform, and I think that's really been the evolution of the rattlesnake.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it. So smart bombs.
Hopefully. Although in a rattlesnake seems almost counterintuitive if you don't have like a more stationary. Well, it still makes sense.
So yeah.
It depends on what you're up against.
I mean, there's no Navy Vexor, but I think you'd still, if you have the flag rattlesnake, you have at least one Officer Smart Bomb.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is, if you put Officer Newts on it, it becomes like a really, really, really good Geddon. I would argue it's better than a Geddon, even better than a flag Geddon. So like, its Newts aren't as powerful, obviously, but the hull itself can do so much more. It can tank better, it can do more damage, and it synergizes well with shield teams, which are very popular.
So the match is ready. So we can just jump into space.
My goodness.
What? Always wanted to do that.
What are your predictions? Really quick.
Afterlife has brought Navy Dominixes before, so I've got to go for Tri.
I think I'm going to go Tri. There's something about that team. They're just going to go all the way through the losers bracket.
try for 9 nostalgia.
Try has been my thing today. Let's go.
And in intergalactic news, the Sanchez Nation wishes to expand its borders, and 9HXQ Tag G is one of its targets. They have set up a major base of operations in 3GD6 Tag 8 and are slowly destroying all opposition to their forces.
Welcome back, guys. Thanks for sticking with us this long. We are on match 120 of Alliance Tournament 12, Day 7 here. Afterlife against Triumvirate in the elimination bracket. I'm Bach and Alien here with CCP Fozzie, and we have a Flagglesnake.
We do indeed. So Triumvirate has once again brought their flagship Rattlesnake, and it's in a double Rattlesnake, double Sleipnir core, with the carries Vexor, double Worm, double Merlin, and Logifrigs, which you're going to be seeing the other side as well in the form of Bantams.
And Afterlife are apparently not letting go of their Vexor Navy issues despite the ban, bringing Golem Eos, triple Stratios, triple Vexor, and double Navitas, replacing those Vexor Navy issues with the Stratios, which, while a gorgeous ship, I'm not sure is the best replacement.
Yep. So the Tri guys put, or sorry, Tri guys put their Golem in nice, or never mind. I got the colors mixed up. The Golem for Afterlife is in close. The Tri guys came in at 30, and Tri is charging across the field now with their Sleipnirs, and going to try to get some damage on we'll see who pretty quickly.
Yeah, we got some damps down on the two Navitas, so Triumvirate trying to do that. The Bantam already taking some damage. Starfleet Commander's logistics ship is getting reps, but he's target painted it and just blown off the field. Just reps did not even matter. That logistics frig might as well not even been there, but Darth Iden for Afterlife is into armor. We're going to test the Navitas reps in the meantime.
Strong armor take on those Stratios, though. Losing a Bantam early is really bad.
Losing for two Bantams early,
and
second one's down.
Using those Logifrigs to great effect, so killing them fast I think is a great strategy.
But that Stratios is dropping like an absolute rock. He is into structure. He will go down as though there was just no armor tank on it.
Wow.
Casper 24, meanwhile, for Triumvirate's team is through his shields. I haven't seen a boost yet. What is he doing? Armor's gone. Structure, there's the first boost I've seen.
It's not going to be enough, though. He's dropping way too quickly now, and he is going to be gone in a few seconds.
Another boost, but he's gone
as well. That is a lot of DPS already off the field for Triumvirate.
And a Navitas, both Navitas, just goodbye. Afterlife Navitas off the field. We're going to start trading ships here. Ugly Eric did find his shield booster, so while he's taking damage, he is boosting. Webb on Captain Smollett's Stratios on the Afterlife side, but damage not really being applied effectively to him, and Ugly Eric's into armor.
Yeah, those Navitas dropped so quickly, I went to look to see if they were boundary violations, but they weren't. They just died the old-fashioned way.
That much damage.
Ugly Eric Sleipnir is barely holding on, and meanwhile the Stratios of Captain Smollett is into armor where he should be happy with.
Yeah, right, he's just barely into his tank, and that Sleipnir of Ugly Eric lost its armor now, still boosting, but he's into structure now. He's doing 1,800 meters a second, but he's just still taking an enormous amount of damage. Can't outrun the Golem's cruise
missiles.
missiles.
Is actually probably going to die at around the same time, though, so Triumvirate is getting trades, which they definitely need to be doing, but these aren't
not getting
good
great trades. Yeah, no, they're in trouble here. They're falling behind. And the question is, can two Rattlesnakes break a Golem?
One of them's a Flagglesnake, so actually I think they probably can if they can keep both of them alive.
But the Flagglesnake had missile launchers on it, we saw, but the other did not.
They both did, actually.
Did they both? Okay.
Did. So now we're seeing Afterlife going straight for God's Cold Blood. They're going to try to knock down that flagship.
Triumvirate is trying to take out the Lynx off the Afterlife team. In the meantime, getting rid of that Eos. They will see. They're going to get into armor here. We'll see how much they can do with it.
It might have its own
God's Cold Blood is actually not the flagship.
It's not the flagship.
War God was the one.
So the flagship, or the Rattlesnake that's taking damage for Tri is not their flagship, but he is actually dropping quite quickly. He is...
and we might be back to the same situation we saw in the last match with a Golem left on the field with a Rattlesnake.
We'll have to see, and that case didn't work out very well for the Rattlesnakes.
The
Tri needs to get
half
kills.
armor, but God's Cold Blood into armor now, so the Rattlesnake is trapped like a rock.
He's going to die before the Eos does, I think, and that's definitely
here
not
goes
good.
The Eos into structure now, but so is the Rattlesnake. Rattlesnake has more HP, but he's facing more damage
but it's not enough, not nearly enough. He is going to be dropping.
They're both dropping. They're going to go almost at the exact same time. That Eos off the field, but God's Cold Blood is gone too.
That is half of the Rattlesnake core for Triumvirate down. They've lost both their Sleipnirs. They have very little damage left. It's down to just Flagglesnake.
And honestly, the Flagglesnake is now facing Stratios and triple Vexor. The first Vexor is into armor, but that's a ton of damage on top of the Golem already.
So Afterlife is doing the smart call here. They need to clear off the cruisers now. The Vexor,
get rid of the
then
Vexor.
get rid of the worms, get rid of the ancillary damage, everything but the Rattlesnake. And if they get that off the field fast, then not only do they have a chance to kill the Flagglesnake, but they can also win on points even if they don't.
Jaegerin's Rattlesnake has taken that Vexor down, so Jaegerin is off. I'm sorry, the War God's Rattlesnake has taken that Vexor off the field. I'm assuming he's going to be going for Voldemar next.
There's the Vexor off the field now, too.
Yep, so Triumvirate losing damage left and right, only 12 points behind, but they have a lot of work to do here still. This is looking pretty dire for them. They're going to get another Vexor off the field shortly. I think a web now on Otoviani. Looks like the two Worms, Merlin, and Carries, they're doing some work here still for the Triumvirate team, but wow, a lot of damage now on Voldemar. We will see. Can War God do this?
So the Vexors and the Worms and Merlins are basically battling together. The Worms and Merlins are tackling the Vexors, but the Vexors want to be shooting at them anyways, so that's fine with them. They're going to try to knock down this Worm.
And that Vexor is off the field now, so one more Vexor left
Worm
to go, and Stratios still to worm down.
So at this point, the fact that Stratios actually has a pretty solid armor tank is going to be very helpful, because it's going to mean that extra couple seconds of survival, and potentially another Frigg or two down. It is, I think, this match is going to come down to Golem versus Rattlesnake before it all finishes.
There's another Worm just lost his shields. A Theron Valarax, he's target painted, doing almost 3,100 a second. He's burning around, but the Golem cruise missiles are still going to catch it, and that's the key. Can these frigates stay alive? There's 5 minutes left for that Golem to apply
They're not
damage,
doing it fast enough.
and you cannot outrun the damage of a Golem.
Those Worms had the heavier tank. The Merlins are going to be much easier targets. The Carry's going to be easier target.
Half armor. The Vexor is going to drop for Otoviani, but there's still Stratios Golem against what's going to wind up being a Merlin, Carries, and a Rattlesnake.
This is definitely advantage Afterlife. It has to be advantage Afterlife at this point. A Golem versus a flagship Rattlesnake, 1v1. You have to expect that when it gets down to it, the Golem is probably going to outlast. And it's going to be very, very hard for Tri. This is going to be, War God is going to have to be an epic hero to be able to clear off the Stratios and the Golem in this match.
So, this is kind of the crazy thing of Triumvirate bringing Rattlesnake every match. So, I mean, the last 2 weeks we've seen out of them has been Rattlesnake, and just relying on that to get them through. Eventually, you figure a team's going to figure it out.
Yep.
And the question is whether Afterlife may be planned for this or not. But even still, I mean, they had to be confident going into this that they were going to have something to counter it, and it looks like they brought something that did counter it.
So the heavy newts from that Flagglesnake, it of course can fit officer and faction newts. It's reaching very far. It grabbed the Stratios with the newts, and the Stratios is not running hardeners at all right now. We're seeing no hardener effects on it. It is completely out of tap.
Yeah, he's moving at base speed as well. So
and meanwhile, Afterlife is trying to finish off that last carry, which they should be able to do.
They should be able to. I haven't seen damage applied to it yet, which is strange, but they really should be able to get it.
But that carries actually is pretty important. If the carries can somehow survive, I have a hard time imagining it, but if he somehow could, the carries...
It's a tie match.
Plus the Rattlesnake would actually be enough to tie it. But we'll have to see what he can do.
He's overheating.
He's
overheating speed, 36, 3,700, but nope, there goes his armor, 3,800, 3,900. He's going incredibly fast, 4,000, but now into structure.
He can't overheat forever, and he's still taking the damage.
4,100 now. He just broke that mark. That is incredible speed from Maulus, or Carries, I should say, who balances these ships after all, 4,150.
And that carry is going to go away. So that means we are once again seeing Golem versus flagship Rattlesnake. The last time we saw this, it was
he's hanging out. No, there he goes. He was about 2% structure there for quite a long time. Rattlesnake of War God already taken a little bit of shield damage. The Golem going to get started to work on him. But look at that Golem taking damage now.
This Golem is now taking big chunks of damage.
He boosted that ASP awfully early. Like he just boosted it right away. Not worrying about wasting.
He has a single Gecko on him. I'm seeing. I'm not sure what's.
Drones being recalled from War God's Rattlesnake, it looked like. Oh, no, he just put
that's just the augmented warriors.
So. The colors are flipped on your screen, so you're throwing me. Here we go, though. That Golem now has newts on it, so the Rattlesnake potentially could newt out the hardeners and see, but that's a lot of newting to have to do. 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
War God has a lot more time than we saw from
the Hydra team. Yep,
so
that's absolutely right.
That is the advantage that he has. This is something that actually we could see potentially War God pulling this off. It would require, I think, like maybe a 9.5 on the hero scale to pull this one off. This would have to be an epic hero Flagglesnake to be able to pull this off, but he's going to have to give it a shot.
Well, there's definitely damage going down both ways here. The War God's Rattlesnake seems to be getting the better of it, though.
The Golem is taking, he would be dead in maybe 45 seconds if he didn't boost, but he's still boosting.
Right.
So we're going to have to see whether he's got just a single rep, whether it's an ASB plus a normal rep, and whether he can make it all the way through a reload.
Last under all that newting. I mean, so far, but look at War God's still taking damage.
We do still see hardeners, and War God, is continuing to take damage. He is like maybe 60%. War God is also boosting, though, so he's...
look at all that huge boost back from the Golem. He's all the way back, but my goodness, we have still 2 minutes now. 2 minute mark. And who knows what's going to happen, really? Like you say, if there's an ASB reload coming up, if somebody caps out here, this could mean different result than we saw before.
Yep.
One of these ships could actually die.
So we're going to take a very close look at Jonathan Kane here as Golem. If you see the hardeners turn off on him, then that's going to be bad news, and that's going to be exactly what War God is looking for. If War God can cap him all the way out, but you have to imagine that in a tournament environment like this, you've got cap boosters. Golems have a gigantic cargo bay, bigger than a rattlesnake.
Right, because they're marauders, that's where they're gathering loot and so forth.
If one of them's going to run out of cap from this, it actually could even be War God first. We'll have to see. There is only now 1 minute, 19 seconds left. That, I think, means that it's going to be very, very difficult. I think he's meeting like a 9.99 on the hero scale to pull it off.
Yeah, we're getting past the realm of possibility here. Not there yet, but I think we're getting close. War God's still boosting comfortably, but his cap doesn't look like it's hurting any, but I imagine he's fit for what he's doing. So
we just saw the Ronin knock out Hydra Reloaded, and we looks like are about to see the Afterlife knockout Triumvirate from this tournament. These are two incredible matches. Those are two teams that, especially with Afterlife, people didn't really see coming.
Right.
PL obviously had talked about it after the match that they had done a lot of research and were really afraid of Afterlife with obviously good reason.
Good reason, for
sure,
yeah.
They are going to be continuing through.
Well, we talked
38
about,
seconds.
There maybe they don't mind being in the losers bracket. Oh, they're just going to tear through the losers bracket. And here's the problem: the losers bracket is incredibly hard.
It can knock anyone out. Yeah.
So many good teams in this tournament this time. More good teams in this tournament than I think in the last 2 tournaments combined. It's just really incredible the level of skill and piloting and comps that we've seen in this tournament. And a lot of them wound up in the losers bracket as a result. There were a lot of tough brackets out there for people, and this eventually happens. And it's really unbelievable that a team Triumvirate just flew incredibly well. A lot of us were thinking they were going to go all the way through the losers bracket to the end, and here they go. They just met their match with Afterlife. 2 seconds to go. The Rattlesnake and the Golem
that
both
is
survive.
the match. So that is Afterlife on points, knocking out Triumvirate and moving on through the losers bracket. Triumvirate's going to go home. It's got to be a little bit heartbreaking for them, coming up against Hydra at the beginning and then having their tear through the losers bracket ended by Afterlife. But they put on an amazing show, and I'm sure we'll see them next year. And with that, we'll send you all back to the analysis desk.
Little bees, little bees, little bees, little bees. Wait upon instructions, little bees.
Come on, guys. Own with me, friends. Own with me. No fear, dude. No fear, no fear, no fear. I don't believe in reloads. No reloading. Logistics you are. Scrams, dude. Scram, 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 scrams. All the things, scram them. Some of you do it's being horrifically outpaced by this time. Just saying. That was epic.
The Ronin. I mean, the Ronin have crazy tournament pedigree.
Fun. There you go. Nice.
I believe Sir Squeeple worded this quite well when he said, just now, Upset City.
Yes.
Reykjavik.
Yes.
That's where we are right now.
Yeah, I think they're the joint mayors of Upset City, Fozzie and Bacchanalian.
They are keeping the hype up in the Hyperion.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
So now we've seen that Triumvirate is out. They've done a really good job from the start, going through the losers bracket from day one.
Yep.
But all things must come to an end eventually, and Afterlife saw to that. This means we have 2 more matches. We have the next match is Ronin versus Tuskers,
yep.
And after that, Afterlife versus Nully. So as you can hear, the Ronin just fought and beat Hydra Reloaded in the match previous to this one, and they're fighting again next. So we might have a little bit time for them to.
Yeah, they're going to need a little bit of a break, probably.
Yes,
because I mean, I still need a break from that match. I wasn't even playing it, so I guess we'll give them a little bit of time.
This means like we are behind schedule, but there's nothing really we can do about it. We can only keep going as strong as ever, and talk about how amazing these last couple of matches have been.
That was incredible. This last match in particular was also really incredible, and I'm just going to keep saying super and incredible all the time. But we predicted, like it was very easy to predict that Tri would take their flagship Rattlesnake, but we weren't sure in what context. Try, like, they clearly knew what their opponents were going to bring, and they banned out those Navy Vexers, which I think, even though the Stratios is okay because it's got a bigger tank, I still think the Navy Vexers would have been better.
Yep.
So I think Tri like just nailed it on this one. But they let the Golem slip through, and that was the end of them.
Yes.
Because with the Golem, like a lot of people, I'm not going to say like don't think about it, but it's really far in the back of your mind when you say, oh, if it goes to time, my sweet Rattlesnake is worth fewer points than that awesome Golem, and I can't beat it one-on-one.
Right.
So like if you can't deal with it, then like it's just going to be awful, and you're going to die in heartbreak.
And I think that's been the power of the Golem in several matches, is that there was a distinct turning point in that fight where the only real remaining DPS on the Tri side was that one Rattlesnake.
Yeah.
And at that point, there were several cruisers still there for Afterlife. And all those cruisers had to do was suicide into the frigates and make sure that there was not going to be those little points buzzing around the field for when the Golem came down to the 1v1.
Yep.
Because that's all it was. I mean, at that point, trading a Stratios for a Stiletto could still be good, which is kind of mind-boggling, but that's the power of having that anchor in the Golem. And I think it's an interesting point to see the teams that have fielded Vargers instead of Golems and how that's panned out. And I think just the omni projection from a Golem and that target painter bonus is so huge that I can't imagine a circumstance where teams would have opted for a Vargar.
Yeah, the Golem doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's undampable and it can hit anywhere in the arena.
Right.
Like that's the thing. Give it 4 minutes and it will kill everything. So yeah, that is what we saw. Like it looked like Tri deserved to win that one at some point because they had so many ships on the field. But that Golem was just like, okay, I'll plink at this carries for a while. Like, okay, I'll plink at this other ship for a while. Oh, hey, Merlin, I'll kill you in like 4 minutes, but it's okay.
Let's bring the results screen up on screen. Screen up on screen to get a bigger picture about this. So you've actually, what you're saying is that it would be okay to ban out a more expensive ship that you know is very, very, I don't know, juicy to field, rather than going for something like the Ishtar that they did. Just so that your Rattlesnake, your flagship Rattlesnake, might be able to beat it on time.
Yeah, I think so. Like being able to like kill everything on time, it's definitely not something that you plan on. Like
no,
but it's definitely something that teams need to consider.
Yeah,
like we saw Hydra have the same problem. We see Tri have the same problem. And even though I've been gushing about Tri and how they've gone from week 1 through the losers bracket, so have the Afterlife. Like, they got knocked out in week 1 by PL, who's looking really good right now, knock on wood. So, I mean, they've been going through the same struggle, and they're looking really incredible.
Yeah, and I want to echo it again, even though it's been touched on a number of times, in that the Vexer Navy issue ban was awesome. That hull had been used a few times, somewhat ineffectually. But as compared to the Ishtar has sentry bonuses, right? So a lot of teams have used it for its high alpha, and they use it in conjunction with the Marauder really well. But what it doesn't have is an Omni drone speed bonus. It has a heavy drone speed bonus.
The Ishtar does, yeah.
Which means if you're going for larger targets or even like command ships, it would be perfect. It could do that. But if you're looking to kill frigates, the Ishtar can struggle with that if you're not relying on sentries and things like Golem's target painters. So the Vexer Navy issue, I mean, like you said, 11,000 meters per second on a flight of augmented medium drones.
Camel like did crazy things with those Navy Vexers, and I imagine that's what kind of Tri were afraid of.
Would they have been in a better place if they'd banned Golem Vexer rather than Ishtar Vexer then?
I think if they banned Golem, if they banned the Golem, I think they would have been in a happy place. But I mean, then I don't know, maybe they just take a completely different setup with like a Paladin that you still can't break. It doesn't do as much damage, but it can still be okay.
Yeah, this is almost too dynamic to go into ifs and buts.
Yeah.
This is the way it went.
And the crazy thing is they both played so many matches today, like they just had to be, I'm sure they were mentally spent when they came up with the bans. They just saw the ban screen, they're like, oh wow, this red 60 is flashing at me. What do I do?
Yeah.
Let's just go with Old Faithful. Like, let's just kick out these Navy Vexers because I hate them so much. And then they just let this Golem slip through.
That's not a mistake I think we'll see more of today, as I put down a little angry X on my sheet. And as we have said, the Triumvirate team are now out. Afterlife moves on to fight the Nulli Secunda 40 minutes from now. or a little bit less maybe. It's scheduled to be 40 minutes from now. They will need a little break and to compose themselves. Meanwhile, the next match, Ronin versus Tuskers, is in full swing for preparations and everything, mobilizations and such. Ronin banned out the Guardian and the Oneros, while the Tuskers banned out the Ishtar Golem.
So no more Golem.
No more Golem.
So we're not going to see the Golem just living at the end and just breaking hearts.
But again, we get the Guardian Oneros combo that you guys have been raising your eyebrows about.
Yeah, I think it's really curious. Someone else did PL ban the Scimitar?
No,
Oneros?
the Oneros and Guardian was banned earlier today.
I don't know why you banned Guardian.
MIF banned it against the Ronin.
Maybe they know something I don't know, but that Guardian, it's not that impressive to me. I guess you're just really, really hoping someone takes an armor tinker or a shield setup when you do that, because I mean that's what it leaves open.
But that seems like two opposite ends of the spectrum. The only similar thing that would work against those two comps would be control.
Could be. But maybe they just really hate armor things. Like they're just, man, I hate armor so much.
We've already seen several teams successfully field armor setups that didn't rely on either of those ships. I mean, even I believe the Pandemic Legion setup with the cruisers, and they have banned the Golem, but the later in the tournament we've gotten, the less T2 Logi we've seen. The more Logi frigates we've seen, and the more teams just without a logistics hull at all we've seen.
Actually, what are the flagships for these two teams?
So that's a very good question, and I think I have a sheet here that tells me that.
Because if it's something like a Gen or a Balgorn...
So the Ronin has a Balgorn as its flagship, and the Tuskers have a Gen.
Okay, so maybe the Guardian Oneros, I'm going to say it again.
Yeah, that's. I was about to suggest that maybe they banned it because they want to hear you say it.
Yeah, that could be it. Or they just want to get rid of the flagship, because you can't ban the flagship, and they can't bring the flagship without armor logistics. At least it would be really, really risky to do so. And if they do, they wouldn't be able to field it in the same capacity.
Risky business is good business, though.
It is. But then again, they could just do what Nully did against Hydra and bring the Flaggeddon with a Proteus, like a Tinker Proteus.
That's cool.
So, I don't know. These guys they must be just really, really racking their brains right now.
Look at all the waffling happening on Elise's face now.
I am so crazy. Like, these matches are driving me literally insane.
And imagine how the team captains must feel.
Right. Yeah. These matches are just so crazy good. Like, I just talk about the Tri match we just saw, the Tri Afterlife match, but still in my head, I'm just still thinking about the Hydra match. I'm still thinking about Tusker's Camel. Like, it's just beautiful. Like, this is insane quality for an Alliance tournament. I know we're in the finals weekend, but these are, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. This is finals day, like, quality of matches. The meta is good. The setups are all really well thought out. And you put any of these teams back to Alliance Tournament 9 or before, and I think they just steamroll through. Like, that's how good these teams are.
Well, I think everybody has been saying really nice things about the losers bracket. That we're all winners, and these teams are all strong. But I feel like there's still some people that didn't believe it up until the point where Hydra got boom headshotted right on out of the tournament. And then following that, Tri, who honestly I do think were the favorites. I mean, just from where I sat and the people I've talked to, not by a huge margin, but they had a lot of momentum coming in. They get knocked out. So if you didn't buy into it being a tough losers bracket and you thought that was like a, hey, let's be nice to these guys since they got to leave thing, it legitimately is like heartbreakingly difficult, which is why I would never believe anybody would deliberately put themselves there.
Yeah, no, it is horrible to be in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
Like,
it
absolutely horrible. Playing so many matches.
Aside.
Yeah.
Yes, farming them rattlesnake skins.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Grayscale, you look comfortable there in that position, almost under the table. That's
I can go lower.
It's not what we're asking for, but he can go lower. Everybody, that's interesting.
True fact.
True fact. It's also interesting to note that we're in the same kind of chair. Since everybody's been asking about that.
Yeah, there's no booster seat or anything. I kind of wanted one.
Well, it was funny because during the Hydra match, I think all three of us were standing and you were still sitting because you didn't have to stand to see the screen. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
The benefits of being fully grown, unlike you people. So, Grayscale, we might want to come back to your expertise on matters for down the line sort of release stuff. So,
Sure.
Explorer corrected me. CCP Explorer corrected me earlier today with an email.
He does that.
Yeah, he does that. Telling me that the release schedule for the rest of 2014 and 2015 planned is actually 5 weeks, not 6 weeks.
Okay, cool.
And what do you feel that this sort of faster release schedule does for work like yours? It sort of allows for faster feedback and turnaround on feedback.
Yes, there's a number of benefits. The most obvious one is that, I guess, from a player-facing point of view, at least, is that we can iterate faster if we screw something. If we do something suboptimal or something that we feel like there's space for improvement, or we find something amazing we can do to make something better based on player feedback, or whatever, we have like, oh, we've got a. Obviously, we've got follow-up small patches like in the week or two after release. There's always going to be like tweaks there, but we've got a 5 week out. We can do something substantial and drop it in 5 weeks, and there's no like having to ask, like, can we get a release and can we get something fit into the schedule? And it's just like, no, like, can we put this into whatever it is, Hyperion or whatever? And they're like, yeah, sure, just put it in the right branch and it goes. So that's really useful. Second thing is that it gives us more flexibility in what we can plan. Like, because the old system, we were pretty locked into this 6 month thing, and we had point releases and we could do things, but for major things, you were looking at a 6 month release, which kind of constrains your options a lot in terms of the amount of work you can realistically do on a single large feature. Like, sometimes we do features with 2 teams, but it's always a lot more trouble just because, like, a team larger than 6 or 7 people just starts getting huge inefficiencies in meetings and stuff, so you want to keep it small. But then if you try to have 2 teams working on the same thing, like we did to a large degree in Cryos, we worked really closely, Game of Drones and Super Friends together to keep that in check, but there were still things falling through the cracks because you were in different meetings and you're having to sync up kind of outside the team. So the team system we use is really powerful, and it's really good for things that can fit in a team release, which is like 6 months for 5, 7, 8 people. But for bigger things, it's just there's a lot of issues there. Whereas now, where we have this longer thing, it's just like, how long is it going to take for one team to do? Because it's much easier for one team. Like 8 months, cool. 3 months, cool. Whatever. Like we do it and then we drop it in the next release, and we can even, because we've obviously spent a lot of time investing in our tools and our systems and processes, we can even like finish a thing like 2 weeks after Hyperion, is drop it into the next release branch and not quite walk away, but like we know that's done and that's going to go out, and we need to keep an eye on it when it ships in 3 weeks' time. But we can start on something else because everything's a lot more fluid. So we get this much nicer, just like, how's it going to take? Let's do that. Let's ship it out there. That's really useful.
Yeah.
And yeah, feedback cycles are good. That's good, and just it gives us a lot more flexibility in what we do. It allows us to imagine both bigger and smaller things, which is
flexibility in these matters is nice.
It allows you to make cool graphs so you can see like the effect of things, right?
Exactly. And we like you said, we've done this 6 weeks after Cryos or so. We've done this thing, done some graphs, and gone, okay, cool. There's some tweaks we want to do, and we've obviously like Hyperion. Was it Hyperion that just went out?
Yes.
I lose track. We have an internal name and an external name, and I know what it was internally, but the external name confuses me because they're different letters. It's all in caps, but it's different letters. So yeah, like we've obviously like we're not going to get to that one, but the one after we can drop things in. It's just like it's just there for us, and we can. We need to tweak these numbers. We can like we might want to go and tweak the way the cost formula scales a little bit, because it's let's say we're seeing more in G than we're expecting, and we can just put that down, drop in a release. There's some little things with the blueprint data that was the recycle flag. Yeah. So did you know? Do you want an anecdote? We've got time for anecdotes.
Yes. Keep going.
I love it when something's broken and I get to hear about it.
It's not broken. It's just the old system was for how we did certain material things was a little bit fiddly in that, for example, the Mobile Large Warp Disruptor 2 requires a Mobile Large Warp Disruptor 1, which requires 9 Warp Scrambler 1s, I think, or Warp Disruptor 1s. And you have a flag we can tick, so it's like this gets sucked out. So when you recycle the Mobile Warp Disruptor 2, you get all the parts all the way down the line down to the raw materials because of the way it's set up. But you've got to have all those parts in the Warp Disruptor 2, even though they're not all required in the build list because they're in the Warp Disruptor 1 or in the Warp Scramblers. So you have to have I have a big spreadsheet of 3,000.
It sounds like it. It sounds like you have it memorized.
And I have to get the right amount of tritanium in a Mobile Warp Disruptor 2. Despite the fact that building a Mobile Warp Disruptor 2 requires no tritanium because it requires a Warp Disruptor 1 which has the trit in from the Warp Scramblers. So I have to have a recursive spreadsheet which looks through all the things and goes, okay, what's this, there it is, and put it in this. And it's awful. It's completely awful. So there were some things like that were slightly wrong, that were shipped wrong. Because the system was awful, and we found them, we fixed them, and that's again just going out the next release. Like, fix some little things and some some things that had weird numbers and some things that we'd missed and some things that had been authored wrong for like 15 years, for 7 or 8 years. Like one of the small Tech 2 rigs was using too many components for some reason that we don't understand, but it always was. And I just tweaked that down, and that just goes out. So
like the new release cycle works well with all the tiny iterations that you do, so it synergizes with the iteration thing.
And I guess also it puts us in a space where we're thinking flexibly rather than thinking like it's been very easy to fall into a trench where we think about 6-month cycles and like you have an amount of work that can be done in 6 months and you pick a feature that will fit in that work and that's what you do, and you don't think about can we do a follow-up release because requesting a release takes forever. Not forever, but like there's stuff that we as developers don't like to do because it involves talking to like deployment people and stuff. And I'm obviously exaggerating here. Like this is we're actually in a pretty healthy place, but historically, whatever. Yeah, so just having that thing where we're always iterating, like we're no longer the whole company synced up on this 6-month thing and you're talking about and they're all thinking about the same thing. We're all thinking about like winter release, we're all thinking about November, and everyone's in that mindset. It's really hard to break. I was like, can we do an October release? Whereas when everyone's like, well, we're doing this and this release, and then like Game of Thrones are doing this, and Super Friends are doing this, and 5 are doing this, and they're all on different releases. Like it just breaks you out of that mindset for like 6 months, and everyone's kind of floating in a little place.
That's good. So you can
really
get
healthy.
like tiny things and like tiny boxes to fill a spot instead of trying to find like one big thing.
What is the thing that fits exactly in this? And we do that, and
And something that might take a week doesn't take 4 months to deploy anymore.
Yes, which is good for a number of reasons. It's good because it's fresh in our mind. It's good because code that sits on a shelf for a long time tends to
get cobwebs.
It's relying on other code which then gets changed in the meantime, and then we ship something we haven't touched for like 6 weeks. This is a reason that we, for instance, some of the stuff we did with Crime Watch last year, we shipped a little bit off schedule, and we did, or the year before last. That was partly.
I was still in the CSM when that happened, so yeah.
That was fun. But we did some off-cadence things, partly because we didn't want to have code sitting around done for 3 months, especially in Crime Watch, because Crime Watch code breaks when you don't look at it anyway. And then if we left it, and then other people had, fixed bugs that we were depending on existing for our stuff to work, then everything was explode. So we like to get things out as soon as possible. Certainly makes C-Speak Explorer much happy.
Yeah. So 5-week release schedules prevent explosions.
Yes.
You heard it here first.
They're good.
That is good.
So the teams have been moved into system and they are walking into the arena. So we are almost ready to go into this this second to last match of the day. This is very hype. I am on blaring alert. Klaxons everywhere. Ronin versus Tuskers. I'm going to go with Ronin because they have convinced me. They've won me over.
Yeah, they did kill the Kings, but they've got to be so beat after this. Like, I don't know how you can like be mentally prepared to take another fight. So I'm going to go with Tuskers. I guess it would be an upset.
Yeah, I think Tuskers said something somewhere about me not liking him before, but I actually love him, and I'm going to go with Tuskers.
Yeah.
I think Ronin might do it. Worked for me last time. And like they've just had a match, but Tuskers just had a best of 3, right? So
True. Yeah.
They've had a longer slog more recently.
Yes.
In my opinion.
So I don't understand your guys' line of thinking. I mean, Ronin just killed the king. I mean,
yeah. Well, like your hands are all like sweaty now.
And are they one trick
pony? Your hands are shaking. Your hands are shaking.
Yeah.
You guys obviously have never smelt the smell of victory. when you smell that smell.
This year we certainly haven't.
Aw, don't be like that.
Well, he might.
Yeah, I still got that smell.
Yeah.
Like, I exude that smell. Like I make people
smug.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And with that, we go into space.
Hello. Four reasons to attend Eat Vegas. Intensive geekery, free stuff, it's Vegas, baby, and a briefcase of friendship.
Welcome back, one and all, to the second last match of the 7th day of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by Bach and Alien once again, and we have another great match for you today. It's the Ronin versus the Tuskers, and both of these two teams have to be completely exhausted. They have to be at the edge of their wits. This is their 4th match today for both these two teams. The Tuskers have brought double Rattlesnake, Claymore, Scimitar, Kitsune, triple Heretics, which is very, very strong, double Mollusk, Crow, and Tristan.
The Ronin have a double Sleipnir, Scimitar, triple Gila, Harpy, 2 Mollusk, Crow, and double Merlin. We got to mention both these teams have gone through some really tough teams today. I mean, Tuskers played a best of 3 just recently against Camel Empire. The Ronin are on a tear. They have gone through MIF, Road Capel, and Hydra Reloaded previous to this match. So both of these teams have to be exhausted.
We have some bouncers dropped by the Tuskers Rattlesnakes, so we're going to see some damage applying really quickly to a Mollusk. Already they knocked down a Mollusk, and they've got a Painter on the Scimitar next. They're going to be trying to knock down the Ronin Scimitar fast.
Painters all over the place. Harpy, Mollusk, and Scimitar. Yeah. Damps all over the place as well. Looks like a suicide tackle of Campbell Satan, and the Crow has been webbed. We'll see how that goes.
If you're the Ronin, you need to knock down that Scimitar for Tuskers. I guess taking down the Heretics might help, but really the Crow isn't going to be the best primary for them. The Mollusk, Rans, is taking damage now. He's damped. He's dropping quite quickly. Got a web on the Harpy.
The Heretics doing work right there. Crow is down, but the Heretics doing work, taking apart the E-War. Meanwhile, the Scimitars are low. Whoa! Big boost.
Stolen's boosting, but he's also taking a lot of damage. He's got Painters on him. He's not tackled. He does have...
And he is neutered now. That's going to really cause him some problems.
What he actually has, though, is he has a friendly Merlin orbiting him, giving him boost, giving him probably remote sensor boosting. So he has the friendly Merlins for the Ronin are supporting the Scimitar, making sure that he can walk.
But he's not damped. So,
yeah. Good point. Yes.
So it may not be having the effect they intend. Meanwhile, the Scimitar of Vok 3 taking some damage. We have Harpy Mollusk down on the Ronin side. 8 points to Tuskers. Ronin have only killed a Crow.
Scimitar now starting
to take damage on the Tuskers.
Taking damage as well for the Ronin.
Look at that Mollusk hanging on. What's his structure percentage? It's got to be low. Look at that.
That is 11% structure on Ram's Mollusk. So the Scimitar of Sholem there is still taking damage. Now there's a web on the Tusker Scimitar as well. Cool is webbed.
But Sholem threw shields into armor, and I'm thinking his ASB is reloading. He's not boosting right now. Yep. He's webbed in his structure now. The Ronin are about to lose their logistics to the Scuster scheme. Gone. Tuskers now have killed Harpy Mollusk and a Scimitar for a Crow and aren't taking appreciable damage on anything right now.
A great start for the Tuskers. They're in a big lead against the team that we just saw beat Hydra Reloaded. This is now the Sleipnir for Vok taking a ton of damage.
But the Scimitar of Tuskers is now through his shields, about to go into armor, still taking a lot of damage because he is webbed. This really could flip again the other way. If Ronin get that Scimitar down, then they can start blasting through. It doesn't matter. They've lost a lot of support, but they're on even field as far as...
keep losing ships, though, these Rattlesnakes are going to be so key.
And now we got a Gila webbed. It's neutered and target painted. It looks to be taking significant damage. Scimitar does go down on the Tuskers side, but that Gila is going to go shortly after him. He's just getting overwhelmed by the DPS, and 2 Gilas, 2 Sleipnirs are not going to be enough to break this Tusker team, I don't think.
If you're the Tuskers right now, you just need to clear out a couple more DPS ships, and then you'll be able to actually just kind of out-tank through the effectiveness of the Claymore reps on itself, and then the Rattlesnake EHP.
It's like damage going down on the Claymore. Maybe they want to get those links off the field here. The Ronin,
Painter onto Braggle's Gila, so he's probably going to be the next damage primary from the Tuskers damage, and we're seeing the damage starting to land on him now.
Yeah, Ronin, Vok 3 is starting to, he's neutered, taking a little bit of damage. Gila Braggle now webbed as well, taking damage. Nothing really appreciable sticking to that Claymore. He's not really concerned about it.
Wow, that Gila is going down much faster. Yeah, the Gila is at about 40% shield now. He's continuing to drop. Web on the Claymore, that's probably going to mean that he's going to take a lot more damage, but the Gila is almost definitely going to drop
If you look at these attack bars, they're both fairly large attack bars, but the actual applied DPS is extremely low. Control bar for Tuskers is huge, and they're applying all of it. Now, ECM effect now on Gargus. That Kitsune is trying to get the Argus 5 that Sleipnir jammed out to get some more damage on the field. That Gila Braggle is going into armor in the meantime. He's webbed down now, target painted, damped, and about to die, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time. He is dropping into armor. There he goes. There's the big chunks of armor
all the way through
structure. And he's going to be off the field, and that's going to leave just 2 Sleipnirs and a Gila versus almost the entire Tuskers team. This is the Tuskers look like, unless some miracle happens here, they are going to be knocking the Ronin out of this tournament and moving on to the final day.
You know, if you'd have told me this morning we're going to see Hydra go out, Triumvirate go out, Exodus go out, and then the team that knocked out Hydra knocked out in the very next match, I would have told you, get out of here, you're lying. this is going to be incredible. The Claymore now, though, for MO Ganthier is actually taking quite a bit of damage. Ronan might be able to plow through that. I'm not sure it's enough to bring him back into this, but they're still trying. They certainly haven't given up.
They're
flying
fighting
out of
hard.
arenas here.
So there's still 2 Sleipnirs in Gila. That is still a lot of damage.
The really long-named Gila that I'm not going to try to pronounce. Okay, maybe I will. Charek Terowicz.
Yeah, and so the Claymore of Amok there is actually boosting again. Looks like he got his reload
maybe
finished.
a little bit of bait tanking.
So he is back up to basically full shields, and that Gila is taking damage. It is continuing to drop. I think it's just a matter of time now. It's got a swarm of drones surrounding it. We're seeing a lot of these augmented hobgoblins and warrior 2s.
Yeah, he's going into armor here. Meanwhile, that Sleipnir Vok 3 now taking a ton of damage. It's like they've already moved on. Let the Heretics finish off the Gila maybe, and let's just blast through the Sleipnir. Get this match over with. We want to take a break and go to bed. I don't blame them. Tuskers have got to be exhausted. I mean, they had 4. Granted, Ronan have had a lot of matches too, but Tuskers had more in quick succession, I think. There goes that Gila. Sleipnir short to follow, or soon to follow, I should say. He's into structure now. And very, very good performance from the Tuskers here to bounce back after losing a tough best of 3 against Campbell. They really, that was a tough loss for them. They played really well in that one. And so to come back, bounce back, to get your morale back up, and to go in against the guys that just beat Hydra. I mean, it's you were expecting probably to fight Hydra, which is already a tough match, but then the guys that beat Hydra, and you're going to come in and just mop it up. I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah, very strong team as well from Tuskers, taking advantage of the triple Heretic, which we've been seeing used really effectively, the double Molluses and double Rattlesnakes, all really strong, like kind of late meta ships. The Ronin team actually looks like something more that maybe they practiced it a lot and just felt they were used to it. Maybe they were so tired at this point that they needed to fall back on something that they do really well.
Exactly, probably right. The fatigue sets in, and so with that, the Ronin get wiped out. They're done. The Tuskers, they're out of the tournament now, and the Tuskers go on. Yeah, no, the Tuskers go on to fight again tomorrow.
And that's 3 of the final 4 decided. We'll be back in a minute for the last of those decided.
Afterlife Nully.
Yeah, and but first we'll send you back to the analysis desk.
I don't know if we should blame this on fatigue, or if the Tuskers are simply this good, or if I don't know. I don't know if maybe Bloodlust will only carry you so far.
I mean, once you kill Hydra, like obviously you go into every match assuming you can win, but when you're going up against Hydra, and you actually do win in the way that Ronan did win, like you're just, I don't want to say you're going on tilt because that has a negative connotation, but your mind isn't fully invested into like setting up, getting everyone in the right ships. It's been a long day. They've been here since the very beginning of the tournament or of the day. So I think they were just like mentally wasted. They took a setup that the Sleipnir Gila comp that like was really popular like 2 weeks ago and last week. It wasn't really like a final week sort of team. So I guess they just took it because that's all they had left. And or maybe that's all they felt like flying. Maybe they just didn't really want to put too much thought into it. And they just got ripped apart by Tuskers, who looked so much better. I mean, Ronan looked amazing in the previous match when they took out Hydra, but Tuskers made them look like mincemeat in this one.
Yeah, that was really convincing. It wasn't like a full-on landslide because it was actually a decent comp by the Ronin, but to your point, I think not only exhaustion, but once you knock out Hydra, you maybe, like, some part of your brain forgets you're actually still in the elimination bracket. And again, this Alliance tournament makes us question the meaning of the word winning, because if you come in and knock Hydra out, you're kind of winning. You know what I mean?
I guess so. But they're going home. So they're winning at home.
Yeah. You have the most non-committal agreements today.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say no because that's really mean.
No, it's fun.
Yeah.
I feel like...
So just say yeah with like a questioning voice.
That's almost worse.
Kind of like judgmentalize.
And this is why we call it the elimination bracket.
Yeah.
This is true.
So, Ronin go home after the strongest showing. The strongest showing. Beating out Hydra, beating out... So today they went through MIF, they went through Road Capel, and they went through Hydra.
Yep. And all of those
I don't know what
teams
to
have
say.
the potential to be good. Like, you can't go into Road thinking that they're just going to be bad and you can bring whatever you want.
Right.
We saw PL bring like an incredibly strong setup when they had to fly against Road. So you have to respect Road. MIF, I mean, they got this far, so you can't just be bringing just whatever you want versus them. You have to bring your A game to every match. And man, they brought their A game against Hydra. Like, they brought their A+ game against Hydra. And that was beautiful. So they will be remembered for that, I think.
Yes.
He almost looks tired until the word Hydra is mentioned, and then like this youthful freshness.
It was
comes
so
to his
great.
face.
I'm just gonna go home and watch that match until like
you fall asleep.
Yeah.
So yeah, the faint aroma of victory starts secreting from Elise's body.
Yeah.
And smothers us all in smug. And that's it. I mean, the Tuskers will show up again tomorrow.
Mhm.
We'll see them again then in the final day of the Alliance Tournament. And next match is going to be the last match of the day, which many pilots will probably be thankful for. We ended up 1.5 hours behind schedule, but so it goes.
You can blame Test for that.
We actually can. Afterlife have banned the Tengu and the Loki. Nulli Secunda banned the Ishtar and the Golem.
Okay, that's really smart. Like,
Yes.
both those teams have been watching the last few matches. They know exactly what is so dominant. They know that Golem is just going to make them cry and give them nightmares. So they got rid of that. They got rid of Shield Tinkers, which is pretty powerful, as we talked about before. It opens up options that you can bring, and it doesn't really give anything away.
Vexor Navy issues are open. The Gila is open. And...
I'm going to predict whoever brings the Gila is going to lose. Like, I don't think you should bring Gilas.
I will predict that Nulli will bring EOS.
Probably. It's a really good
99%
ship.
certain. That's really, I mean, I just briefly looked back through their comp, and if there's no Golem, they fielded the unconventional Tinker with the Shield Proteus before.
Yep.
I don't think they're going to try that again for the remainder of the tournament. But
I'm going to do the exact opposite. I'm going to say they bring that setup.
That exact one?
That exact one. The Flaggeddon and
This is
the
awkward.
Shield Proteus.
You want to put money on it?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm going to talk myself out of it in about 5 minutes. So don't worry about it.
But I will say, like, I think they understand. I think Nulli understands the power of the EOS, but it seems like they understand it in the context of a Gila core team. So I'm not sure. They might go with it. I mean, they have experience with it, and it has paid off for them. But they're a smart enough team, and obviously with the Hun Reloaded guys mixed in there, they have enough experience to know, as you've said multiple times, what you fly in the first 2 weekends, you might want to think extra hard about it before bringing it back.
Yeah.
Because you could say it got me here, but you've sort of spent the surprise element of it, and you've given people reason to train against it by the time that you've gotten to this point. So, I don't know. I still feel like they'll bring in EOS. I feel like they're super comfortable with drone comps. We've seen, I mean, Stratios thrown in, as you said, the Vexor Navy issue we've seen used to good effect. It could be a great number of things. I'm just willing to bet EOS because, you know.
It's a good bet, I guess.
Why
It's
not?
like a really popular ship. For the command ship, it's very efficient on points. You get links, you get like 800 DPS, and it synergizes into basically every armor comp that you can come up with.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm a guessing man.
Are you?
Because I'm a guessing man. I'm not
What's-
going to cut you off, okay? You can talk. Just go for it.
You sure?
Yeah, I believe in you.
I'm sorry. Did you have something?
No, just go.
Okay, I had something.
You can go ahead and talk.
I think I'm going to
That's
talk.
a good time for it.
Afterlife has banned out Tengu Loki in both of their last 2 matches, and I think at least one prior to that. I don't remember specifically what they flew, so it's going to be a question. But why do they... Thanks. It's my insights, really. Why is it that they keep banning that out? Like, we haven't seen a Tengu-based Tinker for a while, and they have been banned out a fair bit, but there have been matches where the Tengu has not been banned out and people have still opted out of it. So do you think they're afraid of that, or do you think they're just comfortable removing that element for every single match, no matter what they bring?
That's a good question.
I think the Tinker isn't actually a really good setup to bring, but you have to bring it at least once to make people respect it. So that's what it brings to the table. It's not a great setup by any means. It's a mediocre archetype. But if you bring it once, you have to force everyone into respecting the fact that a Tinker could show up. And a Tinker can tank so hard that it changes what ships you can and what cannot bring.
You probably know what I'm about to say. So, predictions.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
I'm going to
smart
predict
bombs.
that you were going to say that the match is almost ready and we should do predictions.
I
You're smart.
would like to see Nully win.
I think Nully will win with their Proteus Geddon flagship thing and Afterlife. Or I don't know what they're going to bring, but it's probably going to be cool.
There'll probably be spaceships, that's right.
I think Afterlife.
I'm going with Nully of my heart. Go.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. Still.
Welcome back, guys. I'm Bacchanalian here with CCP Fozzie for the last match of Day 7, Alliance Tournament 12. If you'd made it this far, congratulations. We have one more amazing match left for you. Afterlife versus Nully Secunda. And both of these teams have brought some interesting setups. So I'm going to give you Fozzie to tell you about them.
Squeebles was exactly right. Double EOS from Nully Secunda. They've backed it up with Helas. It's double EOS, Scimitar, triple Hela, triple Worm, Crow, Heron, Merlin. Afterlife bringing something similar to what we've seen before. It's Paladin, EOS, triple Vexor Navy, triple Vexor, double Navitas, super fast drones assigned to a Paladin. It's a great setup from Afterlife. I think it's the stronger of the two.
Yeah, it's going to make it really difficult on those the support ships to stay alive. They're going to do a lot of damage to these Helas. I think I'm going to agree with Elise that the Hela Cop is going to lose in this one, but we will see. Matches underway.
Afterlife has dropped bouncers off the start. They've got bouncers down. They're going to try to volley something. We'll see what it is. Looks like they're trying to hit the Scimitar with it. Painter is now on it.
Tackle,
we'll see
immediately suicide tackle coming from Nully on. Two of the Vexor Navy issues, interestingly, the one that isn't tackled is the one taking damage. Scimitar half shields, Scimitar to low shields, and we're stroking the mug, but the Scimitar is dying,
The Scimitar is going to go down,
Vexor Navy issue of Darth Iden finally catching reps. He is webbed. Oh, look at all those webs across the Afterlife team. The Vexor Navy issue into structure now. Will he stay alive? No, he will die. His structure is gone. He is going to go down.
The Scimitar is holding amazingly. Great piloting by Nocturne for Nully Secunda. He got out of range of the bouncers, and it means that he's not getting reps on stuff right now. So if there's something else, they're going to be able to knock it down. But meanwhile, the whole Afterlife team is falling apart.
Yeah, the Navitas are both dying. One down. The other one's going to fight right after it. Dagan's Vexor Navy issue into structure. He's dying.
Ajax's EOS is about to collapse.
Wow,
though.
that EOS did finally melt
through.
through.
So the Simi did get out of range of him. He can't get the reps on these. He just died that quickly. Like, he was not taking damage 5 seconds ago. And that means, though, 2 Vexor Navies, 2 Navitas is traded for a single EOS. This could actually still go either way, but the frigates for
Vexor Navy
are
and
doing
Vexor,
an amazing
both going
job.
into armor. Voldemar's Vexor Navy issue, half armor and melting very quickly, but Shunyan's EOS is starting to take damage. We'll see. It's into structure on the Vexor Navy issue now. Afterlife are going to lose another cruiser here. It's a lot of damage off the field, and shield reps do land on that EOS, so the Scimitar is back into range.
That, I think, is going to basically swing this match. The frigates for Nully, these Worms, the Crow, the Merlin, are doing an amazing job of getting tackled. The Afterlife team relied on on kiting. They drop bouncers, they spread apart, assign them all to the Paladin. That was their game plan, and now they're getting caught by these Gilas, by the drones from the EOSs.
The Scimitar, meanwhile, taking a whole bunch of damage on the Nully team. Another Vexer down for Afterlife, but we shouldn't disregard that Paladin. It does a ton of damage. His Mega Pulse fit, he can reach out pretty far, not as far as the Golem, so that, but that Scimitar grew armor now. Nocturne is going to go down.
But if you're getting close enough, though, sure, he might have some newts, but he's not going to be able to track you. I think that is the reason that the Golem especially is able to be such a force in this tournament. It can hit far, it can hit near.
Schmel's EOS into half armor now. He's going to go down very shortly. He's webbed, neuted. Target Painter now. I'm back on Shunyon's EOS to see if they can break through that, but that EOS of the Afterlife team will go down before that. Vexer is webbed on their team as well, so 2 Vexers left. The EOS about to go off the field. The EOS of Shunyon have about half shields. He is shield tank, so if he gets through that, he'll go down.
So if you're Afterlife, your only hope at this point is you need to kill enough ships to get them below 26 points and have your Paladin win at endpoints. It's the only way they can do it. They need to get damage on something fast. Only one Vexer left to support the Paladin.
EOS looks like he is going to go in. He's got a pulling back shield a little bit, but looks like he is going to drop eventually here.
It's going to be almost impossible, but you never... It's hard to say.
3 Gilas is going to be too much. So he basically needs to get down to 2 Gilas. That's his, or kill all the Gilas. I mean, that's really a tall order for a Paladin. The Vexer's going to be on. They need to break this EOS before the Vexer goes down, and they may not even break the EOS.
I don't think they're going to do that. This EOS is evading a lot of the damage from these Mega Pulses.
Deleted.
Yeah, the EOS, and actually the whole team for Hun is doing the smart thing. They're
right
getting
on top of the Paladin.
They're orbiting him at 500.
Shunyon now into armor.
Shunyon is actually, he's kind of zigzagging in. He's approaching the Paladin.
Off the Paladin there. That is interesting.
It means that he's not going to be able to clear off the tanks.
Oh my goodness, look at his tank. Did he turn on his reps? Armor gone.
I don't know what's going on with that.
His rep came back just a little bit, but the EOS might actually outlive him at this rate. I didn't figure the Paladin was going to go down in this match, but here he goes into structure.
Is this like a single rep Paladin? Well, no, there you go. He got a big boost off. Maybe he just fell asleep there. He was just so
focused on the damage, trying to get this EOS down, thinking that maybe he could turn this around, but right now he's into structure.
They're breaking through him. He's not going to be able to, I think, kill the EOS now that he's so close.
That's amazing. Look at it. Just sliver of structure.
Yeah, this Paladin is going to die, and that's going to be Nully Secunda entering the Final Four alongside Tuskers, PL, and Camel. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That is a good. As of course the Paladin makes liars out of us by surviving a little bit longer. But there he goes. So that is Nully Secunda. PL, Camel, Tuskers are our Final Four, and we'll be seeing them tomorrow.
And we kick off first thing at 3 o'clock Eve time, 1500 with that Camel Empire PL series.
That is going to be an amazing series. We've had some spectacular matches today. There's a whole lot more of them tomorrow. And every team, it's worth noting, every single team that survived at the end of those Final Four teams, they're all guaranteed tournament prize chips. They're all in the deep money at this point. So they've all got to be very happy. They're going to go out celebrate tonight, but be ready to come back with their A game tomorrow. We will see you guys all back tomorrow. We'll sign off for tonight and get some rest and see you tomorrow.